Chapter 1447. Before leaving, the Origin Demon Sword gave Fang Chen some insights into the way of the sword. As the Yuan race's most precious treasure, its master had always been the leader of the Yuan race. It was so powerful that almost no one in the entire universe could match it. One could only imagine how rich the sword Wei aura within the original demon sword was. After 3 days of comprehension, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the sword scripture had deepened a little. 3 days later, he stopped cultivating. He'd wanted to try taking the sword with him, but who would have thought something like this would happen? This made Fang Chen feel a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. The Origin Demon Sword had returned to the Yuan race, so there was no need for him to stay in the ancient East. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, he had to go. Fang Chen found the leader and told him his plan. "What? You want to go to the purgatory?" The leader was shocked. Fang Chen nodded. "Leader, I won't be able to train in the ancient East. I've heard that the purgatory is full of geniuses, and I want to experience it for myself." "Fang Chen, you should know that the purgatory is no child's play. It's a war between races. Once you enter, it's very difficult to leave. And because there are so many geniuses and powerful cultivators, you can die if you're not careful." Fang Chen already knew this. He remembered the last time he was in the purgatory, he'd killed the 4 holy son of the alien race, which had angered them. He'd had no choice but to return from the purgatory. This time, he was strong enough for a heavenly body tier cultivator. It was time to train in the purgatory. Of course, the most important thing was the legendary inheritance of the 4 emperors. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor attracted Fang Chen's attention the most. After a moment of silence, the leader nodded. "Fang Chen, purgatory is very dangerous. You have to be extra careful," Alliance Master Gu Hua warned. "I will." After bidding farewell to the leader, Fang Chen returned to the demon-subduing world. "Come see me quickly." As soon as he arrived, he heard the Realm Lord's voice. After a while, Fang Chen came to the garden. The Realm Lord was still fishing. When he saw Fang Chen, he put down the fishing rod in his hand. "Earlier than I thought," Realm Lord Fu Mo said with a grin. The reason he gave Fang Chen the task of becoming the most powerful warrior among the younger generation on the old Hua Islands was to train him. Fang Chen had already completed his mission in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. It was only because of the sword scripture that he was delayed. "Fortunately, I didn't fail you," Fang Chen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo thought highly of Fang Chen. The more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more extraordinary he felt he was. Although the current Fang Chen was only a disciple of the third heaven, Fang Chen was still a third heaven disciple. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo treated him even more seriously than those disciples of the 7th heavenly layer and above. He's invincible in the heavenly body tier. Even if he encountered the prodigies of the purgatory, he wouldn't fear them. This was Realm Master Fu Mo's evaluation of Fang Chen. After hearing this, Fang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "Realm Lord, I want to enter the purgatory," Fang Chen suddenly said. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded as if he had already guessed Fang Chen's thoughts. "Your idea is not bad. With your current strength, the outside world is indeed unable to train you. The purgatory is the best place for you." Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. The purgatory was full of battles. Cultivators had to survive in battles. Only those who survived on the edge of life and death would be the most outstanding. With your strength, as long as you don't encounter any creation tier cultivators, you won't be in any danger, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. In fact, Realm Lord Fu Mo wasn't too worried about Fang Chen. This was because he knew the purgatory well. The battlefield between creation tier cultivators and heavenly body tier cultivators was slightly different. As long as one didn't cross the border, it would be very difficult to encounter creation tier cultivators. "When you come out of the purgatory, I'll give you a great opportunity," Realm Lord Fu Mo said mysteriously. Great opportunity? Fang Chen was very curious, but Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't say. In the end, Fang Chen bid farewell to Realm Lord Fu Mo and returned to his residence. The demon-subduing realm was very quiet. The disciples either went out to train or were in seclusion. It was as if things outside of cultivation had nothing to do with them. Fang Chen originally wanted to meet up with Man Long and the others, but the three of them weren't in the demon-subduing realm. In the end, Fang Chen left the star-concealing sword to his clone. What's this? When he took out the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen found a scroll. He was a little curious. When did such a scroll appear in his spatial ring? Immediately, he opened the scroll. Instantly, he was stunned. At the front of the scroll, there were 5 big words. 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Isn't this Jian Wuhong's ultimate technique? Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Jian Wuhong's 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique in his spatial ring? Fang Chen carefully recalled in his mind. After a while, he finally remembered. After he returned to the ancient Eastern Alliance from the Moon Cave, Jian Wuhong came to find him. She gave him some things. At the time, he didn't care too much and put them all into his spatial ring. I didn't expect her to. Fang Chen had long forgotten the promise. Who would have thought that Jian Wuhong still remembered? This 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique is an upgraded version of the Lightning Fall Technique. It shouldn't be weak. Fang Chen opened the scroll and carefully read it. After half an hour, his face was filled with joy. The 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique was stronger than he thought. Cultivate. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Naturally, one couldn't have too many life-saving techniques. Fortunately, with the foundation of the Lightning Fall Technique, it was very easy to cultivate. In just 2 hours, he'd cultivated the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to the beginner level. After that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. With the help of the Golden Heart, 3 days later, he'd cultivated the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to great success. If Jian Wuhong knew that Fang Chen's cultivation speed was so fast, she would have been shocked. In the courtyard, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. The 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique's attack was completely different from the Green Lightning Instant Kill Technique. When using the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique, he could summon 10,000 lightning bolts in the void and fuse them with his sword energy to form the strongest attack. Let's try it. Fang Chen tried to use the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Rumble in the sky, there were continuous lightning bolts. However, when there were 3,600 lightning bolts, he'd already reached his limit. Fang Chen withdrew his energy and the lightning bolts in the sky disappeared. 10,000 lightning bolts is the limit. I can only summon 3,600 lightning bolts now. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, the transformative stage 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique's attack power was the strongest. Fang Chen handed the matter of cultivating the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to his clone. He quietly stepped onto the teleportation array to Purgatory. With a flash of white light, the teleportation began. A moment later, Fang Chen appeared in White Bone City. After so many years, White Bone City still looked the same. The city was still bustling with activity. Countless overlords were either selling goods or recovering their strength. There were also some weaker cultivators who poked their heads out to see what was going on in Purgatory. In order to prevent the alien races from recognizing him, Fang Chen had used a concealment art to disguise himself before he came. No one knew that he was Fang Chen, the man who killed the 4 Holy Sun a few years ago. He was just a newbie who wanted to enter Purgatory. Soon, Fang Chen completed the registration process. After waiting for half an hour, he gathered enough people to enter the Purgatory. Then, the teleportation gate opened and everyone entered Purgatory. In the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion in White Bone City, The city lord of White Bone City was one of the most powerful overlords of the human race. He was in charge of the White Bone City to protect Purgatory and supervise the war. Today, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was very tense. After a long while, the city lord of White Bone City broke the silence and said, "There are many prodigies among the alien races." City Lord, the number of alien races who participated in the war increased tremendously. Among them, some were as strong as the four Holy Sun. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, we were defeated. I don't know what happened, but the alien races attacked us like crazy. Everyone spoke one after another. After hearing everyone's words, the city lord of White Bone City's eyes flashed. Then, he asked, "What did the intelligence say?" "It's not clear. It seems that something happened to the alien races. They urgently need to expand their territory, so they attacked us on a large scale," someone said. "Of course, this is only our guess." "What about the other battlefields?" the city lord of White Bone City asked. "In the other battlefields, we can still hold on. We won't be defeated like the heavenly body tier." Chapter 1448. Purgatory, the human race's main camp. Fang Chen's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. What a dense killing aura! Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but sigh as he felt the long-lost killing aura in the air. Only in Purgatory could one clearly understand the law of the jungle. And in the outside world, although they understood this principle, the pressure wasn't enough. In the outside world, if you wanted to kill someone, you had to look at the other party's background. You couldn't act casually or you would be killed. But in Purgatory, you didn't need to think about this. In any case, as long as you saw a foreign race, you could just kill them. Of course, if you weren't strong enough and died at the hands of a foreign race, the human experts wouldn't avenge you. After all, there were too many geniuses in Purgatory. It was impossible to take care of every martial practitioner. It wasn't the first time Fang Chen entered Purgatory, so he naturally understood this principle. He stayed in the human race's main camp for a while and prepared to leave. "Kid, if you act alone, it's easy to be surrounded by foreign races. How about following me?" Suddenly, a plump man spoke. Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at the fat man. Then he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I like to act alone." Then he turned and left. Seeing Fang Chen's back disappear, the fat man sneered. "It's obvious he's an idiot who entered Purgatory for the first time." Many martial practitioners entered Purgatory for the first time and didn't understand the cruel situation in Purgatory. So they liked to act alone and wanted to get a lot of badges. But they didn't know that they would be killed by foreign races soon. This fat man thought that Fang Chen was also a hothead. But what he didn't know was that the person he had just mocked was the peerless genius Fang Chen, whose name shook Purgatory a few years ago. He had killed the four holy son of the foreign races by himself, angering the foreign races. In the end, they were forced to leave Purgatory. As time passed, the non-human kind gradually forgot about what happened back then. Bloody battles resumed in Purgatory. As he hurried, Fang Chen encountered several battles. However, they were all one-sided. The human experts had the absolute advantage. He did not participate. If the human martial artists were in danger, perhaps he would lend a helping hand. Unknowingly, Fang Chen found a galaxy. "Boss, let's go cultivate in the Star River." It was said that the Celestial River liquid existed at the bottom of the Celestial River. It would be best if he could obtain it. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped into the Milky Way. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was speechless. The power of the stars in the Milky Way was too strong. Even he would not dare to jump in like that. The body of a god-devouring rat is too strong. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The little mouse had accompanied him all the way from the ancient Sword Continent, so Fang Chen was most familiar with the heaven-devouring divine rats. In the entire universe, other than the heaven-devouring divine rat that had accompanied Emperor Zhang Jian back then, there was only the little mouse. So far, he was the only one in the universe. Under normal circumstances, powerful demonic beast clans would have innate magical abilities. However, even beast kings and beast emperors, or even higher beings, could only have one innate magical ability at most. However, the little mouse had two innate magical abilities. This was something that other powerful demonic beasts could not compare to. Fang Chen even guessed that when the little mouse reached the peak, it would have even more innate magical abilities. Of course, this was just a guess. The little mouse entered the Milky Way, cultivating while helping Fang Chen find the celestial river liquid. Meanwhile, Fang Chen leaped and floated in the sky above the Milky Way. He absorbed the wild power of the stars in the Milky Way. Heavenly body tier cultivators absorbed the power of the stars for their own use. The power of the stars in the Milky Way was much purer than the outside world. Soon, the star pagoda in his sea of qi was full. So good. Fang Chen smiled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Fang Chen was cultivating, a foreign race was approaching. This foreign race was a member of the 10,000 Flood Dragon race. He felt the fluctuation of a human's aura. Human, you're too arrogant. Fang Chen did not restrain his aura and was cultivating. The 10,000 Flood Dragon race thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant and was very angry. Whoosh. The 10,000 Flood Dragon race appeared beside the Milky Way and directly used their innate magical ability. When Fang Chen saw the Flood Dragon shadow behind the 10,000 Flood Dragon race, his expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. 10,000 Flood Dragon race? A few years ago, he had killed the holy son of the 10,000 Flood Dragon race, Wan Longzi. Whoosh! Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and swung it. He used the Blue Thunder instant kill technique. A terrifying sword light slashed at the Flood Dragon shadow behind the 10,000 Flood Dragon race at an extremely tricky angle. Crack! After the Flood Dragon shadow was hit by the terrifying sword light, it could not withstand the heavy pressure and instantly shattered into pieces. Poochie! At the same time, the member of the 10,000 Flood Dragon race vomited blood and was sent flying. Kill! Facing a foreign race, Fang Chen would not be merciful. The red glass sword ruthlessly stabbed into the foreign race's heart, instantly killing him. Too weak. This member of the 10,000 Flood Dragon race was at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, he was too weak. With my own strength, I have nothing to fear even if I face a 9th level purgatory genius, Fang Chen said. After killing the foreign race, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. However, the moment he turned around, the 3 pieces of the broken sword in his spatial ring vibrated slightly. Fang Chen caught the vibration of the broken sword, and his expression changed drastically. The Divine Masters spread out and covered the surroundings, but found nothing. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto the foreign race's spatial ring. Voila! With a suction force, the foreign race's spatial ring fell into his palm, and he directly opened it. The foreign race was dead, and the spatial ring became an ownerless item, so it was easy to open. As expected, there was an identical broken sword lying there quietly. Fang Chen took out the broken sword, feeling very excited. I wonder how many broken swords there are in the purgatory, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the sky above a galaxy not far from Fang Chen, a foreign race suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were golden, his hair was golden, and he had 6 arms. He was a member of the multi-armed race. Wan Hezi was killed. The multi-armed race member sensed Wan Hezi's death, and his expression changed drastically. Broken sword! Whoosh! The multi-armed race member's figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the place where Wan Hezi's aura had last fluctuated. Damn it, my broken sword! Not long ago, Duo Mo had accidentally obtained a broken sword. Although he did not know the exact use of the broken sword, he felt that it was extraordinary. He originally wanted to carry the broken sword himself, but he was coincidentally being chased by experts, so he temporarily handed the broken sword to Wan Hezi, and had him take the broken sword back to the foreign race's headquarters to wait for him. Who would have thought that he would sense Wan Hezi's death, just as he escaped the pursuit of the human experts? Whoosh, whoosh. 15 minutes later, Duo Mo saw Fang Chen. Human, die. Without another word, Duo Mo spread open his 6 arms, and an earth-shattering light blasted towards Fang Chen. Multi-armed race. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He did not expect to encounter the multi-armed race. He had heard rumors of the multi-armed race. The multi-armed race's innate mystical power was on their 6 arms, and they were very difficult to deal with. Once they were entangled by the 6 arms, it was very difficult to break free. Fortunately, this multi-armed race member was only at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen used the myriad lightning heaven fusion technique. In the sky, 36 bolts of lightning instantly descended, and merged with the red glass sword. Then, Fang Chen swung his sword. Instantly, the red glass sword directly slashed one of Duo Mo's arms with an unstoppable force. Humph, you're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, Duo Mo sneered. The arms of the multi-armed race were very hard. An adult multi-armed race member's arm was as hard as a level 7 divine weapon. He did not believe that a human's weapon could cut off his arm. Ha! Duo Mo shouted in a low voice, and his arm went up, wanting to break the red glass sword. Poochie! However, something unexpected happened. When the red glass sword landed on Duo Mo's arm, it directly cut off one of his arms as if it were tofu. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Duo Mo's mouth. Blood spurted, and Duo Mo looked at the red glass sword in shock. You! Duo Mo realized the might of the red glass sword, and his figure flashed, preparing to flee. Want to leave? The red glass sword slashed, and red light flashed. Duo Mo instantly lost his second arm. He fled with all his might, and his remaining 4 arms used their innate mystical power. Chapter 1449. Poochie 4 consecutive strikes severed 4 of Duo Mo's arms. Duo Mo, who only had 2 arms left, continued to flee frantically, not hesitating to burn his own blood essence. Damn it, how is this human so strong? Duo Mo screamed in his mind. A human at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier had battle prowess comparable to a 9th level heavenly body tier elite. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to die. Poochie, his 5th arm was severed by Fang Chen. At this moment, Duo Mo's body had already fled, but Fang Chen quickly caught up to him. Fang Chen thought to cut the weeds and eliminate the root. Burning one's blood essence in itself consumed a lot of vitality. After being chased for so long, Duo Mo's vitality was about to completely dissipate. He was unwilling to accept this. He was a rising star of the multi-hand race, and once he broke through to the creation tier, his future would be limitless. Yet now, he was being chased to such an extent by a human. He refused to accept this. I can't die. Duo Mo roared in his mind, and flames instantly spread all over his body. He had already burned his blood essence to the very end, and was going all out. At this moment, there were 2 foreign races chatting nearby. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. Isn't that Duo Mo of the multi-hand race? He's burning his blood essence. He's being chased to such an extent by a human. They were both foreign races, and they hated humans very much. Thus, the 2 foreign races attacked without hesitation. Human, stop! The 2 foreign races roared, and their figures flashed, dashing toward Duo Mo. Seeing this, Fang Chen smirked coldly, and the red glass sword danced again. The myriad lightning heaven fusion technique, which had reached the level of great accomplishment, was instantly unleashed. The powerful might filled Duo Mo's heart with despair. No. When the sword light engulfed Duo Mo, he screamed in agony. Poochie Duo Mo's head was separated from his body, and at the same time, the sword light dissipated. The two foreign races hurried over, but they were still a little too late. Seeing Duo Mo's corpse, the two foreign races' expressions became very dark. Brat, you dare to kill Duo Mo in front of us? You're dead meat. Attack. The two foreign races attacked. Too weak. The two foreign races were slightly stronger than Duo Mo. However, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Fang Chen. Fang Chen used the Myriad Thunder's fusion technique to force back the two alien races. At the same time, his primordial spirit left his body and suddenly used the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. Rumble thunder rumbled in the sky. The third level of the Five Thunder Tribulation technique was too powerful. The terrifying lightning transformed into a laser beam and shot toward one of the foreign beings. Bang! No matter how hard the alien tried to defend himself, he was still hit. His primordial spirit was injured, and his body swayed unsteadily. Let's end this quickly. Another foreign race member roared after discovering Fang Chen's strength. While Fang Chen was fighting the two alien races, at the bottom of the celestial river, the little mouse found some celestial river liquid and happily walked out. Boss, I found some celestial river liquid. As soon as they came out, the little mouse's voice had just faded when it noticed the residual aura fluctuations in the air. The little mouse sensed carefully. Then, its figure flashed as it went to help its boss. After a while, the little mouse came back. Boss, let me help you. The little mouse used its innate divine ability, extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear pierced toward the alien race member whose primordial spirit had just been injured by Fang Chen. Pucci, the alien race member's body, did not have any resistance and was directly pierced by the purple spear. Fang Chen seized the opportunity and killed the alien race member with one strike. Oh no! The other alien race member saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. However, he was killed by Fang Chen and the little mouse together. Whoosh! Looking at the three corpses on the ground, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he put the three badges into his bag. Boss. The little mouse walked to Fang Chen and handed him the celestial river liquid. Fang Chen nodded. Many human martial artists were secretly watching this battle. Fang Chen's thunderous method of killing the alien race member caused a sensation. Many human martial artists exclaimed in surprise. There were even some human race warriors who walked out directly. Brother, you are indeed a young hero. You killed 3 alien races all by yourself. We are envious of such a battle record. Those who dared to walk out were all of similar strength. Those who were weaker naturally did not have the courage to walk out. Fang Chen turned his head to look at these people. Fang Chen saw greed in their eyes. Sure enough, after exchanging a few polite words, an ordinary-looking warrior laughed and said, Brother, I'm Chu Xiongfeng. I saw your spirit pet and I like it very much. I wonder if you can part with it and give it to me? Hearing this, the gazes of the other ancient martial art practitioners fell on Fang Chen. They joined forces to put pressure on Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned and was somewhat displeased. Seeing that Fang Chen did not speak, Chu Xiongfeng continued, Brother, your spiritual pet is extraordinary at first glance. Only I, Chu Xiongfeng, can unleash its potential. What he meant was that Fang Chen's potential was limited, and he was not qualified to have such a spiritual pet. You want me to follow you? Dream on, the little mouse said coldly as its eyes widened. The little mouse had gone through thick and thin with Fang Chen. How could it leave just like that? However, Fang Chen spoke at this moment. Brother Chu, you also know that my spiritual pet is extraordinary. If I were to give it to you directly, my loss would be huge. Fang Chen chuckled. Hearing this, Chu Xiongfeng instantly understood. Brother, what do you want? I will give it to you. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, 100 ordinary badges. Brother, do you know the importance of badges? Chu Xiongfeng's expression changed slightly. My spiritual pet is worth 100 ordinary badges. And with Brother Chu's strength, it will be easy for you to get the badges, Fang Chen said calmly. Ordinary badges were relatively less valuable. The most valuable badges were the commander badges. Chu Xiongfeng and the others had been fighting in purgatory for a long time and definitely had a lot of badges. Chu Xiongfeng could take the opportunity to blackmail him. Brother, for my sake, how about 50 emblems? Chu Xiongfeng tried to argue with him. However, Fang Chen was stubborn and shook his head directly. If you don't give me 100 badges, no way. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. The few people beside Chu Xiongfeng had gloomy faces and were furious. They sent a voice transmission to Chu Xiongfeng and asked him to kill Chu Xiongfeng directly. However, Chu Xiongfeng refused. For the sake of his spiritual pet, he had to be patient. Okay, I agree. Chu Xiongfeng took out 100 badges and handed them to Fang Chen. Cancel the contract, Chu Xiongfeng said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded, then looked at the little mouse and waved his hand. Following this, several auras burst out from his and the little mouse's bodies. Finally, a layer of white halo disappeared from the little mouse's body. Poochie! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. If the contract was cancelled, the owner would suffer a backlash. Since it was an act, of course it had to be more realistic. You can follow Brother Chu from now on, Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The latter was in low spirits and was very unhappy. Then, it jumped onto Chu Xiongfeng. Thank you, brother. Chu Xiongfeng laughed heartily. Then, he turned around and left with a few human clan warriors. Brother Chu, why didn't you kill him? Yes, Brother Chu, with our strength, it's not a problem to deal with him. Chu Xiongfeng was full of killing intent and said, after this little guy recognizes me as its master, I will take back the badge. It's not that easy to take what belongs to me. After saying that, Chu Xiongfeng and the others disappeared. Seeing Chu Xiongfeng's back view, Fang Chen was secretly happy. Then, he disappeared. Chu Xiongfeng found a safe place and asked the other human warriors to protect him while he signed the contract with the little guy personally. Buzz. The process of signing the contract was unexpectedly smooth. After a while, he succeeded. The contract was clearly successful, but why couldn't he control this little guy? Come here. Chu Xiongfeng tried to give the little mouse an order. However, what was unexpected was that the little mouse spread its paws and jumped onto a big tree. Then, it looked down. You're really stupid. I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, the little mouse disappeared directly. Damn it. At this moment, Chu Xiongfeng realized that he had been deceived. I'm going to kill you. Chu Xiongfeng roared angrily, and his killing intent was full of killing intent. Brother Chu, what's wrong? The other humans didn't know what was going on and asked curiously. Chapter 1450. Chu Xiongfeng was furious when he realized that Fang Chen and the little mouse had teamed up to deceive him. However, Fang Chen had already returned to the galaxy and was waiting for the little mouse. Why isn't he here yet? Did something go wrong? Fang Chen looked into the distance and anxiously waited for the little mouse. With his understanding of the little mouse, Chu Xiongfeng shouldn't be able to trap him. If he wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop him even if he used all his strength. After a while, the little mouse returned. Boss! The little mouse smiled slyly. How did Chu Xiongfeng react? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse shrugged and said, what else can he react to? Of course he's furious. I think he's on the way here now. Fang Chen nodded and said, let's go. Let's enter the galaxy. In advance, Fang Chen and the little mouse had agreed to enter the bottom of the galaxy to check it out after tricking Chu Xiongfeng. Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the bottom of the galaxy was unusual. Plop! Fang Chen and the little mouse jumped into the galaxy. The purple light around the little mouse surged, and it was completely unafraid of the pressure of the galaxy. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was slightly suppressed. The sword-shaped runes around his body circulated, and his perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, forming the strongest defense. What a strong pressure! The deeper he dived, the more Fang Chen felt that the pressure from all directions was too strong. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already dived more than 1,000 meters. At this time, he could already see the bottom of the galaxy. "Boss, this galaxy isn't too deep. It's only about 1,000 meters deep," the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded. It was a little difficult for him to speak. The speed at which the sword-shaped runes revolved around him became much slower. Chu Xiongfeng was very angry. He was quite famous among the heavenly body tier elites, but he was actually tricked by a piece of trash. Thinking of this, Chu Xiongfeng was very angry. "When I catch you, I'll tear you to shreds," Chu Xiongfeng screamed in his heart. Even if it was him, it would take a long time to gather 100 ordinary badges. Chu Xiongfeng was not willing to be cheated by others just like that. An hour later, Chu Xiongfeng arrived at the Milky Way. "Brother Chu, I can no longer sense that little mouse's aura in the air," one of them said. The others stopped at the edge of the Milky Way and searched for little mouse's whereabouts. His aura was there all along the way. "Why can't I feel it now?" As Chu Xiongfeng spoke, he lowered his head and looked at the galaxy. Could it be that they are hiding in the Milky Way? Thinking of this, Chu Xiongfeng decided to enter the galaxy personally and kill Fang Chen. "Brother Chu, don't be impulsive. The pressure in the Star River is extremely great. We can't dive too deep." "Yes, there are many uncertain factors in the Star River. Be careful." They were all trying to dissuade Chu Xiongfeng. However, Chu Xiongfeng had already made up his mind. If you don't dare to go down, leave on your own. I don't have cowardly brothers like you," Chu Xiongfeng snorted coldly. Seeing this, the others looked at each other helplessly. Since Chu Xiongfeng had already said so, they could not say anything else. They could only follow Chu Xiongfeng into the Star River. "Brother Chu, since you insist, we will accompany you." Hearing this, a ray of golden light shot out from Chu Xiongfeng's eyes. Then, he leaped and jumped into the Star River. At the bottom of the Star River, it was extremely difficult for Fang Chen to take a step forward. However, he did not give up. At the bottom of the Star River, he found many skeletons. These skeletons should be from the human clan when they were alive. Of course, there were also some from the foreign clan. For example, the skeleton under Fang Chen's feet had 6 arms. It was obviously from the multi-hand clan. There are so many skeletons. What exactly is at the bottom of the Star River? Fang Chen was very confused. Just as he was thinking, the little mouse scurried over from afar. There was a hand bone in its mouth. "Boss, take a look." The little mouse handed the hand bone to Fang Chen. The latter observed it carefully. At first glance, this hand bone was similar to the hand bone of an ordinary martial artist. However, when Fang Chen's divine consciousness tried to invade it, it was directly repelled. "How is this possible?" Fang Chen exclaimed. There was actually a trace of intelligence in this hand bone that was resisting his divine consciousness. At this moment, a few small words appeared in the palm of the hand bone. "Pledge to follow the Sword Emperor." Although these words had been baptized by the Star River liquid for many years, they had become a little blurry. However, Fang Chen still recognized them. The Sword Emperor's follower. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the hand bone. The situation was very obvious. This hand bone was the hand bone of the Sword Emperor's follower. It was said that the Sword Emperor was an expert from the godly realm. As for his followers, they would not be too weak. "Boss, did you hear something?" Suddenly, the little mouse said with a serious face. "Roar." As soon as the little mouse's voice fell, an angry beast roar suddenly resounded through the bottom of the Star River. "Oh no!" Fang Chen cursed inwardly as he dove upward with great difficulty. The little mouse followed behind Fang Chen and looked down cautiously. Dong! The bottom of the Star River was shaking. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain suddenly opened its mouth. "Leave the hand bone." The demonic beast spoke human language and roared angrily. "It's too strong." The demonic beast's tail fiercely swung toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen resisted it with his body. Bang! With the help of the rebound force, Fang Chen's body quickly dived up faster than he dived down. The little mouse used its innate super ability, extreme penetration, and stabbed the demonic beast with its purple spear. Poochie! The purple spear pierced the demonic beast's skin, infuriating it. At the same time, it also blocked the demonic beast's path. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen and the little mouse quickly dived up. In the blink of an eye, they had dived up to 500 meters. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on him had decreased a lot, and he could move freely now. What demonic beast was that just now? It was too strong. Fang Chen's heart palpitated. If it were not for the little mouse, he would have been in deep trouble. That demonic beast seemed to be very interested in the hand bone, the little mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and continued to dive. Chu Xiongfeng and the others were diving when they bumped into Fang Chen, who was trying to escape. "You are indeed here." Chu Xiongfeng was furious when he saw the human and the mouse. "Kid, give me your life." In the Star River, Chu Xiongfeng attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen was caught off guard and was hit by Chu Xiongfeng's punch. His body sank a lot. Roar! The little mouse used its special ability to entangle Chu Xiongfeng. Fang Chen steadied himself, took out the red glass sword, and started to kill. Poochie! Water could conduct electricity, and the thunder fusion technique was even more powerful in water. Chu Xiongfeng's followers died instantly wherever the red glass sword passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 followers were killed by Fang Chen. How is this possible? Chu Xiongfeng was a little panicked. Fang Chen's strength was too strong, and he was a little scared. Run! Chu Xiongfeng was not an indecisive person. He knew that there was danger, so he would not stay. After getting rid of the little mouse, he quickly dived upwards. Fang Chen and the little mouse chased after him. After a while, Chu Xiongfeng took the lead and rushed out of the Star River, followed by Fang Chen and the little mouse. Swoosh! He swung his sword, and the sword radiance shot up to the sky, blocking Chu Xiongfeng's way. "You!" Chu Xiongfeng looked at Fang Chen with fear, and he kept retreating. "Why aren't you running any more?" Fang Chen looked at Chu Xiongfeng coldly and sneered. Chu Xiongfeng actually wanted to kill him while he was at the bottom of the Star River. What a joke! "Boy, how dare you make a move on me? How dare you?" Chu Xiongfeng steadied himself, and his aura surged as he said coldly. "Is Chu Xiongfeng very famous?" Fang Chen asked. "You and I are the sons of Chu Batian. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 100 badges and give me your pet. Otherwise, my father will not let you go." Chu Xiongfeng mentioned his father, trying to scare Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of anything except threats. "Although your father is strong, do you think he can last until he comes?" Fang Chen sneered. Chu Xiongfeng was a little afraid of Fang Chen. He was also worried about what the latter said. "My father is very powerful," Chu Xiongfeng said. Boom! Before Chu Xiongfeng finished speaking, blood spurted out from his chest. Chapter 1451. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen to be a little stunned. When he saw clearly, the long spear that had pierced through Chu Xiongfeng had been pulled out. Chu Xiongfeng's body fell to the ground. Behind him, a man in a black robe appeared. He was holding the long spear that had pierced through Chu Xiongfeng's body. "Who are you?" Fang Chen said coldly with a gloomy face. At the same time, he raised his guard and was ready to attack. "Does it matter who I am?" The man in the black robe laughed. After saying that, the man in the black robe disappeared in a flash. Fang Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Boss, who is he? Why did he kill Chu Xiongfeng? Little Mouse asked. Maybe. Fang Chen was about to say something, but his face suddenly changed. In the sky, an aura that made one's heart palpitate was surging. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared in front of Chu Xiongfeng. Feng. The illusory figure let out a miserable shriek. Chu Batian. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately knew the identity of this illusory figure. He recalled what had happened just now and suddenly realized something terrifying. The man in the black robe deliberately framed him. Sure enough, before Fang Chen could escape, Chu Batian suppressed his anger and looked at Fang Chen. Brat, how dare you kill my son? I will tear you into pieces. Chu Batian roared. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. Run! Fang Chen activated the space-time true meaning to the extreme and tried to escape with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Chu Batian's hand. Boss! The little mouse used its innate abilities in an attempt to stop Chu Batian, but to no avail. Fang Chen was in a dangerous situation. He was about to be captured by Chu Batian. Stop! A cold voice sounded in Chu Batian's ears. Then, a long black spear pierced through the air and shot at Chu Batian's hand. Bang! The black spear collided with Chu Batian's hand, emitting a metallic sound. Chu Batian was forced back by the spear, giving Fang Chen a chance to catch his breath and escape. Chu Batian stared into the distance. A man in embroidered robes slowly walked out from the void. Jin Yang, it's you. Jin Yang was similar to Chu Batian. This brat is related to me. Let him go for my sake, Jin Yang said. Bullshit. He killed my son. How could I let him off? Cursed Chu Batian. Chu Batian and Jin Yang confronted each other. As for Fang Chen, he had already fled far away. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen fled without a care for anything. After a few hours, he finally stopped running. Panting, he thought it was safe enough. Boss, why did that person help us? Little Mouse asked. The devil-subduing realm, Fang Chen said softly, his eyes flashing. On a small island in the void ocean. This island was so small that one could see everything on it at a glance. This island was called Silver Moon Island, and it didn't exist in the universe. It was a very secluded island that didn't belong to any archipelago. It existed independently on the void ocean. It was on such an inconspicuous island that there was a god worshipped by everyone. The martial artists on the island were isolated from the world and rarely went out. Occasionally they would go out to transport goods. In front of a palace on the island, Bai Qingqing stood on the altar without any expression on her face. Below her were countless people on the island. Bai Qingqing was on a starfield flying ship to the old Hua Islands, but she was kidnapped on the way. She didn't expect to come to Silver Moon Island. When she came to Silver Moon Island, she only did odd jobs. However, by chance, he was discovered by that so-called god. Then, he taught her the Silver Moon cultivation technique. The Silver Moon cultivation technique was a supreme cultivation technique that no one had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Bai Qingqing had cultivated the Silver Moon Heart Sutra by accident with her great potential. This caused an uproar on Silver Moon Island. The god personally announced that Bai Qingqing was the new saintess of Silver Moon Island. Today was the day of the saintess coronation. Bai Qingqing had been on Silver Moon Island for a few years, and she was used to life here. Her goal was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she help Fang Chen when she met him in the future. Bai Qingqing finally revealed a smile on her pretty face as she looked at her people worshipping her. Saintess, please be crowned. The sun was high in the sky and the air was hot. One of the priests raised his head to take a look and shouted, Saintess, please be crowned. All the people shouted. The priest held the crown with both hands and walked to Bai Qingqing. Saintess, please be crowned. Bai Qingqing nodded, and the priest placed the crown on Bai Qingqing's head. The people below cheered. The position of Saintess had been empty for tens of thousands of years, and finally, there was a new Saintess. Rumble, suddenly, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. It was the manifestation of the god. The Saintess coronation ceremony was over quickly. From this moment on, Bai Qingqing was second only to the god on Silver Moon Island. On a small hill, a white-robed figure stood quietly as he watched the seawater of the void ocean surge towards him. Bai Qingqing was behind him. Others might not know, but Bai Qingqing knew very well that the figure in white was the god of Silver Moon Island. "Master, are you really leaving?" Bai Qingqing asked. Her voice was filled with reluctance. All these years, if it were not for the help of her master, she would not have been able to reach this step. "The reason I stayed here is to find the Saintess. Now that you have become the new Saintess, Silver Moon Island will definitely be glorious under your leadership. It is time for me to go back." The figure in white was faintly discernible. It was like an illusion. Bai Qingqing's eyes were misty, and she felt like crying. She knew that her master was from the realm of the gods, and that her clone had stayed on Silver Moon Island to protect the island and find the Saintess. The people on the island called her master a god. However, no one knew that her master was from the realm of the gods. "Silly child, cultivate well. The Silver Moon Heart technique seems to have been created for you. I will wait for you in the realm of the gods." The figure in white turned around and gently stroked Bai Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing cried and lowered her head. She did not dare to face her master. Crash! The white-robed figure gradually dissipated in the void. The people of Silver Moon Island are isolated from the world and do not fight with the outside world. However, it does not mean that we are afraid of the outside world. If the outside world intrudes into Silver Moon Island and disturbs the life of Silver Moon Island, you can use the highest command. The figure in white's voice floated over. In the end, Bai Qingqing could not hold back and cried loudly. The sun was setting and the air was filled with sadness. A hint of determination appeared in Bai Qingqing's eyes. "Master, don't worry. I will protect the people of Silver Moon Island." Of course, there was still a shadow in her mind that she could not get rid of. "Brother Chen, I will cultivate well. If you are in danger one day, I will lead the people of Silver Moon Island to help you." Bai Qingqing's experience was completely different from Princess Xian's. However, both of them ended up the same. Because of their outstanding talent, they became the disciples of the strong. Especially Bai Qingqing, who became the Holy Maiden of Silver Moon Island. In the future, when Silver Moon Island appeared, the name of the Holy Maiden would resound throughout the universe. Of course, this was a story for later. Fang Chen naturally did not know about Bai Qingqing's situation. He did not even know that Bai Qingqing had gone to find him. It was just that an accident happened on the way. He was carefully avoiding his enemies in the purgatory. Jin Yang and Chu Batian fought and successfully let him escape. However, this also made Chu Batian even more furious. Chu Batian even disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups of the human race and entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier with his true body to search for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, was speechless. Last time, he was chased by the foreign races and could not leave the purgatory. CCC Pavilion this time, he was chased by Chu Batian as soon as he entered the purgatory. He was helpless. "Boss, Chu Batian is looking for us," the little mouse said in a low voice. He also realized how powerful Chu Batian was. "Act according to the situation," Fang Chen said. The more critical the situation was, the calmer he had to be. He had to eliminate all possibilities and protect himself well. Chapter 1452. Although Jin Yang from the demon vanquishing realm had helped him when Chu Batian tried to kill him. However, the help of the senior brothers of the demon vanquishing realm was ultimately limited. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Although the situation was very unfavorable for Fang Chen, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The purgatory was vast and boundless. Trying to find a person in the vast purgatory was no different from trying to reach the heavens. However, there were also foreign elites watching. It was too difficult for Chu Batian to find Fang Chen. Chu Batian was furious. He used all his power to find Fang Chen. He only had one son, and he was unwilling to accept that he had died in the purgatory. Fang Chen also knew this. He found a very secluded place and hid. In the outside world, in the meeting hall of the White Bone City Lord's residence. Pung! A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet meeting hall. Immediately afterward, the wooden table shattered and fell to the ground. The other elders looked at each other, displeasure on their faces. The heavenly body tier elites are retreating. At this point, we human cultivators are not united. Instead, we're killing each other. How laughable. The White Bone City Lord was very angry. As a high-ranking member of the human race, he naturally had to think for the human race. He had been overseeing the White Bone City and observing the situation in the purgatory. City Lord, it's said that human killed Chu Baishan's son. That's why Chu Batian went crazy. No matter what, this matter must be punished severely. Many elders expressed their opinions. Everyone agreed to expel Chu Batian from the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield. He was a Creation Tier elite. His presence in the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield would affect the balance of the battlefield. If he stayed for too long, the foreign races would also send Creation Tier elite. Chu Baishan's only son is dead. He definitely won't let this matter rest. We have to deal with this matter properly. Otherwise, the human cultivators will be dissatisfied, an elder said. Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord nodded. His expression eased slightly. Call Chu Batian and that little guy called Sanguinati over. White Bone City had all the information about the martial practitioners who had entered the purgatory. Naturally, they knew that the person Chu Batian was after was called Sanguinati. Unfortunately, no matter how well informed they were, they did not discover that Sanguinati was the same person as Fang Chen, who had stirred up a storm in purgatory a few years ago. White Bone City was very efficient. In just half a day they found Chu Batian. Chu Batian, the city lord invites you in. The envoy of White Bone City quickly found Chu Batian, and before the latter could say anything, he relayed Chu Baishan's message to him. Chu Baishan's face darkened, but he didn't refuse. The Lord of White Bone City was one of the upper echelons of the human race. Chu Batian had no right to refute him. Chu Batian followed the envoy from White Bone City and left purgatory. In a secluded place, the emissary from White Bone City sighed as he gazed at the scene before him. This kid has really hidden himself well. After saying that, the emissary waved his hand and the illusion array in front of him disappeared. Fang Chen and Little Mouse thought that Chu Batian had discovered them, so they attacked at the same time. Seeing that, the emissary hurriedly said, "I'm the emissary from White Bone City. I'm here on the orders of the city lord." Then, the emissary took out his token. The token shone with a dazzling light, and the word "Bai" could be vaguely seen on it. Seeing that, Fang Chen hurriedly stopped his attack. Then, he landed on the ground and smiled awkwardly. He apologized. "I'm sorry for offending you just now." The emissary did not mind. After all, he was being chased by Chu Batian and was very vigilant. "Sanguinati, the city lord has summoned you. Come with me." "Emissary, may I ask why the city lord has summoned me?" Fang Chen asked. The emissary glanced at Fang Chen, but did not answer. "Boss, the city lord has summoned you. Is it related to Chu Xiongfeng?" Little Mouse asked telepathically. "It's possible," Fang Chen said. "Then you shouldn't go." Little Mouse was a bit worried. Fang Chen shook his head. White Bone City's status in the purgatory was very high. If he did not go, he would be putting himself in danger. He believed that as a senior member of the human race, the city lord of White Bone City would not be unreasonable. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. White Bone City, Meeting Hall. There were only 3 people. The city lord of White Bone City was sitting in the middle. On his left was Chu Batian, who was full of killing intent. He did not hide it at all. His eyes were wide open and he stared at Fang Chen. He wanted to kill him with his eyes. On the right of the city lord of White Bone City was Fang Chen. This was the first time Fang Chen saw the city lord of White Bone City, so he was a bit nervous. However, after seeing the city lord in person, he relaxed. The city lord of White Bone City's attitude was very gentle. He did not seem like a human expert at all. Because of this, Fang Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very heavy. The city lord of White Bone City did not speak, and Fang Chen and Chu Batian did not dare to speak either. For a while, the three of them sat in silence. Fang Chen and Little Mouse communicated secretly through voice transmission, and Chu Batian wanted to kill Fang Chen. Finally, after an hour of this heavy atmosphere, the city lord of White Bone City opened his eyes. He looked at the two of them and then said, "Chu Batian, as a creation tier elite, you are a pillar of the human race. You should be fighting against the foreign races for the human race, but you disregarded everything and entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier elite. Do you know your crime? City Lord, I entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier elites because this person killed my son. As his father, I have to avenge him," Chu Batian said hurriedly. Hearing the words "Do you know your crime?" his body trembled. If the city lord of White Bone City really convicted him, he would be in danger. Hearing this, the city lord of White Bone City turned to Fang Chen and said, "Tell me." "City lord, I didn't kill Chu Xiongfeng," Fang Chen said, "although I wanted to kill him very much. T. My son was killed by you." Chu Batian was instantly enraged. However, when he saw the city lord of White Bone City's eyes, he immediately calmed down. "You said you didn't kill Chu Xiongfeng?" "At that time, I was confronting Chu Xiongfeng." Suddenly, a long spear appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced Chu Xiongfeng's body, killing him. Fang Chen told the city lord of White Bone City what happened in detail. "Did you see that person clearly?" the city lord of White Bone City asked. "It was a black-robed cultivator with a black spear. He was extremely fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the city lord of White Bone City's face darkened. His eyes were serious, and he seemed to be thinking. A black-robed cultivator with a black spear. After a long while, the city lord of White Bone City finally spoke. However, there was a tinge of worry in his voice. "Are you sure it was a black-robed cultivator with a black spear?" the city lord of White Bone City asked again. Fang Chen nodded. He was very sure. Then, the city lord of White Bone City smiled bitterly. "He's back," the city lord of White Bone City muttered to himself. "City lord, he's talking nonsense." Chu Batian was anxious. The city lord of White Bone City waved his hand, signaling Chu Batian to be quiet. Then, he said slowly, "Chu Batian, Fang Chen is not lying. Your son should not have been killed by him." "How is that possible?" Chu Batian could not accept this fact. "Do you still remember a legend?" the city lord of White Bone City asked when he saw that Chu Batian did not believe him. "What legend?" "In the purgatory, there was once a human powerhouse who was mistakenly thought to have betrayed the human race and was besieged to death. After countless years, that powerhouse's remnant consciousness was resurrected, and he swore to destroy the human race," the city lord of White Bone City said. At this point, Chu Batian's face was filled with shock. "City lord, are you saying that the black-robed cultivator was the human powerhouse of that time?" The city lord of White Bone City shook his head. "If my guess is correct, the black-robed cultivator who killed your son should have been a subordinate of the human powerhouse. He killed your son because he was passing by and wanted to incite a civil war. As for that powerhouse, he was too heavily injured back then, and it would be very difficult for him to be reborn with just a remnant consciousness. I'm guessing that he's still recovering, and is only using his remnant consciousness to control some human cultivators. After listening to the City Lord of White Bone City's explanation, Chu Batian controlled his emotions. Then, Chu Batian said, "The truth is out. Sanguinati did not kill your son. This matter is over. Quickly return to the battlefield. As for the rest, don't worry," said the City Lord of White Bone City. Chu Batian stood up and cupped his hands at the City Lord of White Bone City. Then, he looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression and turned to leave. Only the City Lord of White Bone City and Fong Chen were left in the meeting hall. "You should go back as well. If you see the black-robed cultivator with a black spear, inform us immediately," said the City Lord of White Bone City. In fact, Fong Chen was also very curious about what had happened back then. But since the City Lord of White Bone City did not want to talk about it, he did not dare to ask. Fong Chen nodded and left the City Lord's mansion, entering purgatory once again. After the two of them left, the City Lord of White Bone City's face became gloomy. Then, he hurriedly called for a meeting with the elders in White Bone City. In purgatory, "Boss, what the City Lord of White Bone City said seems to have been recorded in the unofficial history books," said the little mouse. Fong Chen nodded and looked ahead. "Purgatory is turbulent, and there will be great waves in the coming days. It's better to be careful. Boss, that damned guy dared to frame us. If we meet him, we must kill him," said the little mouse viciously. If it were not for the black-robed cultivator, Fong Chen would not have been chased by Chu Batian. Fortunately, senior brother Jin Yang helped him. Coupled with the appearance of the City Lord of White Bone City, the truth came to light. Fong Chen recalled the black-robed cultivator in his mind. He held a black spear in his hand and exuded a strange aura. There was a faint scarlet color in his eyes. "I hope we can meet again. When the time comes, I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget," said Fong Chen. "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, I will retaliate." This was Fong Chen's principle. He did not cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Chapter 1453. Purgatory. A chase that shook the entire battlefield came to an end. All the human cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Why didn't Chu Batian take revenge for his son? Of course, there were also some reasonable people who guessed that White Bone City had interfered. Otherwise, with Chu Batian's ruthlessness, he wouldn't stop until he got his revenge. The foreign races were the first to know that Chu Batian had left the battlefield. They were slightly disappointed. They'd thought that they could send creation tier elites into the battlefield with Chu Batian's help. Now, it seemed like their plan had failed. However, they weren't discouraged. The situation on the battlefield was clear. It wouldn't be long before the outsiders would crush the humans with their iron hoof. Originally, Fong Chen only had two goals for entering the purgatory: to improve his strength and find the Sword Emperor's inheritance. However, he now had another goal, and that was to find the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator had deliberately framed him and almost caused him to become Chu Batian's subordinate. He had to take revenge. With Fong Chen's personality, how could he let the matter rest? Moreover, with his strength in the entire heavenly body tier battlefield, unless he encountered the most heaven-defying freak of the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, he was practically invincible. Of course, he wouldn't be careless. After all, this was purgatory. There were all kinds of geniuses, so he had to be careful. During these days, Fong Chen and the little mouse had been searching for the black-robed cultivator. During this time, they also encountered some foreign cultivators. After a fierce battle, all the foreign cultivators were killed. A week later, Fong Chen encountered a strong opponent. This foreign cultivator was an elite of the multi-hand race. He was very strong, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. His strength was so strong that it made the hearts of human cultivators palpitate. Dok, the top elite of the multi-hand race's younger generation. He met Fong Chen and faced off against each other. Human cultivator. Doke licked his dry lips, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A terrifying aura appeared on Doke's body. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Doke. Kill. Doke didn't say anything and directly attacked. Among the outsiders, there was a list called the Star Wind and Cloud List. As the name implied, this ranking was a ranking of the most influential cultivators of the Heavenly Body tier. Only Heavenly Body tier cultivators could be ranked on this list, and there was no age limit. There were a total of 100 names on the Star Reputation list. These 100 people represented the strongest battle prowess within the Heavenly Body tier of the outsiders. Even Duomo, whom he had killed previously, was unable to enter the Star's Cloud list. The Doke in front of him was someone on the Star Wind Cloud ranking. Whoosh! Doke's 6 arms waved, and 6 rays of light floated in the air, calling out to each other. So strong. Fong Chen was shocked. Doke's strength was more than double that of Tama's. Doke's innate ability made Fong Chen feel a lot of pressure. Green Thunder Instant Kill Sword. With the red glass sword in hand, Fong Chen performed the Cyan Thunder Instant Kill Sword. A bolt of lightning swooped down from the sky. The next moment, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. When Shocking Thunder was about to hit the ground, Fong Chen's body gradually appeared. The red glass sword stabbed into Shocking Thunder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying Shocking Thunder was directly absorbed by the red glass sword. Voila! Then, Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he swung his sword. This sword was extremely swift and fierce, and very strange. Poochie! The red glass sword stabbed into the 6 rays of light in the sky. Dong! The whole sky was trembling. One of the rays of light was shattered by the red glass sword. Doke's innate ability was broken by Fong Chen. The 6 rays of light complemented each other. When one of the rays of light collapsed, the other rays of light collapsed. Seeing this, Doke made a sound of surprise, and his expression became much more serious. Sensing the aura around Fong Chen, Doke's eyes were filled with shock. 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier. This human cultivator was actually at the 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier. Doke was in disbelief. There was a difference of 2 levels between them, and he was actually able to break the innate ability of the multi-hand race under his powerful attack. How strong did he need to be? This kind of strength was enough to enter the Star's Cloud list. Human prodigy, Doke thought to himself. Then, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier, his battle prowess was comparable to an elite on the Star's Cloud list. If his cultivation broke through to the 9th level, Doke didn't dare to imagine how strong his battle prowess would be. This brat can't be left alive. Killing intent surged around Duoku. He made up his mind that he would definitely kill this human monster to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Doke's 6 arms waved, and a powerful attack instantly whistled over. 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. In the sky, 36 bolts of lightning rumbled. At the same time, Fong Chen also used the time-space strangulation technique. 2 great secret techniques were used at the same time, forming the strongest attack that directly blasted towards Doke's attack. Boom! A deafening sound rang through the sky. Doke's body couldn't help but retreat. How is this possible? Doke was shocked. This brat's attack was beyond his imagination. Kill. Then, Doke's expression became ferocious. On his 6 arms, sinister scales appeared. The appearance of these scales caused Doke's aura to rise again. Hot flames spewed out of Doke's mouth. In the sky above his head, a brilliant light appeared. Fire Demon Absolute Sky. Doke roared loudly. The brilliant light in the sky merged with the fire dragon. Then, it turned into 6 fireballs that landed on the 6 arms. Doke's body flew out rapidly, and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Kill. Doke used his strongest killing move. 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique, 3rd level. The aura of Soul Dao spread, and his origin spirit trembled. The 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique was used, and the rich aura of Soul Dao instantly filled Doke. Doke's soul was severely injured. His attack hadn't even gotten close to Fong Chen when it was bounced back. Damn it! Doke endured the pain in his origin spirit and quickly got up, staring at Fong Chen with fear in his eyes. Doke didn't attack and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Is there a need to know?" Fong Chen asked back. He walked towards Doke step by step, raised the red glass sword in his hand, and prepared for the final attack. Doke knew that it was most likely impossible to kill this person. "If I, Doke, want to leave, you can't stop me," Doke sneered. Although he was no match for Fong Chen, he was confident that the latter couldn't stop him. "Is that so? Then give it a try." Fong Chen sneered, and then his figure flickered as he launched a fierce attack on Doke. Swoosh! Doke's figure flashed, and his movement technique was swift as he quickly fled. Die! The red glass sword danced and slashed at Doke. No. Doke, who was originally full of confidence, panicked and roared unwillingly. In the next moment, his 2 arms were cut off by Fong Chen. "Damn it, I will definitely take revenge." Doke's other 4 arms quickly expanded, trying to stop Fong Chen. Poochie! His 2 arms were cut off, but Fong Chen was also blocked for a while. In this short while, Doke had already disappeared. Looking at Doke's disappearing figure, Fong Chen shook his head lightly. The little mouse gave chase with a whoosh, but soon returned without success. "Boss, that Doke's too fast, we can't catch up," the little mouse said. "His 4 arms were cut off by me, so his battle prowess has greatly decreased. Even if he doesn't die, he's no threat," Fong Chen said softly. The little mouse nodded. Fong Chen still didn't know that Doke was an elite on the star influence list. Or rather, he didn't know about this list at all. The purgatory was very large, but human cultivators were everywhere. The battle between Fong Chen and Doke was witnessed by some cultivators. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Sanguinati fought Doke and cut off 4 of his arms, and the latter fled with serious injuries. After this news spread, it caused a huge commotion on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. Heavens, Sanguinati is too strong, isn't he? Even Doke is no match for him. A guy who just entered the purgatory not long ago is actually so brave and fierce. Doke is an elite on the star influence list, and Sanguinati actually managed to severely injure him. Many cultivators were discussing. Even the headquarters of the human race was in an uproar. Recently, the situation on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier was not optimistic. The appearance of an elite like Sanguinati naturally attracted the attention of the higher-up. Sanguinati, well done. In the headquarters of the human race, a person in charge was very happy. At the same time, he sent the star influence list to Fong Chen. After severely injuring Doke, Fong Chen and the little mouse continued forward. Suddenly, Fong Chen stopped in his tracks. "Boss, what's wrong?" the little mouse asked. A message came from the badge. After Fong Chen checked, a strange expression appeared on his face. "Star influence list," Fong Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he told the little mouse about the star influence list. "Boss, quickly tell me about the elites on the star influence list," the little mouse asked curiously. The star influence list was the peak battle prowess of the heavenly body tier of the foreign races. Doke was ranked 88th. Fong Chen was a bit speechless. A foreign race like Doke was only ranked 88. Then how strong were the top 10? Fong Chen's gaze landed on the front ranking. First place was Zitong, the prodigy of the purple gold ant tribe. Second place was Lan Xian, the prodigy of the blue demon tribe. Third place was Yang Feng, the prodigy of the black goat tribe. 10th place was Qing Geng, the prodigy of the ice silkworm tribe. Fong Chen scanned the top 10, his eyes burning. "Boss, the prodigies on the star influence list are the strongest in the heavenly body tier of the foreign races. If you crush them, will you be invincible in the heavenly body tier?" The little mouse chuckled and said, I believe boss will definitely crush these so-called prodigies of the foreign races. Fang Chen retracted his gaze, but his heart was very shocked. This was the first time he knew about the star influence list. He originally thought that his strength was not weak in front of the geniuses of the purgatory, who knew that the gap was still very large. Although there's a gap between the top 10, I'm confident that I can surpass them. Fang Chen was very confident. He had cultivated for too short a time, so he had plenty of time. Chapter 1454. Purgatory, Foreign Races Main Camp. Although there were 10,000 races, there weren't that many foreign races in charge of this purgatory. There were only a few dozen races. Moreover, they weren't ranked high among the 10,000 races. Normally, the foreign races' main camp was very quiet. The younger generation of foreign races had all entered the purgatory battlefield to kill human enemies. Whoosh whoosh suddenly, a flame rushed out of the battlefield, bringing with it a soaring aura, and quickly arrived at the foreign race's main camp. At this time, the flame quickly dissipated, and with a bang, Duoku's body fell to the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his face was very pale. He was chased by human cultivators and almost died. In the end, he successfully escaped back to the foreign race's main camp at the cost of a few arms. When Duoku returned, he was immediately discovered by an elder of the multi-hand race. That's Duoku. The elder had just come out of his residence. When he looked up and saw it was Duoku, his expression changed drastically. Whoosh whoosh. The elder instantly arrived in front of Duoku and helped him up. His palm pressed against Duoku's back, and a wild aura surged into Duoku's body. In the blink of an eye, Duoku's broken arm was no longer bleeding, and his expression eased greatly. Duoku, what happened? Duoku was a young prodigy of the multi-hand race, and was also a freak on the star cloud list. In the heavenly body tier battlefield, there were very few human cultivators who could beat Duoku to such a state. Elder, I met a human cultivator, and he was very powerful. Duoku fainted before he finished speaking. On this day, the multi-hand race was shocked. Duoku, who they saw as their hope, had his arm cut off and was seriously injured. While they were shocked, they were also very angry. However, everything had to wait until Duoku woke up. The elders of the multi-hand race tried their best to help Duoku. Finally, 3 days later, Duoku slowly woke up. Doke opened his eyes and felt that his injuries were much better. Duoku, who exactly beat you up like this? The elder of the multi-hand race hurriedly asked. Duoku sat up, his face twitching as pain came from his broken arm. Elder, I met a human cultivator on the battlefield and fought with him, and almost died, Duoku said with lingering fear. Could it be that human cultivator is the top younger generation of the human race? The elder asked. Duoku shook his head, and then a scorching look appeared in his eyes. And then, he said solemnly, Elder, this human cultivator's potential. If we don't kill him, he'll definitely bring calamity to all races. After fighting with Fang Duoku's Duoku. His cultivation level is only at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier, yet he was able to force me into such a state. It won't be long before he'll be able to rival the top 10 of the stellar reputation list, Duoku said. The elders of Duoku's multi-hands. He originally thought that the person who attacked Doke was a top expert of the younger generation of the human clan. Who would have thought that he was actually a cultivator at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier? Duoku, elders, Duoku SSS. Doke nodded and explained Fang Chen's information in detail. T-Nont S Duo S his S. He's a sword cultivator, wielding a red sword, and has very powerful soul Dao techniques, Duoku said. After the elders heard this, they nodded slightly. Duoku, have a good rest. I'll inform the other races of this. The next day, an order was issued from the foreign races. The leaders of the various races jointly issued a statement. Elites on the star cloud list must be careful of a human cultivator wielding a red sword. Kill without mercy if encountered. After this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The elites on the star cloud list were all puzzled. Who was this human cultivator wielding a red sword to actually make so many leaders take him seriously? However, when they knew Duoku was seriously injured by this person, they also became cautious. Only the prodigies in the top 10 of the star cloud list were extremely arrogant, and didn't care at all. Purgatory in a galaxy. This galaxy was very special. Logically, the water in the galaxy should be transparent. But in this galaxy, it was scarlet red, as if it was the blood of a cultivator. Fang Chun and Little Mouse also accidentally discovered it and were very curious. "Boss, let's go in and take a look. Maybe the Sword Emperor's inheritance is here." Little Mouse chuckled. Fang Chun nodded, and the two of them dived into the galaxy. Buzz. Fang Chun was a little stunned. He only discovered it after entering the galaxy. This galaxy didn't have any pressure. What's going on? Fang Chun felt that it was very strange. This galaxy was the complete opposite of the previous galaxy. With a lot of doubts, Fang Chun continued to dive. In a short while, he had dived a few hundred meters. At this time, there was still no pressure at all. Fang Chun dived down easily. After about half an hour, they finally reached the bottom. At the bottom of the galaxy, Fang Chun stood quietly, his face full of confusion. "Boss, it's empty." "There's nothing here," Little Mouse said. Swoosh. However, just as Little Mouse's voice fell, a vibrating sound came from Fang Chun's interspatial ring. Immediately after, the hand bone that he had obtained earlier flew out of the interspatial ring and left quickly. "Chase!" Seeing this, Fang Chun roared. The true meaning of space and time of the 7th grade was quickly unleashed. Fang Chun's speed soared to the extreme. The hand bone flew at high speed in front, while Fang Chun chased closely behind. The more he went, the stranger Fang Chun felt. After chasing for about an hour, Fang Chun felt his vision turn black, and his body was instantly submerged by a huge wave. Then, Fang Chun lost consciousness. The moment Fang Chun was submerged, there was a great tremor in the galaxy. The scarlet liquid roared crazily. It was as if someone was shouting. Waves splashed everywhere, and a huge vortex appeared at the bottom of the galaxy. A huge suction force emerged from this vortex, and the scarlet liquid was constantly sucked into the vortex. In just a breath's time, the vast galaxy turned into a dry river. Then, the vortex closed and the galaxy disappeared. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would be shocked. The galaxy was unique to the purgatory, and it was born naturally. After countless years and changes of the universe, it would not die. But now it had dried up. However, this place was very secluded, and very few people came here. Almost no one knew what happened here. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chun felt pain all over his body and dizziness. He remembered that he was chasing the hand bone when he was suddenly submerged by the river. He could not remember what happened next. "Am I dead?" Fang Chun opened his eyes and found himself lying in a bush. He moved his arm and felt a burning sensation. Slap! Fang Chun slapped himself in the face. It hurt a lot. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide and muttered, "I'm not dead." The star pagoda in his sea of chi began to operate slowly. Traces of star power escaped from the star pagoda and spread to Fang Chun's limbs and bones. His body was recovering as the star pagoda operated. An hour later, his body finally took a turn for the better. Then, he struggled to get up and sat in the grass. "Where is this little mouse?" Fang Chun frowned and looked around. Suddenly, he saw the little mouse in the grass not far away. His divine sense enveloped the little mouse's body and found that it was only unconscious. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I was submerged by the river, and then I came here." Fang Chun was very puzzled. He felt that he seemed to have accidentally come to a very mysterious place. If he wanted to figure out the situation here, he needed to recover his strength first. Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to recover. After an hour, his strength had basically recovered. At this time, the little mouse also woke up leisurely. Boss! The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and carefully looked around. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse nodded, indicating that it was fine. Boss, where is this? The little mouse asked. I don't know. Let's look around. Fang Chen stood up and walked forward with the little mouse. This was a place with picturesque scenery. There were mountains and rivers, as if it was a paradise. After a few steps, Fang Chen saw a figure. Chapter 1455. There's someone here, Fang Chen was shocked. How could there be a human here? Where had he come to? He clearly remembered that he had entered the bottom of the galaxy, and when he had chased after the hand bone, he had been submerged and lost consciousness. Boss, let's go and ask, the little mouse said. On a small hill in front of them, a young shepherd boy was holding a whip and herding cows. Below the small hill, a bronze-colored bull was eating grass with its head lowered. Feeling the fluctuation of aura, the bull suddenly raised its head and roared at the sky, a sharp aura exploding from its body. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he was shocked. The aura of this bull was not inferior to the little mouse's. In other words, this bull's strength was at least at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, or even higher. This, Fang Chen was shocked. Such a powerful bull could not be considered weak in the world of demonic beasts. Why was it willing to be herded by a young shepherd boy? Could it be that this young shepherd boy was an elite? I have no ill intentions, Fang Chen said hurriedly when he saw that the bull was angry. Xiao He. The young shepherd boy stopped the bull's actions. Hearing this, the bull roared angrily and lowered its head to continue eating grass. Fang Chen came to the young shepherd boy. Little brother, Fang Chen said apologetically. Are you from the outside world? The young shepherd boy asked as he looked at Fang Chen with his clear eyes. Fang Chen nodded and did not hide anything. Where is this place? Are there other people here? Fang Chen asked. This is the saint's village. There are many people in the village, the young shepherd boy said. I heard from the older generation that our saint's village was once very glorious. Many powerful warriors left the saint's village and went to the outside world. You must be a warrior that left the saint's village in the past, right? Fang Chen heard this and was slightly moved. It seemed that the young shepherd boy thought of him as a warrior of the saint's village. He nodded without batting an eyelid. He had just arrived and did not know how to leave. He could not expose his identity. Otherwise there would be danger. How many people are left in the village of the saints? Fang Chen asked. Why are you here? When he finished speaking, Fang Chen did not forget to add, I was once seriously injured and lost part of my memory. Brother, come with me. The little shepherd boy called out to Mang Yo and then led Fang Chen towards the saint's village. Not too long later, the saint's village came into sight. The saint village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water in front of it. The environment was very elegant. A paradise. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. This place stood aloof from worldly affairs. No one in the outside world knew of this place. When they arrived at the saint's village, the shepherd boy shouted loudly. The warriors of the saint village have returned. What warrior returned? Heavens, the warrior actually came back. Ha ha ha, our warriors have returned. Is our saint's village going to rise? Many excited voices came from the saint village. Not long after, about 100 martial artists gathered at the village entrance. There were old and young, big and small. Little boy, what's going on? A couple walked out from the crowd and asked in a low voice. Father, mother, our warriors have returned. With that, the little shepherd boy pointed at Fang Chen. Immediately, all the villagers' gazes fell on Fang Chen. Warrior! The village chief was an old man. His face was filled with excitement as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Our warriors have returned, ha ha. The village chief was very excited. He did not have any doubts about Fang Chen's identity, because only he knew that only a true warrior could return to the saint's village. No one else could impersonate him. Village chief, Fang Chen said, I lost some of my memories in the Great War. My memories of the saint's village are very vague. I don't remember anything. Fang Chen explained. In fact, he was trying to cover up his identity. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, the village chief said excitedly. Once, the saint's village was very powerful, especially their first village chief, who was an unparalleled expert. At that time, there were countless powerful warriors in the saint's village. However, for some unknown reason, the village chief of the saint's village left the saint's village with the powerful warriors. Before leaving, the village chief told the villagers that the saint's village was sealed. If the warriors returned one day, the saint's village would rise again. Fang Chen secretly sized up the villagers. Almost all the villagers in the saint's village were martial artists of the heavenly body tier. There was also a small portion of martial artists of the creation tier. Such a village chief actually had such battle prowess. He was even more powerful than some of the powerful sects on the old Hua Islands. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the village chief said, Everyone, disperse. The warriors have just returned and need to rest. Little boy, bring the warriors to your house, the village chief instructed. The little shepherd boy happily brought Fang Chen back to his house. The villagers of the saint's village looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of respect. The warriors of the saint's village were the greatest. They deserved respect. Lord Warrior, you can stay here for now, the little shepherd boy said. Fang Chen nodded and said, Can you give me some information about the saint's village? The little shepherd boy quickly left and came back with a book in a short while. Lord Warrior, this book records the origin of our saint's village until now. Take a look. If you need anything, call me, the little shepherd boy said. The saint's village was a very mystical village. Fang Chen did not know where the village was. However, he guessed that the entrance should be at the bottom of the galaxy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter. They did not suspect my identity at all. Moreover, according to the little shepherd boy, only the warriors of the saint's village could return. But I came in. Why is that? While thinking, Fang Chen thought of the mysterious hand bone. Could it be? Fang Chen thought of a possibility. The owner of the hand bone was a warrior of the saint's village when he was alive. This was the only explanation that made sense. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen flipped open the book. Fang Chen did not know anything about the saint's village. He did not feel safe. The first page of the book was an introduction to the origin of the saint's village. The first village chief of the saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint. It seems that it was named after him, Fang Chen said. The book recorded that the Sky Prison Saint was very powerful, but it did not specify. Next, it was the development of the saint's village. An hour later, Fang Chen finished reading the book. The first village chief of the saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint, led his people to this paradise and established the saint's village. All along, the saint's village had been isolated from the world. However, one day, the Sky Prison Saint led a large number of warriors and left the saint's village. After that, there was no news. The saint's village quickly fell from its previous peak. Now, it had fallen to the bottom. As for the powerful beasts in the saint's village, they were the descendants of the beasts that the Sky Prison Saint had subdued. The Sky Prison Saint was very powerful, and the beasts that he had subdued were also very powerful. However, he was unable to transcend and was destined to be unable to escape the erosion of time. After the Sky Prison Saint left, the powerful beasts gradually died. The descendants of the beasts, on the other hand, survived generation after generation. Although these beasts were powerful, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to protect the saint's village. Gradually, they merged with the villagers of the saint's village, and they were happy and harmonious. What a magical saint's village, Fang Chen said to himself. The origin of the saint's village was not very attractive to Fang Chen. The only thing that Fang Chen was curious about was the Sky Prison Saint. However, when he turned to the last page, his expression changed slightly. There was no writing on this page, only a picture. In this picture there were two figures. One of them was holding a long sword, and from his appearance, one could tell that this person was very strong. The other person was standing opposite him, and behind him, there was a large number of villagers. Judging from his clothes, he should be from the saint's village. Yes, he is the Sky Prison Saint. Fang Chen recognized the figure in the picture. He was the Sky Prison Saint, the unparalleled powerhouse of the saint's village. Who is this sword-wielding powerhouse? Why is he confronting the Sky Prison Saint? Fang Chen racked his brains. 88-8. Suddenly, the little mouse appeared. Boss, do you think this sword-wielding powerhouse is the Sword Emperor? Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. Sword-wielding powerhouse, the Sword Emperor. Fang Chen muttered, his eyes filled with excitement. Although there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't give up. Chapter 1456. Fang Chen carefully observed the sword-wielding man. From the painting, he could clearly see that the sword aura around the sword-wielding man was very dense, giving people a feeling that it was both real and illusory. This, Fang Chen only took a glance and felt the dense sword aura appear from the painting. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This sword-wielding man's attainments in the way of the sword were too strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a feeling. The saint's village had existed for a very long time, and the Sky Prison Saint was the first village chief. An expert from the same era as the Sky Prison Saint was definitely an unparalleled expert. The more he looked at the painting, the more Fang Chen guessed that the saint's village was related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. He called the little shepherd boy over. "Lord Warrior, why are you looking for me?" the little shepherd boy asked respectfully. Fang Chen flipped open the book and pointed at the two people in the painting. He asked, "Who are these two people?" "Lord Warrior, the man on the left with a ring on his finger is the great ancestor of our saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint." When he mentioned the Sky Prison Saint, the little shepherd boy's eyes were filled with respect. The Sky Prison Saint's position in the hearts of the villagers was too high. It was the belief of the villagers. Fang Chen nodded. His guess was right. This was the Sky Prison Saint. Following that, he pointed at the sword-wielding man. At this moment, the little shepherd boy's expression clearly changed. "Lord Warrior, no one knows who this sword-wielding man is. But there was a rumor in our saint's village," the little shepherd boy said. "What rumor?" Fang Chen's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. His intuition told him that this rumor might be related to the Sword Emperor. If that was the case, then he had struck it rich. This rumor has been circulating for a very long time. Until now, the villagers of our saint's village all believe that it is fake. The little shepherd boy said, "Legend has it that the person who fought with our ancestor, the Sky Prison Saint, was an expert from the God Realm." God Realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He was even more certain of his guess. Didn't the 4 great martial emperors come from the God Realm? Why did they fight? If that was the case, the Sky Prison Saint's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he fight against the Sword Emperor? I'm not sure. In any case, after that battle, the ancestor led all the powerful warriors in the clan and left the saint's village. They never returned. The shepherd boy said. Fang Chen fell into silence. An image seemed to appear in his mind. The Sky Prison Saint fought against the Sword Emperor. Is there anything special about the saint's village? Fang Chen asked. The shepherd boy said, "There is a broken sword in the saint's village. It was left behind by the sword-wielding man. There are powerful restrictions in the surroundings, so our villagers can't get close. Over time, that place became a forbidden area, and almost no one would go there." Where? Fang Chen was overjoyed. Perhaps the sword Thearka's inheritance really was here. Although he didn't know what happened back then, he was certain that the sword emperor's inheritance should be in the saint's village. It's on the westernmost side of our saint's village, the shepherd boy said. After chatting with the shepherd boy, Fang Chun could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. However, he had to pretend as if nothing had happened. After staying up all night, Fang Chun walked out of the courtyard early the next morning and came to the village. "Lord Warrior, you've come." "Good morning, Lord Warrior." "Lord Warrior, do you want to come to our house?" Along the way, he met many villagers, and they all greeted him warmly. This made Fang Chun feel a little awkward. If they knew that he was pretending to be a warrior, what would the consequences be? Just as Fang Chun was thinking, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Immediately after, a terrifying aura rippled over. "What's going on?" Fang Chun was startled, and immediately looked into the distance. "Let's go take a look." Fang Chun muttered to himself, and immediately leaped, disappearing into the void. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun arrived in front of a field. The scene that entered his eyes was that of a red demonic snake at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier going crazy and attacking the villagers. "What's going on?" Fang Chun saw the little shepherd boy and hurriedly asked. The little shepherd boy's face was full of anxiety and he said, "Lord Warrior, I don't know what happened to this red demonic snake, but it suddenly went crazy and attacked us." Almost all the villagers present were at the heavenly body tier. "Where's the village chief?" Fang Chun asked. "The village chief brought some people out to hunt," the little shepherd boy said. "We want to celebrate your return, Lord Warrior." Hearing this, Fang Chun understood. The village chief and other creation tier elites were not in the village. Thus, no one could stop the red demonic snake from going crazy. "Xiao!" Fang Chun's figure flashed, and he appeared in the air above the red demonic snake. The red demonic snake opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite the villagers. Fang Chun punched the red demonic snake's head, instantly sending it flying. "Look, it's the Lord Warrior." "Wow, the Lord Warrior is so powerful. The Lord Warrior has made a move. The red demonic snake can't do anything." Seeing Fang Chun make a move, the villagers all cried out. The red demonic snake, which had gone crazy, stared at Fang Chun with its scarlet eyes. It spat out its forked tongue and charged toward him. "You're courting death." Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space, and the red demonic snake could not even capture his body. Meanwhile, Fang Chun used the time and space strangulation to attack the red demonic snake repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the red demonic snake was covered in wounds. At this moment, the red demonic snake seemed to have realized how powerful Fang Chun was. It wanted to escape, but it was stopped by Fang Chun. Bang! At the same time that the time and space strangulation was used, Fang Chun punched the red demonic snake's weak spot. Instantly, the red demonic snake was sent flying, and its body crashed heavily onto the ground. It directly fainted. "The Lord Warrior is too powerful." The villagers cheered and surrounded Fang Chun. At this moment, outside the Saint village, the village chief and the others returned. "What happened?" The village chief looked at the red demonic snake on the ground and asked. Fang Chun looked up and saw that the villagers were carrying some monsters on their back. They had returned from hunting. "Village chief, the red demonic snake went crazy. Fortunately, the Lord Warrior helped. Otherwise, we would all have suffered," the little shepherd boy said. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, the village chief's face was full of smiles. "Haha, as expected of the Lord Warrior." He suppressed the red demonic snake with one move, the village chief said with a smile. "It's nothing." Fang Chun waved his hand. "Lord Warrior, let's go. We'll celebrate for you." Fang Chun did not want to go, but he had no choice. The villagers of the Saint village were too enthusiastic. At the banquet, they kept drinking with Fang Chun. Not long after, Fang Chun fell into a deep sleep. The Blessed Realm experts of the Saint village were holding a meeting. Village chief, are you sure this person is not a fake warrior? Someone asked. Yes, back then, the ancestor led a large number of warriors away. Now, only he has returned. Village chief. The village chief raised his head and looked around. Then, he said, I know what you are puzzled about. I secretly checked on him. How was it? Someone asked. I couldn't see through him. I couldn't even see his primordial spirit, the village chief said. There were only two possibilities for such a thing. First, this person was very strong and was deliberately hiding it. Second, this person had a treasure that could hide his aura. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. Today, I carefully asked the other villagers. He sent the red demonic snake flying with one punch. This kind of strength does not seem like the seventh layer of the heavenly body tier that he appears to be, the village chief said. He concluded that Fang Chen was hiding his strength. Then how can we prove that he is a real warrior? Let him go to the Saint Palace and we'll know, someone suggested. This suggestion was approved by everyone. The next day, the village chief came to find him. Lord Warrior, to welcome your return, the Saint Palace of the Saint Village has opened. Please enter, the village chief said. Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he nodded in agreement. After a while, he arrived in front of the Saint Palace. This is the Saint Palace. The statue of our ancestor is inside, the village chief introduced. As he introduced, he observed the changes in Fang Chen's expression. Directly enter? Fang Chen asked. 888. Oh, the village chief nodded. Then, Fang Chen stepped forward and entered the Saint Palace. Dong. The door of the Saint Palace closed. Seeing this, the village chief and the others looked nervous. If this person was really a warrior, it would change their Saint Village. Chapter 1457. Inside the Saint Palace, a huge bronze statue stood in the middle of the palace. It was tall, mighty, and had an extraordinary aura. Dong. The golden heart beat faster, and Fang Chen felt a great deal of pressure. A powerful aura emerged from the huge bronze statue. Senior Heavenly Prison Saint, I didn't mean to offend you, but I came here by accident. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and said. His words seemed to be effective. Suddenly, the powerful aura dissipated. Following this, a voice entered his ears. His aura. The voice seemed to come from countless years ago. It was ethereal. Heavenly Prison Saint. Fang Chen exclaimed. Could it be that the Heavenly Prison Saint was still alive? Or rather, he had never left the Saint Village. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt that he had been too reckless. He said apologetically to the huge bronze statue, Senior Heavenly Prison Saint. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the huge aura from the bronze statue. I didn't expect that after so many years, his descendant would find this place. It's all karma. The ethereal voice exploded in Fang Chen's mind like a bomb. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt his body sway and he felt dizzy. At the critical moment, the golden heart sent out a stream of air and stabilized Fang Chen's body. Then, he opened his eyes. The aura around the huge bronze statue had disappeared. It was cold as if nothing had happened. However, an unexpected message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The sword Emperor's inheritance is in that broken sword. If the Saint Village is in danger one day, I hope you can help. This message was left by the Heavenly Prison Saint. As expected, Fang Chen was excited. The sword Emperor's inheritance was indeed here. At this moment, he wanted to laugh out loud. However, he suppressed it in the end. Senior Heavenly Prison Saint, don't worry. If the Saint Village is in danger one day, I will do my best. Fang Chen made a promise. Finally, he turned and left the Saint Palace. Creak. The doors of the Hall of the Saints opened and Fang Chen walked out. Seeing Fang Chen appear, the village chief and the others were overjoyed. Congratulations, Lord Warrior. The village chief stepped forward to congratulate him. Fang Chen nodded and said, I want to take a look at the broken sword. Lord Warrior, The ancestors of our saint's village had left a message. If the warrior returns one day and wishes to see the broken sword, you must take out the legacy treasure of our village. With that, the village chief took out 5 broken swords from his bosom. It was exactly the same as the one Fang Chen had received before. These 5 broken swords are the heirlooms of the village chiefs of the saint's village. I'll give them to you today. The village chief completely approved of Fang Chen. To be able to walk out of the hall of the saints unscathed meant that he was definitely a warrior who had walked out before. Now that he was going to the broken sword, it further proved his identity. Therefore, without any hesitation, the village chief handed the broken sword to Fang Chen. Thank you. Fang Chen took the broken sword and went to the westernmost side of the saint's village. There was a huge restriction here, and there was a powerful sword qi in the surroundings. What a powerful sword qi! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. When he got closer, he suddenly felt an inconceivable aura. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the restriction. Because the aura coming from the restriction was very familiar. Zhangjian Emperor! Fang Chen exclaimed. Could the so-called Sword Emperor be the Zhangjian Emperor? He recalled what Saint Tianyu had said in the Hall of the Saints just now. He had his aura. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. When he was in the Zhangjian prefecture, he had received the inheritance of the Zhangjian Emperor. Naturally, there was his unique sword Dao aura on him. The Zhangjian Emperor had been here before. Fang Chen was overjoyed. If it was the inheritance of the Zhangjian Emperor, he was very confident that he could get it. When he came in front of the restriction, he saw 9 small holes on it. 9 broken swords. Fang Chen took out the 9 broken swords and inserted them into the holes. Suddenly, the restriction opened and a vast sword qi gushed out. Fang Chen saw the giant sword inserted into the ground. The giant sword had been cut in half. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the 9 broken swords quickly floated in the air and then drilled into the giant sword. The giant sword was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the giant sword had returned to its original state. Dong! It was very shaken, and the golden heart was also beating rapidly. Whoosh! At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't help but walk in front of the giant sword, then stretched out his hand and held the giant sword. Rip! The giant sword rose from the ground. The sword Dao aura crazily poured into Fang Chen's body. He was receiving the inheritance of the Zhangjian Emperor. One of the 4 great martial emperors' inheritances in the purgatory was actually the Zhangjian Emperor. This was something that Fang Chen had never dreamed of. It seemed that the Zhangjian Emperor had left a lot of deeds in the universe. Inheritance! Fang Chen roared. The Zhangjian Emperor's inheritance didn't reject him at all. He was receiving the inheritance quickly. His sword Dao attainments were improving rapidly. Fang Chen's body was undergoing a huge change. After half an hour, the giant sword had consumed half of its power, and Fang Chen's body had also undergone significant changes. First, it was the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Since he received the power inheritance on the Savage Island and reached the advanced level, he hadn't made any progress. Now, in just half an hour, the perfect sword body had reached the advanced level of perfection. He was only 1 step away from reaching the pinnacle. So strong! Fang Chen was shocked. The improvement of the perfect sword body had greatly increased his defense. Continue. Fang Chen wanted to take this opportunity to improve the perfect sword body to the pinnacle. However, he reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't improve it. In the end, he gave up. The inheritance that the Zhangjian Emperor had left here was too vast. Fang Chen seemed to have entered the sea of sword Dao and was drifting alone. His crazy acceptance of the inheritance triggered a vision of heaven and earth. A giant sword appeared out of thin air above the saint village. The illusory giant sword emitted a deafening sword sound. What's going on? What happened? Is the giant sword in the forbidden area causing trouble? Many villagers didn't know the truth and were very frightened. However, only the village chief was very shocked. As expected of a great warrior. Ha ha ha, our saint village is going to rise. The village chief laughed. The vision of heaven and earth lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, Fang Qin was surrounded by the aura of Sword Dao. 3 days later, the giant sword in Fang Qin's hand had disappeared and turned into energy that drilled into his body. At this moment, Fang Qin felt that his attainments in Sword Dao had improved a lot. His body was surrounded by a heart-palpitating aura of Sword Dao. This was the manifestation of Sword Dao Godhood. 5th step of Sword Dao Quintessence, Sword Dao Godhood. After many hardships, he had finally reached this step. Reaching Sword God from the heavenly body tier was unprecedented. Sword Dao Godhood. An excited smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. The harvest this time was really too great. He subconsciously checked his own cultivation level and was shocked by what he saw. 8th level of the heavenly body tier. He had advanced by a whole minor level. Amazing. His heart was tumbling and he was very excited. The inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor had brought him too many benefits. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fang Qin carefully checked his body. Finally, he summarized the benefits that the inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor had brought him. First, his perfect sword body had advanced to the consummate level. Second, his advanced Sword Dao Quintessence had reached the 5th step of Sword God. Third, his myriad lightning heaven fusion technique had reached the consummate level. Fourth, his cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the heavenly body tier, and the strength of his primordial spirit had improved. Fifth, his comprehension of Sword Dao had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly body tier. All in all, these 5 points were enough to change Fang Qin's life. Especially the 5th point, the deeper one's comprehension of Sword Dao, the easier it would be to cultivate Sword Dao's secret technique. In addition to these 5 points, he also obtained a Sword Dao secret technique of the Zongjian Emperor, Heaven and Earth Burial Sword Technique. This secret technique surpassed the category of top-grade secret technique. 888. It should be said that it surpassed the category of secret technique. Fang Qin didn't know what grade it was exactly. In just a few days I've been reborn. Fang Qin muttered to himself. If he were to meet Doke now, he would be able to kill him with a single punch. With his current strength, he didn't fear the elites on the star reputation list. Chapter 1458. The Inheritance of the Sword Emperor. After the giant sword completely disappeared, some information appeared in Fang Qin's mind. This was the inheritance method recorded on the giant sword. It was vast and boundless, and he had only scratched the surface. If I completely accept the inheritance of the Sword Emperor, I might be able to break through to the creation realm, Fang Qin said to himself. He clenched his fists and was in high spirits. Dong! In the sky, the giant sword phenomenon disappeared, shocking the entire Saint's village. Lord Saint! At this moment, all the villagers knelt down on the ground and shouted, Lord Saint! This was the ancestral teaching left behind by the heavenly prison saint, the ancestor of the saint's village. If one day someone could cause the giant sword to move and create a heaven and earth phenomenon, he would be the new saint of the saint's village. The saint was the supreme existence of the saint's village. His status was so high that he could decide the life and death of all the villagers in the saint's village. Saint! Many young martial artists shouted excitedly. Their eyes were full of excitement. After so many years, there was finally a new saint in the saint's village. Only with the appearance of a saint would the saint's village be more perfect. Fang Qin walked out from where the giant sword was. The restriction had long disappeared. The place had returned to its original state and was extremely quiet. Fang Chen's temperament had changed greatly. He stood there quietly, but he gave off an invisible pressure. When he heard the crowd calling him Lord Saint, he was a little surprised. Seeing this, the village chief walked over with a smile and explained to him. Lord Saint, you must be puzzled, the village chief said with a smile. The ancestor of the saint's village left behind an ancestral teaching. If someone can cause a heaven and earth phenomenon and collect the giant sword, he will be the new saint of the saint's village. He also left behind an ancestral teaching that as long as we follow the footsteps of the saint, we will definitely be able to make the saint's village rise again. So now, the hundreds of villagers in the saint's village will all listen to your orders. The village chief took the lead and knelt on the ground again. At this moment, Fang Chen felt an illusory aura enter his mind. Faith? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was quite shocked. In the past, he had heard of faith. Some peerless experts would leave behind their sect or other factions to absorb the power of faith. But now, he had personally experienced how terrifying the power of faith was. So comfortable. His primordial spirit felt extremely comfortable as the power of faith was nourishing it. Rise, all of you. Fang Chen waved his hand. He wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. The villagers of the saint's village had placed too much hope on him. If he refused, these villagers would definitely be extremely disappointed. The belief that supported them was the saint. Now that the new saint had finally appeared, if he refused to lead the village, it would be a disaster for the village. Lord Saint, if you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me. The village chief stood up and smiled. Fang Chen nodded and looked around. Since I've become the new saint of the saint village, I'll definitely lead the village to rise again. However, the saint's village was isolated from the rest of the world, and their cultivation lagged behind by a lot. What you need to do now is to work hard and cultivate. One day you will come out again, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the village chief nodded heavily. Lord Saint, don't worry. We definitely won't let you down. The village chief said, previously we waited for countless years and never saw the appearance of the saint. Even the warriors who left did not return. This caused us to feel hopeless. Later on, we almost abandoned our cultivation and prepared to live in seclusion in the saint village and live a carefree life. However, your appearance has given us new hope. The village chief continued. The villagers of the saint village are all descendants of the heavenly prison saint's ancestors. We have the blood of our ancestors in our bodies and our talent is not bad. While speaking, the village chief took the lead and immediately, a blood-red mist appeared around all the villagers. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. What a strong pressure! Fang Chen could clearly feel that the blood-red mist that was emitted from the villagers of the saint village contained a terrifying bloodline power. As expected of the descendants of the heavenly prison saint, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Fang Chen waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, I want to leave the saint village. Lord Saint, you want to leave? The village chief asked hurriedly. In the outside world, the human race and the foreign race are at war. As a human, I must risk my life for my race, Fang Chen said. Lord Saint, please take us with you, the villagers said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, the outside world is very dangerous. With your strength, you will be courting death if you go. Stay in the saint village and cultivate wholeheartedly. If one day you think you are strong enough to leave the saint village, come find me. Fang Chen believed that the villagers of the saint village, who had activated their bloodline power, would definitely become stronger rapidly. Lord Saint, please leave without worry. We will not let you down, the villagers of the saint village said in a low voice. After making arrangements for the saint village, Fang Chen handed the hand bone to the village chief. The hand bone led Fang Chen to the saint village. Later, Fang Chen found it in the saint palace. The saint village was isolated from the outside world. The outside world could not enter and the villagers could not leave. The hand bone was the opportunity to leave. After making all the arrangements, Fang Chen left the Saint Village. When he received the Sword Emperor's inheritance, he already knew how to leave the Saint Village. Of course, this method only applied to him. Seeing Fang Chen's disappearing figure, the villagers of the Saint Village clenched their fists and looked at him with burning eyes. Work hard in cultivation and try to meet up with Lord Saint as soon as possible, the village chief said. Immediately, the villagers of the Saint Village gave up on farming and herding cattle and began to cultivate. On the same day, a blood-red mist gushed out from the sky above the Saint Village. All the villagers had activated the bloodline power of the heavenly prison saint. As if sensing the blood-red mist gushing out, a gratified voice came from the Saint Palace. Fang Chen did not know that his casual remark would create the Saint Village, a super force that would shake the universe in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. After leaving the Saint Village, Fang Chen appeared in a wasteland somewhere in the purgatory. It's not the bottom of the Star River. Fang Chen felt a little strange. When he entered, he had entered from the bottom of the Star River. Why did he come out here? After thinking for a while, he could not figure it out and shook his head. Boss! Little Mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. He finally came out. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. There's a battle. Immediately, Fang Chen spread out his divine sense. At this time, not far away, a group of foreign races was besieging a human martial artist. Human, you're dead. This human was covered in blood and was seriously injured. However, his conviction was very strong and he had been supporting himself. Poochie. The human who was running away was punched by one of the foreign races. His body flew backward and was instantly surrounded by the foreign races. In the void, Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible. He was just looking out of curiosity, but when he saw the human who was sent flying, his face turned serious. Kill! Fang Chen shouted and used the true meaning of time and space, instantly appearing in front of the human. All of you must die. Fang Chen's face was ferocious as he clenched his fists. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing the sudden appearance of the human, the foreign races sneered. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. One of the foreign races took a step forward and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Bang! However, before he could launch his attack, Fang Chen's fist smashed his head open. Attack together and kill him. Seeing this, the foreign races panicked and roared in anger. Bang! In his rage, Fang Chen was very powerful. With each punch, one of the foreign races would die. After a few punches, all the foreign races were killed. Demon, you're a demon. The last remaining foreign race who was extremely arrogant a moment ago was now trembling. One punch smashed the foreign race's head. Whoosh! He thought he was going to die, but in the blink of an eye, the danger was gone. The cultivator on the ground looked at Fang Chen and revealed a brilliant smile. Senior Brother Fang. Fang Chen nodded. Chapter 1459. The disciples of the demon-subduing world could sense each other when they met in the outside world. Over the years, Fang Chen had received many favors from the disciples of the demon-subduing world. Therefore, when he saw the disciples of the demon-subduing world being besieged by the foreign races, he directly attacked without saying a word. You're heavily injured, return to the human race's base camp to heal first, Fang Chen said. Many thanks, Senior Brother Fang. This disciple turned and left. Boss, your strength has improved a lot, Little Mouse said with a smile. The inheritance of Buried Sword Emperor is broad and profound. I've only comprehended the surface. However, I'm confident that I can completely master it in the following time. Fang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the blue sky, full of confidence. In the following time, Fang Chen began to hunt the foreign races. In a short half a month, he killed more than 100 foreign races, causing a commotion among the foreign races. The foreign races' base camp. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, we have the absolute advantage, Why can't we take it down? The person in charge of a certain race said with dissatisfaction. During this period of time, a very powerful human appeared on the battlefield. In a short half a month, he killed more than 100 of our compatriots. Let all the geniuses on the star cloud list move out and kill this child. Not long after, an order came out from the foreign race's base camp. At the same time, all the elites on the star cloud list moved out. Their goal was to kill Sanguinati. On a mountain peak in the purgatory, Fang Chen stood quietly. He also heard the news from the foreign race's base camp, but ignored it. Want to kill me? Fang Chen sneered. Who at this moment 2 figures came over. Thief, your death is here. The 2 foreign races discovered Fang Chen and came to the mountain peak. Finally here? Fang Chen said indifferently without even raising his eyelids. Putting on an act, you must die today. I don't kill nameless people. Fang Chen's face was still indifferent. 71st round of the star cloud list. 50th on the star cloud list. Qian Du, the 2 of them announced their identities in order to scare Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen shook his head in disappointment. His current goal was to become one of the top 10 experts on the star cloud list. He didn't care about those who were ranked at the bottom. However, he would kill as many as he could. Have you 2 prepared your last words? Fang Chen asked. Brat, you're courting death. Brother Thousand Poisons, let me teach this arrogant human a lesson. After saying this, Luan Wu made his move. His ranking was more than 10 places higher than Dok's, and his strength was also much stronger. The moment he made his move, he unleashed his innate ability right away. Unfortunately, Fang Chen was too strong. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. He gathered all his strength in his palm and punched out. Crack! The Luan Wu's innate divine ability was instantly shattered, and Fang Chen's fist smashed into the Luan Wu's head. As expected, Luan Wu's head shattered and he died on the spot. Seeing this, Qian Du's expression became gloomy. You dare to kill Luan Wu? Qian Du said coldly. You're next, Fang Chen said as he used the space-time strangulation technique and his figure appeared behind Qian Du like a ghost. Before Qian Du could make a move, he had captured him. Gotcha! In Qian Du's panic, Fang Chen broke his neck. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts on the Star Fengyan list were killed. Brother Thousand Poisons, tell me the address. I'll rush over immediately. At this moment, a voice came out of Qian Du's communication jade pendant. It was shining. Fang Chen picked up the communication jade pendant and opened it. Brother Thousand Poisons, take Sanguinati's head, and you'll have done a great service. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. Then, he said, the experts on the star cloud list are all trash. I'll kill all of you one by one. After saying this, Fang Chen crushed the communication jade pendant. The news that Sanguinati wanted to destroy the experts on the star cloud list spread like wildfire. In just a few days, it spread throughout the purgatory. The foreign races were furious and issued an order to kill Sanguinati. At the same time, the human race's base camp was very excited after receiving the news. Outside, in the meeting hall of White Bone City. City Lord, this is what happened. Perhaps this Sanguinati can help us turn the situation around. After hearing the elder's report, the City Lord of White Bone City was also a little shocked and could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, the City Lord of White Bone City asked again, Are you sure this person is Sanguinati and not someone else? City Lord, it has been confirmed that it is Sanguinati. He has already killed several experts on the star cloud list, the elder said with a smile. Even I was wrong about this kid. The City Lord of White Bone City grinned. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had stopped Chu Batian. Otherwise, losing such a talent would be a huge blow to the human race. Summon Sanguinati immediately, the City Lord of White Bone City said. In the purgatory, Fang Chen and Little Mouse were looking for experts on the star cloud list. However, they encountered an unexpected human. A black-robed warrior with a black spear. "It's you." When Fang Chen saw the black-robed warrior, he used the true meaning of time and space and chased after him. Whoosh! The black-robed warrior sneered and disappeared quickly. His speed was extremely fast, but Fang Chen's speed was also much faster than before. Whoosh! In the process of chasing, he swung the red glass sword and the green thunder instant kill sword whistled out. However, the black-robed warrior's black spear was too strange, and he easily blocked it. "Boss, he is too fast," Little Mouse said in a low voice. "No matter what, we have to capture him," Fang Chen said. Whoosh! Whoosh! In this way, one person ran and one person chased. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Every time Fang Chen was about to catch up with the black-robed warrior, the latter's speed would soar again. This made Fang Chen very confused. However, he did not think much of it at that time. After chasing for a full day, the black-robed warrior came to a hidden mountain range and finally stopped. "Why did you stop running?" Fang Chen stared at the black-robed warrior and asked coldly. The black-robed warrior spread out his hands and sneered. "When have I ever escaped? Then you, idiot, I was baiting you." While speaking, the black-robed warrior waved his hand. Suddenly, a formation fell from the sky and enveloped Fang Chen. "You almost ruined my plan. You deserve to die." The black-robed warrior played with the black spear and sneered. Inside the formation, Fang Chen looked around and soon found the movement of the formation. "You want to trap me with a formation?" Fang Chen used all his strength to break the formation. Dong! The towering trees in the mountain range were constantly swaying and strong winds were blowing. The black-robed warrior was also surprised that the formation was broken in such a short time. "You can actually break my formation!" the black-robed warrior exclaimed. "Only you can arrange such a trashy formation," Fang Chen sneered. In fact, it was not that the formation was too weak, but that Fang Chen was too strong. What's the use of breaking the formation? This mountain range is my territory. You will die today, the black-robed warrior coldly said. Fang Chen frowned. He discovered that a faint black aura had emerged from the ground and poured into the black-robed warrior's body. What's going on? Fang Chen was very puzzled. The black-robed warrior did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. He carefully sized up Fang Chen. "Kid, I can give you a chance to not die." The black-robed warrior suddenly said, "Join us." "I don't even know what you are and you want me to join?" Fang Chen wanted to probe. "Our organization is very powerful and can subvert the purgatory," the black-robed warrior said. "It won't be long before all the humans and foreign races in the purgatory are exterminated. At that time, our organization will control the purgatory." The purgatory was very rich in resources. Once it was completely controlled, its future was limitless. The black-robed warrior was tempting Fang Chen. I can't betray the human race." Fang Chen sneered, his face full of disdain. "Only trash like you would betray the human race." Fang Chen's words stabbed the black-robed warrior's heart. His expression was sinister as he coldly said, "It seems you want to die. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Fang Chen sneered. After his strength had increased, he still had not used his full strength. It was a good opportunity to test his true combat strength. Chapter 1460. There was a mysterious organization behind the black-robed cultivator. If Fang Chen's guess was correct, that organization should be the one that the Lord of White Bone City had mentioned. However, Fang Chen didn't understand the intentions of this organization. What exactly were they doing? Fang Chen rejected the black-robed cultivator. The latter's face was filled with a ferocious expression. He seemed to be angry. "Sanguinati, do you think that you're invincible in the heavenly body tier just because you killed a few foreign races on the star reputation list?" The black-robed cultivator sneered. Since ancient times, there were very few who dared to call themselves supreme in a cultivation level. Unless one's strength was truly at the top of the crowd, there was only death waiting for them. And the black-robed cultivator in front of him was arrogant, claiming that he was invincible in the heavenly body tier. The aura around him spread, suppressing Fang Chen. 1. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped seals on the surface of his skin circulated. Fang Chen's defense was raised to the highest level. "Today I'll break your invincible belief," Fang Chen said. With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen used the green thunder instant kill technique. The first attack was only a probing attack. Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator suddenly grabbed the void with his palm, then clenched it into a fist and punched out. Dong! The dazzling sword light and the black-robed cultivator's fist collided. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, and a wild aura exploded. The black-robed cultivator's fist shattered Fang Chen's sword light with an unstoppable force. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. The two forces that were originally evenly matched were suddenly crushed at the moment of collision. What's going on? Fang Chen clearly felt that there was an external invasion just now. Otherwise, his sword light wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. "You want to fight me in my territory? What a joke!" The black-robed cultivator laughed wildly. In the soil on the ground, a faint black aura constantly drilled into his body. As time passed, the aura around the black-robed cultivator became stronger and stronger. Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. The black aura in the soil. Fang Chen was shocked. He guessed that the black aura in the soil could increase the cultivation of the black-robed martial artist. No wonder the black-robed martial artist kept saying that this was his territory. So that was the case. Thinking of this, Fang Chen no longer held back and attacked with all his might. Myriad Lightning Fusion Technique. The Myriad Thunders fusion technique of the transcendent state was instantly displayed. In the sky, the sound of thunder rang out. Thick bolts of lightning rolled in the sea of clouds, their auras shaking the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. Roar! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Fang Chen activated the chant of the Myriad Lightning Fusion Technique and waved the red glass sword in his hand. Bolts of lightning swooped down from the sky, bringing with them the power of lightning. It quickly entered the red glass sword. When the 10,000 bolts of lightning completely entered the red glass sword, the body of the red glass sword was also filled with dense lightning radiance. Kill! With the red glass sword in his hand, he took a step forward and slashed down fiercely. Okay. Feeling the power of Fang Chen's attack, the black-robed martial artist did not dare to be careless. He threw the black spear in his hand. The wild black aura wrapped around the black spear and formed a strong offensive force. Dong! The black spear and the red glass sword collided. The two opposing forces collided fiercely. The entire ground was trembling, and the aura that leaked out was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Fang Chen and the black-robed martial artist retreated at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the center of the collision. Black aura. Fang Chen noticed the black aura in the soil. The moment it entered the black spear, the red glass sword was a little overwhelmed. Strange. Fang Chen immediately made a decision and prepared to leave this place. Whoosh! He activated the true meaning of time and space and disappeared into the void. You can't escape. The black-robed martial artist sneered. Just then, the black spear knocked the red glass sword away. The latter was sentient. It turned into a red light and chased after Fang Chen. Whoosh! 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 The black-robed martial artist held the black spear and chased after Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen successfully returned to the human tribe's base camp. Whoosh! His forehead was full of sweat. After 3 days of running, he was a little tired. The black-robed martial artist's strength was beyond his imagination. In his opinion, if the black-robed martial artist attacked with all his strength, no one on the star influence list could defeat him. This person is very strong. This was a strong opponent. Fang Chen also underestimated the black-robed martial artist's strength at the beginning. After this battle, he began to take the black-robed martial artist seriously. The black-robed martial artist's cultivation method was very strange. He could absorb the black aura under the earth for his own use. Moreover, at the critical moment, he could turn the black aura into an offensive force. If they continued to fight in the mountains, Fang Chen would have no chance of winning. If we fought one-on-one outside, we would be evenly matched, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Sanguinati. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the envoy of the White Bone City appeared. Envoy, Fang Chen said respectfully. Lord City Lord summons me. The envoy was also quite respectful to Fang Chen. He had also heard of Sanguinati's deeds. He had killed several elites on the star influence list by himself. He had changed the situation of the heavenly body tier battlefield. The White Bone City Lord also took him very seriously. Now Sanguinati was famous on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. Led by the envoy of the White Bone City, Fang Chen walked to the exit of the purgatory. Along the way, he met many human martial artists. Sanguinati. Brother Blood, you are my idol. Good job, kill a few more foreign races. Of course, there were also some human martial artists who didn't like Sanguinati. They thought that he was only slightly stronger, but not strong enough to look down on the heavenly body tier. All of this was meaningless to Fang Chen. After leaving the purgatory, he hurried to the White Bone City. This was the second time Fang Chen had come to the meeting hall of the White Bone City. Sanguinati, sit. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the White Bone City Lord pointed at the armchair beside him. City Lord. Fang Chen sat down. The White Bone City Lord's divine sense spread out and enveloped Fang Chen. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense, and a smile appeared on his face. 8th level of the heavenly body tier, not bad, the White Bone City Lord praised. I've heard about what you did in the purgatory. You did well. As a human, it is our duty to kill foreign races. Fang Chen chuckled, but didn't reply. Sanguinati, you know the situation of the battlefield of the heavenly body tier now. With your strength, what level of elites on the star influence list can you deal with? The White Bone City Lord asked. Only after understanding Fang Chen's true battle prowess could he formulate a plan. This was related to the survival of the heavenly body tier, so he couldn't be careless. I haven't fought with those who are ranked high on the star influence list, so I don't know their specific strength. However, based on my estimation, those below the top 10 are no threat to me, Fang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord was slightly surprised. He guessed that Fang Chen must have obtained some kind of opportunity that greatly increased his strength. However, he didn't expect him to be so confident in his own strength. According to our intelligence, those in the top 10 of the star influence list are very strong. It is said that some of them have already reached the half-step creation tier, the White Bone City Lord said. Fang Chen listened carefully. Let me test your strength. The White Bone City Lord looked at Fang Chen and said, Try to attack me with all your strength. Right here, Fang Chen said. The White Bone City Lord nodded and said, Don't worry. With your strength, you can't hurt me even if I sit still. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Then, he took a deep breath. Holding the red glass sword in his hand, he used the space strangulation art and the thunder fusion art at the same time. Swoosh! A red light flashed, and the red glass sword stabbed toward the White Bone City Lord at lightning speed. At the same time, Fang Chen's legs appeared behind the White Bone City Lord without any warning, ready to attack. Not bad. The White Bone City Lord nodded with satisfaction. The strength that Fang Chen displayed now had already exceeded his expectations. Buzz! The White Bone City Lord reached out his fingers and gently pinched the red glass sword. Then, he waved his other hand, and Fang Chen's legs were directly bounced away. Rumble! The third level of the Five Thunders Tribulation art was used. Yes, soul attack. Chapter 1461. Not bad. The primordial spirit of White Bone City trembled and blocked Fong Chen's soul Dao attack. Then, his aura surged and suppressed Fong Chen. Whoosh! The heavy atmosphere in the meeting hall dissipated in an instant. Fong Chen put away the red glass sword and looked at the Lord of White Bone City. The latter nodded with satisfaction. Fong Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. I didn't expect you to be a soul cultivator, the Lord of White Bone City praised. Fong Chen smiled. A soul cultivator at the Grandmaster realm. You have such great achievements at such a young age. Your future is limitless, the Lord of White Bone City continued. He didn't recognize the Five Thunder Tribulation technique. After all, this secret technique didn't belong to this era. Your physical strength is very strong. You are invincible in the same realm. The Lord of White Bone City continued. Your sword Dao attainments are also incomparable. Most importantly, you have a strange true meaning of space. In fact, what surprised the Lord of White Bone City the most was not the sword Dao secret technique or the soul Dao secret technique. It was the true meaning of space that even he couldn't understand. If I'm not wrong, your true meaning is at least a high-level one, the Lord of White Bone City said with a smile. It might even be a supreme true meaning. The Lord of White Bone City didn't dare to think about a supreme true meaning. How many people in the universe could have a supreme true meaning? However, I can feel that your control of the secret technique is still a little rusty. Have you received any inheritance? The Lord of White Bone City asked. Fong Chen was speechless. The Lord of White Bone City's eyes were too sharp. He had only fought for a short while, but he had already discovered his weakness. Fong Chen nodded and said, Lord, I was lucky to receive a sword Dao inheritance in purgatory. The Lord of White Bone City's eyes lit up. It's not an ordinary sword Dao inheritance. Is it the Sword Emperor's inheritance? Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned. He looked up at the Lord of White Bone City and finally admitted it. Ha ha ha, it is indeed the Sword Emperor's inheritance. I knew it. The Lord of White Bone City laughed. He was in a good mood. Fong Chen didn't know what he was talking about. At first, I was still worried that you wouldn't be able to turn the situation around on the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield. Now, it looks like I've underestimated you. From today onwards, I will personally train you for a month, the Lord of White Bone City said. Fong Chen thought that the Lord of White Bone City was just a highly respected Blessed Realm expert. But he was wrong. The White Bone City Lord was a life and death realm monarch. His status in the human race was quite high. However, the Lord of White Bone City did not like the secular world, so he stayed in White Bone City. In the following month, the Lord of White Bone City trained Fong Chen in all aspects. As a life and death tier monarch, his understanding of cultivation wasn't something that a mere heavenly body tier cultivator could compare to. Every time White Bone City's Lord explained to Fong Chen, the latter would feel enlightened. The door of martial arts suddenly opened. The Lord of White Bone City's unique training was very effective. In just 3 days, Fong Chen gained a deeper understanding of the Sword Emperor's inheritance. The star pagoda in his Sea of Qi was also slowly growing, as if it could break through to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier at any time. Of course, Fong Chen didn't have time to think about this at the moment. His mind was full of what the Lord of White Bone City had said to him. This brat's talent is too amazing. It's a pity that I swore that I wouldn't take in a disciple again. Otherwise, I would really want to try. In secret, the Lord of White Bone City was observing Fong Chen's cultivation, his face full of smiles. 7 days later, the Sword Emperor's inheritance was completely under his control. His cultivation had successfully reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Looking at the 9-level star pagoda in his Sea of Qi, Fong Chen felt quite emotional. With a good master, one could achieve twice the result with half the effort on the path of martial art. This was also the reason why the younger generation of the top forces was getting stronger and stronger, and no matter how heaven-defying a lone cultivator's talent was, he would never be able to surpass them. Fang Chun had experienced this firsthand these days. With the personal guidance of a life and death monarch, he had learned a lot, especially his control of attack power. 7 days ago, it was only at the 8th level, but in the blink of an eye, it had become at the 9th level. Moreover, his strength was still increasing. The Lord of White Bone City would come to check on Fang Chen's progress every day. The Lord of White Bone City was very satisfied that Fang Chen had broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. White Bone City, Meeting Hall. City Lord, don't put all your hopes on Sanguinati. Yes, City Lord, the battlefield of the heavenly body tier is too important. I'm afraid a mere Sanguinati won't be able to change the situation. City Lord, you're personally teaching Sanguinati. This is a little against the rules of White Bone City. Some elders finally couldn't help but speak up. The Lord of White Bone City was only responsible for monitoring the purgatory and making adjustments according to the situation. He couldn't intervene between cultivators, and now the Lord of White Bone City was personally teaching Fang Chen. This made many prodigies of the purgatory unhappy. Why could Sanguinati receive such preferential treatment, but they couldn't? Such emotions were common in the human race's headquarters. Humph, they have no right to tell me what to do. The Lord of White Bone City was slightly annoyed. City Lord, the battlefield of the heavenly body tier is in imminent danger. The Lord of White Bone City stopped this elder before he could finish speaking. In a month, the non-human kind will be eliminated. Just wait and see. After saying this, the Lord of White Bone City turned and left. When he arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. His cultivation needed to be consolidated. Moreover, the Sword Emperor's inheritance was extensive and profound. Although he had completely grasped it, he hadn't digested it yet. City Lord. Seeing the City Lord arrive, Fang Chen called out. How do you feel? The Lord of White Bone City asked. I feel very good, Fang Chen said. The Lord of White Bone City nodded and sat down cross-legged. The Sword Emperor's inheritance is extensive and profound. Today, I'll help you completely absorb the Sword Emperor's inheritance. After saying this, the Lord of White Bone City placed his hands on Fang Chen's back. Instantly, a vast aura enveloped him. Fang Chen closed his eyes and absorbed the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Time passed in the blink of an eye. For cultivators, 1 month really wasn't a long time. Before the 1-month agreement, the Lord of White Bone City finally helped Fang Chen completely absorb the Sword Emperor's inheritance. On this day, Fang Chen came out of seclusion. His body gave off a completely new feeling. It's time for you to show your skills, the Lord of White Bone City said. I still have to thank you, Lord of White Bone City. Fang Chen was very touched. The Lord of White Bone City had made such a great sacrifice for the human race. Recently, many human cultivators in the purgatory have been dissatisfied. The best report you can give me is to exterminate the foreign races, the Lord of White Bone City said. The reason why he had personally taught Sanguinati was to change the situation of the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. Don't worry, City Lord. I definitely won't let you down. On this day, Fang Chen returned to the purgatory, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators were crusading against Fang Chen. Sanguinati, why should you receive preferential treatment? That's right. We also tried our best to exterminate the foreign races. Why should we be treated differently? Sanguinati, I refuse to accept this. Come out and fight. Fang Chen had just returned when he was surrounded by many cultivators. Among them were some elites of the heavenly body tier. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. Everyone, as humans, we should work together to fight against the foreign races at this critical moment. Humph, that's a nice way to put it. If you're so capable, why don't you go and exterminate the foreign races? Fang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. It seemed that these people were quite dissatisfied with him being personally taught by the Lord of White Bones City. I know that everyone thinks that I'm weak and that my talent is inferior to yours, but I was chosen by the Lord of White Bones City. However, I want to tell you that I'm much more powerful than you think, Fang Chen said loudly. My battle with you can be compared to my battle with the foreign races. Didn't you refuse to accept me? Then let's compete and see who can kill more foreign races. Hearing this, the crowd became restless. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If I win, I hope that you won't mention this again and respect the Lord of White Bones City. Fang Chen's words received the approval of some human leaders. Sanguinati is right. Humans shouldn't fight among themselves. If you want to compete, let's compete in the number of foreign races you kill, one of the leaders said. I'll bear witness to Sanguinati's promise. Since the leader had spoken, the others couldn't say anything. All right, Sanguinati, just you wait. If we compete in the number of foreign races we kill, I'm not afraid of you. The crowd dispersed and charged into the battlefield. Chapter 1462. Fang Chen made a high-profile statement. Any human martial artist who refused to submit to him could challenge him. He was not afraid of anyone. Since Sanguinati had said so, the human martial artists had nothing to say. They left the human headquarters one after another to search for and kill the non-human kind. However, they did not expect that Fang Chen's actions would shake the entire purgatory. On the purgatory battlefield, on a mountain peak, Fang Chen put his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he looked down. I, Sanguinati, will wait here for the experts on the star cloud list. Fang Chen's words soon spread throughout the purgatory battlefield. All the foreign race experts were furious after hearing it. Damn Sanguinati, he's provoking us. Kill him, I'm going to tear him to pieces. Humph, let me kill him with my own hands. Many foreign race geniuses who thought they were strong rushed to the mountain peak where Fang Chen was. After the city lord of White Bone City's personal training, Fang Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was not afraid of anyone. The city lord of White Bone City had high hopes for him. He wanted to turn the situation around on this mountain peak with his own strength. Boss, it won't be long before people come, Little Mouse said with a smile. He was very confident in his boss. Since his boss dared to do this, he must have his reasons. He completely supported his boss. Moreover, with his boss's unparalleled true meaning of space and time, even if he could not win, he could escape. He did not have to worry about losing his life. The purgatory battlefield was no longer like before, when everyone hid carefully. On this day, countless figures appeared on the purgatory battlefield. There were even a large number of foreign race figures. They all had a common goal, and that was to find Sanguinati. Half a day later, the first group of foreign race experts on the star cloud list arrived at the mountain peak where Fang Chen was. Sanguinati, you're too arrogant. Today will be the day you die. This group of foreign race geniuses was ranked towards the bottom of the star reputation list. They didn't know how strong Fang Chen was, so they thought they could defeat Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 outsiders arrived at the mountaintop and surrounded Fang Chen. I alone can deal with Sanguinati. One of them waved his hand to signal his companion not to attack. Rumble the foreign being made his move, unleashing his innate mystic ability. 10,000 Flood Dragon Race. Fang Chen had once killed the holy son of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, Wan Longzi. He was extremely familiar with the innate divine ability of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Die. This person posed no threat to Fang Chen. He punched out, landing a direct hit on the body of this foreign being. Instantly, the outsider's head exploded, and he died on the spot. Sanguinati, I'm going to tear you to shreds. His companions wanted to save him, but it was too late. They glared at Fang Chen, wishing they could tear Fang Chen into pieces. "Let's attack together and avenge our brothers," someone yelled. Immediately, more than 10 geniuses on the star reputation list attacked Fang Chen fiercely. "You're too weak." Fang Chen looked at the crowd with disdain as he threw out punch after punch. These foreign races were ranked on the star reputation list and thought they were extremely powerful. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, they were as weak as ants. Every time he punched out, one of them would definitely be killed. Bang! The foreign races couldn't withstand Fang Chen's iron fists at all. Finally, after killing 6 or 7 outsiders, the rest of the outsiders began to feel fear. Sanguinati is too strong. Run. At this moment, a few of them recalled Sanguinati's arrogance. They were extremely regretful. Damn it. Sanguinati is pretending to be weak. They wanted to send the message back, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of foreign races was mercilessly killed by Fang Chen's iron fist. "Boss, these foreign races are too weak," Little Mouse said sarcastically. Fang Chen nodded and looked down calmly. This was just an appetizer. The main event was yet to come. His target wasn't the geniuses on the star reputation list, but the mysterious black-robed warrior. In his mind, the black-robed warrior's strength surpassed that of the geniuses on the star reputation list. Come on, the more the better. Fang Chen wanted to kill all the geniuses on the star reputation list on this mountain peak alone and make the foreign races suffer heavy losses. 4 hours later, the second batch of foreign races arrived. The result was exactly the same as the first batch of outsiders. They were all killed by Fang Chen. Then, the third batch of foreign races arrived. The fourth batch also arrived. In a day's time, 6 batches of foreign races had already died under Fang Chen's iron fist. These foreign races didn't even have the ability to resist. Too weak. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Those foreign races that were in the top 10 of the star reputation list hadn't appeared yet. He wanted to force those geniuses to appear. Only by killing all of them could he reverse the situation of the heavenly body tier battlefield. Have you heard? Sanguinati started a massacre at Ivory Mountain. Yes, it's said that Ivory Mountain is flowing with blood. Sanguinati is too strong. He's challenging all the heavenly body tier elites of the foreign races. He's trying to reverse the situation with his own strength. Many human geniuses who were hunting foreign races were also stunned for a long time after hearing the news. Then, they decided to head to Ivory Mountain to witness the miracle. 3 days, a whole 3 days. The strongest of the foreign races arrived slowly. More than 20 people arrived at the foot of Ivory Mountain. They looked up at Fang Chen on the mountain peak, their eyes filled with killing intent. Sanguinati. The leader was Yu Luo, who ranked first on the star reputation list. He leaped up and arrived at the mountain peak. Looking at the mountain full of corpses, anger burned in his heart. So late, Fang Chen said, pursing his lips. He thought that these foreign races would be able to arrive at Ivory Mountain a day ago. By the looks of it, he had overestimated them. So anxious to die? Yu Luo sneered. Behind him, more than 20 elites on the star reputation list stood quietly, waiting for Yu Luo's orders. They all said that they wanted to kill me, but what happened in the end? You saw it, right? Fang Chen pointed at the foreign race cultivators on the ground. Instantly, everyone was enraged. Sanguinati, you're definitely going to die. A foreign race cultivator roared angrily. Big brother Yu Luo, why are you wasting words with him? Let me attack and kill him. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a foreign race cultivator with 4 wings appeared in front of Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen with all his strength. Fang Chen suddenly grabbed the foreign race cultivator's wings with both hands and tore them apart. A miserable cry came from the foreign race cultivator's mouth. The foreign race cultivator's wings were torn apart by Fang Chen. The foreign race cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, and Fang Chen smashed his head with a punch. "Don't waste time. Come at me together." At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely domineering. Right in front of Yu Luo, he had swiftly killed an outsider genius. This scene had successfully angered the foreign race cultivator. "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Yu Luo was in no hurry to attack. He was enjoying the process. He knew that once he attacked, Sanguinati would definitely die. He loved to see the human cultivator's face filled with fear and the scene of them kneeling and begging for mercy. "I dare to bet that you'll definitely kneel and beg for mercy in a while," Yu Luo sneered. "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard," Fang Chen retorted mercilessly. "You don't even have the courage to attack. You only know how to send your subordinates to their death. You, the top elite, are really pitiful." Fang Chen provoked Yu Luo with his words. However, Yu Luo wasn't angry in the slightest. "You don't have the right to make me attack." Yu Luo waved his hand, and two foreign race cultivators who looked exactly the same stepped forward to confront Fang Chen. "I'm afraid you won't even be able to get past the two of them." A playful smile appeared on Yu Luo's face. Up until now, he hadn't treated Sanguinati as a true enemy. Since the human race revered Sanguinati as their savior, a genius who could turn the situation around on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, then, he would destroy the last hope in their hearts in front of all the human cultivators. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, more and more human cultivators gathered. However, Yu Luo still hadn't achieved his goal. Thus, he was waiting patiently. Once all the human cultivators gathered here, it would be time for him to attack. Chapter 1463. The two brothers who attacked Fang Chen were ranked in the top 20 of the Star Cloud list, but they were not in the top 10. If the two of them fought alone, they would not be able to enter the top 10. However, the two brothers were mentally connected. If they joined forces, even the top 10 geniuses would have to be wary of them. Most importantly, the two brothers were Soul Dao cultivators. The reason why Yu Luo asked them to attack was because she knew that the primordial spirit of a human race cultivator was the weakest. Kill! The two brothers performed a joint attack formation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. This joint attack formation was very strange. It could increase the attack of the two brothers by several times. Buzz! Fang Chen felt ripples appear around his body. A Soul Dao attack? With a sneer, Fang Chen performed the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Since he wanted to turn the situation around, there was no need to hold back. When the third level of the 5 lightning tribulation technique was performed, a terrifying Soul Dao aura instantly spread out. It turned into 2 Soul Dao spears and stabbed at the two brothers. Poochie! They originally thought that there would be an intense battle. However, the final result was beyond everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Even Yu Luo exclaimed in her heart. The two brothers' joint attack was actually broken by Sanguinati, and the two brothers were seriously injured. Trash like him is not worthy of my attack. Fang Chen's attitude was arrogant. Yu Luo was furious and wanted to attack. However, she was stopped by the people behind her. "Brother Yu Luo, let us do it," one of the foreign races said. The foreign races that were preparing to attack were the top 10 geniuses of the Star Cloud list. If they joined forces, they would definitely get rid of Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not have time to talk nonsense with them. "Come at me together, or you won't have a chance," Fang Chen said indifferently. "Damn it!" One of the foreign races could not help but take the initiative to attack. What responded to him was Fang Chen's iron fist. With a bang, the foreign race's head shattered and he died instantly. This scene made the other people's hearts palpitate. Let's join forces and kill him. Apart from Yu Luo, the other top 10 geniuses of the Star Cloud list joined forces. Even Yu Luo would not dare to underestimate such a battle prowess. However, Fang Chen didn't even look at him. "Not bad, it makes me feel a little pressured." Fang Chen sneered and took out the red glass sword. With a casual swing of his sword, a terrifying red light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the red light terrified the experts on the star influence list. Kill! All of the outsiders attacked together, launching fierce attacks at Fangchen. Myriad lightning heaven fusion technique. 10,000 bolts of lightning rumbled in the sea of clouds. The terrifying sound of thunder resounded in the sky. After his realm had increased, Fangchen's heaven-melting lightning technique had become even more terrifying. Although it was still 10,000 bolts of lightning, its offensive power had increased by several times. This is, the expression of Yuluo, who was watching the battle from the side, changed drastically. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his imagination. Looks like I have to end this quickly. Yuluo clenched his fists and turned to look at the human clan warriors at the foot of Ivory Mountain. Human clan warriors were densely packed in the area. At this moment, Yuluo thought that the time was right. Pucci! The terrifying red glass sword quickly pierced into the foreign clan warrior closest to it. Immediately afterward, the outsider expert died. There was an uproar at the foot of Ivory Mountain. Oh my God, how powerful is Sanguinati? Is he going to challenge the foreign clan warriors on the star influence list alone? He's really powerful. With such strength, he can even fight Yuluo. It's funny that there are people in the human clan who don't like Sanguinati. If someone can turn the tide like Sanguinati, I have nothing to say. For a moment, the public opinion was on Sanguinati's side. Many human clan warriors began to support Sanguinati. Some even wanted to climb up Ivory Mountain to help Sanguinati, but they calmed down in the end. Sanguinati did this for two reasons. Firstly, to kill the foreign clan. Secondly, to build momentum. To solidify the morale of the human clan and disrupt the plans of the foreign clan. Pucci! On Ivory Mountain, Fangchen's red glass sword was like a devil's sword. Wherever it passed, the foreign clan warriors on the star influence list could not resist at all. It's too terrifying. At this moment, many of the foreign clan warriors kept retreating, trying to escape. None of you can leave, Fangchen said. In the face of powerful attacks, his figure flashed and the true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme, dazzling everyone. Pucci! Fangchen killed the foreign clan warrior closest to Yuluo. Brother Yuluo, save me! The foreign clan warrior shouted before he died. After killing the foreign clan warrior, Fangchen turned around and continued to kill the enemies. Yuluo's face turned completely gloomy. Kill! Yuluo, the genius who ranked first on the star influence list, sneakily attacked Sanguinati in front of everyone. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, the human clan warriors condemned her. However, Yuluo did not care so much. Killing Sanguinati was the most important thing. Bang! Yuluo's fist landed on Fangchen's body. He was overjoyed. Fangchen's body retreated a little before he steadied himself. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly gathered at the place where Yuluo punched and then quickly disappeared. Finally, you can't stand it anymore? Fangchen grinned and said, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one with me. As soon as Fangchen finished speaking, he attacked with the red glass sword again. Let me deal with these small fries first. With me here, don't even think about killing them. Yuluo roared angrily and tried to stop Fangchen. However, under the true meaning of time and space, Yuluo could not catch Fangchen's figure at all. On the contrary, Fangchen killed one person with each strike. You can't stop me. Fangchen ignored Yuluo's attack and continued to kill the enemies. Outside, in the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion of Bone City, all the elders gathered in the meeting hall, including the City Lord of Bone City. What's the situation in Purgatory? The City Lord of Bone City asked hurriedly. A servant quickly ran in to report. City Lord, Sanguinati is on Ivory Mountain, challenging an alien race expert on the star influence list. They are fighting now. What's the details? An elder asked. Most of the alien race experts on the star influence list died under Sanguinati's sword. Now, Sanguinati is fighting with Uluo, who ranked first on the star influence list, the servant continued. Hearing this, a burst of laughter erupted in the meeting hall. Ha! Sanguinati is really our savior. City Lord has good eyesight. Yes, we were still blaming the City Lord for breaking the rules of Bone City. Who would have thought that Sanguinati was the cultivator who turned the situation around? After this battle, the alien race experts on the star influence list will suffer great losses. For a short time, we will have the absolute advantage on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. This is a great opportunity. Maybe we can change history. At this moment, the elders finally realized the City Lord of Bone City's good intentions. Only the City Lord of Bone City smiled slightly. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. However, in his heart, he expressed his approval of Fangchen. Sanguinati, you didn't disappoint me. According to the report, the City Lord of Bone City knew that Sanguinati had not used his full strength. Killing the alien race experts on the star influence list was only a part of the plan. The real plan was to lure out the black-robed cultivators organization and then kill them all. With your strength, you can easily deal with Uluo. The only thing you have to be careful of is the black-robed cultivator. This was what the City Lord of Bone City had warned Fangchen before he returned to the Purgatory. Now that he thought about it, the City Lord of Bone City was very far-sighted. On Ivory Mountain, blood flowed like a river, although Uluo had forcefully attacked to stop Fangchen. However, not a single one of the outsiders who came with him was left behind. All of them were killed by the red glass sword. Pucci. After the last alien genius on the star influence list died, Uluo leaped into the air. Fangchen leaped up and retreated a few steps, stopping the battle. There was a smile on his face as he looked at Uluo. Now, do you still think that I'm not qualified for you to attack me? Fangchen teased. Uluo's face darkened. He no longer had the confidence he had before. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fangchen. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. However, my brothers will not die in vain. You will pay a heavy price for this, Uluo said viciously. Chapter 1464. He had killed an alien on the star cloud list right under Uluo's nose. This was a slap in the face. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, all the human clan warriors watched this scene in shock. Ivory Mountain, which had been in a chaotic battle just now, instantly quieted down. On the top of the mountain, Fangchen and Uluo faced each other. This was a battle between the two of them. Fangchen said that he would give Uluo a chance to fight alone. Hearing Fangchen's words, Uluo's face was extremely gloomy, and he was burning with anger. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati. I can guarantee that they all died in vain. Fangchen's attitude was very tough, and he was not afraid of Uluo at all. Before receiving the training of Bone City Lord, he was already able to fight with the black-robed warrior. And now, he did not take Uluo seriously at all. You're courting death. Uluo could not bear it anymore. Sanguinati had provoked him time and time again, so he had to make a strong counterattack. A strange gray aura emerged around Uluo's body. This gray aura turned into a flood dragon. Although Uluo was not from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, his innate ability was similar to that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Of course, Uluo's innate ability was much more powerful than that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Flood dragons soaring into the sky transform into a dragon. Uluo roared, clenching his fists, and the power around him surged. He suddenly punched at Fangchen. At the same time, the flood dragon phantom in the sky emitted a golden light and turned into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. This was Uluo's strongest trump card. If he wanted to establish his prestige, he had to kill Sanguinati as quickly as possible. Uluo did not hold back. Fangchen would not hold back either. This battle was related to the survival of the human clan and the alien race. Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, and the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Then, a rolling sea of clouds appeared in the dark clouds, and thousands of lightning bolts quickly swam. A beam of red light shot out from the red glass sword. So strong! The crowd at the foot of Ivory Mountain exclaimed in surprise. While Fang Chen was attacking, Yuluo's attack had already neared Fang Chen. Swoosh! The terrifying red sword light suddenly pierced toward Yuluo's fists. Crack! Yuluo's fists were pierced by the sword light, and blood splattered all over the sky. Roar! The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The golden dragon swooped down with the aura of a true dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Fang Chen. However, at this moment, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sea of clouds suddenly merged into the red glass sword. Swoosh! The red glass sword rushed forward and stabbed into the golden dragon's head. No! At this moment, the red glass sword burst forth with unimaginable power. Seeing this, Yuluo cried out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. How is this possible? Crack! Under Yuluo's stupefied gaze, the golden dragon exploded. The divine ability that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Sanguinati. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chen smiled. His strength completely crushed Yuluo. Yuluo could not resist at all. There was no point in continuing the fight. I'm not satisfied. Yuluo roared to the sky and burned his essence blood, trying to severely injure Fang Chen. However, with the true meaning of time and space, Yuluo could not even see Fang Chen's figure. It's time to end this. Yuluo attacked crazily. His essence blood was constantly consumed, and his vitality was disappearing. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind Yuluo, and the red glass sword stabbed into Yuluo's back. Bang! Yuluo's body fell to the ground weakly. He widened his eyes and raised his hand. In the end, he died under the red glass sword. Boom! The foot of Ivory Mountain was in an uproar. Yuluo, the #1 expert on the star cloud list, was suppressed by Sanguinati and killed without being able to fight back. This was practically earth-shattering news. It was too shocking. Sanguinati is too strong. He deserves to be called invincible in the heavenly body tier. Yes, it's laughable that we doubted Sanguinati before. The crowd was cheering. At this moment, Sanguinati was the savior of the human race. With his own strength, he killed more than 100 people on the star cloud list. Even the #1 expert on the star cloud list was killed. He had successfully reversed the situation. Everyone could imagine that in the following days, the heavenly body tier elites would definitely be crushed by the human race. The foreign races would have no chance of survival. This was a great contribution. Many human cultivators looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of respect. Sanguinati, Sanguinati! Shouts came from the crowd. They were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Even the few human geniuses who thought they were the strongest in the heavenly body tier lowered their proud heads. Sanguinati was truly worthy of being called an elite. Fang Chen put away the red glass sword and looked down. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed cultivator flew over quickly and landed on the mountain peak. Invincible in the heavenly body tier, how laughable, the black-robed cultivator said coldly, full of disdain for Fang Chen. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, many cultivators were surprised by the sudden appearance of the black-robed cultivator. Who is this? What is he doing? Does he want to challenge Sanguinati? Many human cultivators were confused. And at the top of Ivory Mountain, seeing the black-robed cultivator appear, Fang Chen also showed a hint of a smile. He had started a massacre here to lure out the black-robed cultivator. Of course, the most important thing was the organization behind the black-robed cultivator. The foreign races elites on the star cloud list were all killed by him. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the foreign races were no threat. Now, he was most worried about the black-robed cultivators' organization. Now, he had finally lured them out. Finally here. Fang Chen grinned, smiling very brightly. I'm here to take your life. The black-robed cultivator was very confident in himself. I let you escape last time, but this time you'll definitely die. As the black-robed cultivator spoke, his aura surged. At that instant, a terrifying aura spread into the surroundings. Many human cultivators below panicked and kept retreating. They widened their eyes and looked at the black-robed cultivator on the mountain peak. Heavens, who is this black-robed cultivator? He's even stronger than you, Luo. No wonder he dared to come here to deal with Sanguinati. Turns out he has some tricks up his sleeve. Looking at his aura, he's infinitely close to the half-step creation tier. Can Sanguinati defeat him? The human cultivators were worried about Sanguinati. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. The black-robed cultivator had always been in Fang Chen's calculations, and now he had appeared as he wished. Fang Chen was very happy. I'm afraid you can't take my life, but don't worry, I won't kill you. Fang Chen sneered. The black-robed cultivator attacked. Boom! The entire Ivory Mountain peak was shaking. The black-robed cultivator's attack was too fierce. All the human cultivators widened their eyes and stared at the mountain peak, afraid that they would miss something. Fang Chen stood quietly, motionless. Have you given up? Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator said coldly. His attack was even more ruthless. The strength of his attack was several times stronger than Yu Luo's. No matter how strong Fang Chen's defense was, he would definitely die if he was hit by him. He seemed to have seen the scene of Sanguinati being killed by him. However, he was wrong. Seeing the black-robed cultivator in front of him, Fang Chen suddenly released a wild aura. As soon as this aura was released, it caused the space to fluctuate. Fang Chen stood still and looked at the black-robed cultivator with a smile. And, after feeling this aura, the black-robed cultivator's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator cried out. This aura actually contained the aura of the creation realm. You've broken through to the creation realm. The black-robed cultivator increased the strength of his attack, wanting to give Fang Chen a fatal blow. No, half-step to the creation realm. The black-robed cultivator discovered Fang Chen's cultivation level and was very shocked. Half-step to the creation realm, finding the threshold of the creation realm, and the heavenly body realm were two different concepts. Die. The black-robed cultivator's attack landed on Fang Chen. What shocked everyone was that Fang Chen was not injured, but the black-robed cultivator's body was directly sent flying. Heavens, what exactly happened? Did Sanguinati hide his strength just now? Sanguinati is too strong. The black-robed cultivator is no match for him at all. Amidst everyone's shocked voices, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. Then, his large hand reached out and grabbed the black-robed cultivator. Then, Fang Chen sealed the black-robed cultivator's qi. With his qi sealed, the black-robed cultivator could not use the power of the stars, almost like a cripple. Why didn't you kill me? The black-robed cultivator roared furiously. Sanguinati's cultivation level had reached half-step to the creation realm, so his loss was not unjustified. No matter how strong a heavenly body realm cultivator was, he was still a heavenly body realm cultivator. And half-step to the creation realm was touching the threshold of the creation realm, and could not be compared. Keeping you alive is still useful, Fang Chen said. The Battle of Ivory Mountain quickly spread throughout the heavenly body realm battlefield. The foreign races were furious, but there was nothing they could do. No matter how many heavenly body realm foreign races they sent, they could not deal with Sanguinati. The human cultivators were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Reaching half-step to the creation realm at such a young age, this was an unprecedented miracle. However, Fang Chen was more low-key. He personally escorted the black-robed cultivator out of the purgatory, came to White Bone City, and handed the latter over to the White Bone City Lord. The reason why Fang Chen could reach half-step to the creation realm was inseparable from the training of the White Bone City Lord. Good, I did not misjudge you. The White Bone City Lord laughed loudly. 88-8. The elders nodded their heads in agreement. After the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Fang Chen's name was destined to be known in the purgatory. City Lord, this is all I can do. As for their organization, I believe that with your means, you should be able to find out from him, Fang Chen said. Yes, leave the rest to me. The White Bone City Lord looked at the black-robed cultivator. Today was a legendary day. In the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Sanguinati was crowned king, becoming the strongest king of the heavenly body realm, an invincible existence. Chapter 1465. The heavenly body tier battle leader was invincible, crushing all the geniuses of the purgatory. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely be shocked. In less than 3 days, the foreign races had completely retreated from the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, and the human cultivators completely controlled the purgatory. Fang Chen's contribution to the human race was really too great. The city lord of White Bone City personally received him. Sanguinati, you've made a great contribution this time. The city lord of White Bone City came to Fang Chen's residence and laughed heartily. The purpose of entering the purgatory had been achieved. After Fang Chen brought the black-robed cultivator out, he didn't plan to enter again. His strength was unmatched in the entire purgatory. There was no challenge anymore. The greatest reward this time was the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance made him undergo a qualitative transformation. He was very confident that he would definitely be able to enter the creation tier in a short time. The city lord of White Bone City was very happy, his face full of smiles. He hadn't smiled so brightly in a long time. He had been overseeing White Bone City, observing the situation in the purgatory. The city lord of White Bone City also had a headache. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the human cultivators were repeatedly defeated. At first, he thought that the human race would be completely defeated. Who would have thought that at this time, Sanguinati would appear out of thin air? He single-handedly turned the situation around, driving the foreign races out. The purgatory was vast and boundless. There was a huge amount of resources in the purgatory. The reason why the human race and the foreign races fought in the purgatory was to not destroy the foundation of the universe. The second reason was because the purgatory had a huge amount of resources. Both sides wanted to occupy the resources, but neither side gave in to the other. Sanguinati's appearance allowed the human race to occupy the purgatory alone. This was a great contribution. City Lord. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Sanguinati, you single-handedly turned the situation around and made a great contribution to the human race. When this matter is over, I will personally take you to the human race's holy land and reward you with a spirit body. The city lord of White Bone City patted Fang Chen's shoulder. The human race's holy land. Fang Chen had never heard of it. City Lord, where is the human race's holy land compared to the 3 god races? Fang Chen asked. In his impression, the 3 god clans should be the strongest forces under the god realm. How does the holy land of the human clan compare with the 3 god clans? There's no comparison. The 3 god clans also belong to the human race, but in recent years, the 3 god clans have become independent. Even so, the human race's foundation is still very deep. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that the 3 god clans were also extremely important to the human clan. You don't have to worry about that for now. You'll know when you reach the human race's sacred land. The Lord of White Bone City continued, We have already learned about the organization behind them from the black-robed cultivator. It won't take long for us to completely destroy them. After we destroy this organization, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. In the meantime, you can stay in Bone City. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chun had been cultivating in White Bone City every day. After reaching the half-step to the creation realm, Fang Chun vaguely felt that he had touched the threshold of the creation realm. However, it was very difficult to take that step. Of course, he was not in a hurry. It had been less than 50 years since he started cultivating. It was considered good for him to have such an achievement. Moreover, he had the true meaning of time and space. The further he progressed, the more the power of the true meaning of time and space would be revealed. Fang Chun waited for a long time before the Lord of White Bone City finally came again. City Lord. Fang Chun stood up and looked at the Lord of White Bone City. The latter was very happy. The force behind the black-robed cultivator has been destroyed. Today, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little excited. The human race's sacred land was the sacred land with the deepest foundation in this world. In terms of foundation, even the 3 god clans would be ashamed of their inferiority. After all, the human race had existed since the beginning of the universe. City Lord, where is the human race's sacred land? Fang Chun asked. In this universe there are 4 sacred lands. They are the sacred lands of the 3 god clans, and the last one is the human race's sacred land. The 4 sacred lands are located in the 4 directions of the universe, and the human race's sacred land is in the easternmost part, the Lord of White Bone City explained. Fang Chun nodded, suddenly enlightened. Immediately, he felt a flash of white light, and he fell into darkness. He knew that the Lord of White Bone City was taking him to the human race's sacred land. There was a familiar feeling around him, as if he was traveling through time and space. After an unknown period of time, the boring journey finally ended. A bright light appeared in front of Fang Chun's eyes. The place where Fang Chun was at was a wasteland. It was deserted, and the surroundings were filled with a heart-palpitating cold. If not for the protection of the Lord of White Bone City, Fang Chun's primordial spirit would have been frozen long ago. Looking up, there was a mountain peak not far away. The human race's sacred land? This was the true meaning of towering into the clouds. Even when Fang Chun released his primordial spirit, he could not see the end of the mountain peak. "Let's go," the Lord of White Bone City said. He could understand Fang Chun's shock. In fact, when he came to the human race's sacred land for the first time, he was also shocked, just like Fang Chun. Just like that, the Lord of White Bone City and Fang Chun stepped onto the sacred mountain. However, Fang Chun was a little surprised. A longsword appeared under the Lord of White Bone City's feet, and he jumped onto the longsword. "Come on up." Fang Chun nodded and stood on the longsword. Whoosh! The longsword whistled out, and Fang Chun could not even see the surroundings clearly. The human race's sacred land has existed since ancient times. Apart from the sacred lord, no one can walk up the sacred mountain, the Lord of White Bone City explained. "Why is that?" Fang Chun exclaimed. "It involves the rules. You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will slowly understand in the future." After saying that, the Lord of White Bone City activated the longsword with all his strength and flew toward the human race's sacred land. A life and death sovereign riding a supreme treasure was extremely fast. Even if Fang Chun used his grade 7 true meaning of time and space, he would not be able to move as fast as the Lord of White Bone City. However, even with such speed, it took them 3 months to reach the peak of the mountain. Fang Chun was so shocked that he did not know what to say. If he flew by himself, he might not be able to reach the peak even after several years. "It's too high." Fang Chun sighed inwardly. "The human race's sacred mountain is the highest mountain in the world," the Lord of White Bone City explained. Just as the Lord of White Bone City was speaking, an old man suddenly appeared. "White Bone, you're here." When the old man saw the Lord of White Bone City, his face was full of smiles. "Old Fish," the Lord of White Bone City replied with a smile. The old man called Old Fish looked at Fang Chen and asked with narrowed eyes, "This is the genius you spoke of?" The Lord of White Bone City nodded and said, "Let's go. Take Fang Chen to see the Sacred Lord." Hearing the words Sacred Lord, Old Fish's expression changed slightly. The human race's Sacred Lord could be said to be the strongest existence in the world. Even life and death realm monarchs were just ants in front of the human race's Sacred Lord. After entering the human race's sacred ground, Fang Chen was shocked. The air here was filled with extremely dense star energy. "This is simply a cultivation sacred ground," Fang Chen exclaimed. Along the way, many human race cultivators saw Fang Chen and the other two and started discussing. Some of them even had eyes full of envy. Being able to receive the Sacred Lord's summons on their first visit to the human race's sacred ground was a great honor. "Sanguinati, when you see the Sacred Lord later, don't be afraid. The Holy Lord is very friendly to people. Whatever he asks, you just have to answer," Old Fish instructed. "Many thanks, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The three of them seemed to be flying through the clouds. An hour later, they arrived in front of a simple and unadorned hall. The words, "Sacred Ground," were written on a golden plaque above the hall. Fang Chen knew that this was the human race's sacred ground, and the Sacred Lord should be inside. "Sanguinati, you have to grasp this opportunity well. Heavenly body tier cultivators are rarely able to receive the Sacred Lord's summons," the White Bone City Lord said softly as he looked at the human race's sacred ground. "Yes, if I remember correctly, from the birth of our universe until now, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have received the Sacred Lord's summons," Old Fish said with a sigh. Fang Chen's eyes widened and his heart trembled. Only 1 heavenly body tier cultivator had been summoned in an entire universe. He was the 8th. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by the favor. "Go in," the White Bone City Lord said as he pushed Fang Chen. The White Bone City Lord and Old Fish were not qualified to enter the human race's sacred ground. Unless they received the permission of the human race's Sacred Lord, they could only send Fang Chen here. Creak as if sensing Fang Chen's arrival, the doors of the sacred ground suddenly opened. Fang Chen stepped out and entered. Then, the doors closed. Looking at Fang Chen's disappearing figure, the White Bone City Lord said, "I wonder if this brat can attract the Sacred Lord's attention." "You mean to send him to that place?" Old Fish turned to look at the White Bone City Lord. The latter nodded. Old Fish directly said, "That depends on how strong his potential is. According to your description, this brat is invincible in the heavenly body tier. Moreover, he's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned in our universe. The first 7 warriors who were summoned have now become unparalleled powerhouses who can hold their own in their own right." Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord nodded. "I hope so." When the human race's Sacred Lord summoned Fang Chen, countless cultivators in the sacred ground were discussing spiritedly. A nameless cultivator was actually summoned by the Sacred Lord. He's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned. The first 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have now become supreme elite. I wonder how strong this Sanguinati's potential is. In fact, everyone could guess that the human race's Sacred Lord would not easily summon cultivators. Once they were summoned, they would definitely be peerless geniuses. I think that Sanguinati's potential is only average. Being summoned by the human race's Sacred Lord is most likely because of the matter in the White Bone Purgatory. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Because of him, the situation in the White Bone Purgatory was reversed. Our human race completely controlled the White Bone Purgatory. Chapter 1466. Sacred Palace. Contrary to Fang Chen's expectations, this place was very simple. It was so simple that even Fong Chen was surprised. The human race's sacred palace shocked him. However, as the most sacred palace of the sacred palace, it was actually so simple. Fong Chen looked around. There was no one in the palace. Fong Chen was a little confused. The sacred master had summoned him, so why wasn't he in the palace? Could it be? Fong Chen thought of another possibility. The sacred master had always been in the palace, but he just couldn't find him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen cupped his fists and said to the void, "Junior Sanguinati pays his respects to the sacred master." Indeed, as soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, a red-haired old man suddenly appeared in the palace. Not bad. He was the sacred master, the human race's sacred master. After seeing the sacred master, Fong Chen was even more shocked. The sacred master was standing quietly in front of him, and he couldn't sense his existence. Too terrifying. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. As expected of the human race's sacred master. Even ordinary life and death realm monarchs couldn't do this. Fong Chen had also seen some life and death realm monarchs, including the White Bone City Lord and the Hidden Demon Realm Lord. However, the feeling the sacred master gave him was too terrifying. He seemed to have surpassed the life and death realm. "Sacred master," Fong Chen called out. The sacred master looked like an ordinary old man. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. While Fong Chen was observing the sacred master, the latter was also observing him. "You've cultivated for less than 50 years, and you're able to have such achievements. You're indeed extraordinary." The sacred master nodded in satisfaction. There were very few heavenly body realm cultivators who were praised by the sacred master. In this era of the universe, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators had been summoned by the Saint Master. And Fong Chen was the 8th. The human race's sacred master was mysterious and unfathomable. Normally, he would only appear when the human race was in great danger. Otherwise, he would only be watching the human race from behind the scenes. He was the leader of the human race, and also the spiritual leader of the human race. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for him, the human race would have been conquered by the foreign races long ago. The human race's holy master had dedicated his entire life to the human race. "Brat, your luck is not bad. You managed to obtain the inheritance of an almighty from the deity realm." The Divine Lord spoke again. When he observed Fong Chen, he discovered that there was a faint divine aura around the latter. He concluded that Sanguinati must have obtained the inheritance of a supreme being from the god realm. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. After all, in the vast universe, there were countless archipelagos, and there were many inheritances left behind by the divine world's almighties. You single-handedly reversed the situation of the White Bone Purgatory and made great contributions to the human race. The Saint Lord finally returned to the main topic. "Junior is a human. This is what I should do," Fong Chen said hurriedly. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. "You're neither arrogant nor rash. Amongst the younger generation, there aren't many who have a disposition like yours." "Do you know why I called you here this time?" asked the Holy Master. Junior doesn't know. This was an existence that surpassed the life and death realm. Fong Chen didn't dare to guess his thoughts. The Holy Master walked up the steps and sat on the throne, looking down at Fong Chen. "In this universe era, you're the 8th heavenly body tier martial artist I've summoned," said the Holy Master indifferently. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The 8th? He had once read in unofficial history that a universe era was about 10 billion years. How long was that? Although Fong Chen didn't know how many years had passed in this universe era, it definitely wasn't a small amount. In the entire universe era, before him, only 7 heavenly body tier martial artists had been summoned by the Holy Master. This means that my potential is very strong, Fong Chen thought to himself. The sacred leader's eyes sparkled as he said, "Your potential is considered very strong among those of your age. However, the 7 people I've summoned before were all much stronger than you. There's still a certain gap between you and them. When the 7 of them were at the heavenly body tier, they were already able to kill creation tier martial artists. His comprehension ability is even more shocking. The Holy Master's words made Fang Chen even more shocked. He originally thought that with the golden heart and all kinds of hard work, he had already climbed to the peak of the heavenly body tier. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in the world? However, don't be discouraged. With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you step into the life and death realm, said the Holy Master after seeing Fang Chen's expression change. You've made great contributions to the human race, so I'll reward you on behalf of the human race. The Holy Master pondered for a moment, then said, Your potential hasn't been fully excavated. You need to train and advance in battle. After saying this, the Holy Master paused for a moment, then continued, Just now, the human race discovered a new island in the void ocean. After exploration, we found that this island has rich cultivation resources. The foreign race and the human race are fighting over the resources on the island, so I'll send you to this island as a supervisor. You'll represent the human race's holy land to monitor this island. The supervisor was a very important position. It represented the human race's holy land. Only the human race's holy master could confer the position of supervisor. And now, the Holy Master actually sent Fang Chen to that island as a supervisor to assist the human race in occupying it. This was a great opportunity for Fang Chen. Moreover, the supervisor wasn't something that ordinary people could become. It seemed that this was the Holy Master's test for Fang Chen. Thank you, Holy Master. Fang Chen clasped his hands and thanked. Don't be happy too early. Although the supervisor is a relatively idle position, this island has been disturbed by the foreign race, so it'll be difficult to control it. Don't think about making contributions quickly, take it slow. The Holy Master nodded. After that, the Holy Lord explained to Fang Chen some of the duties and powers of the supervisor. After the introduction, the Holy Master threw Fang Chen an identity token. Seeing the supervisor token was like seeing the human race's Holy Master in person. This honor wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Of course, the supervisor couldn't squander his power as he wished. Once he was involved in harming the human race or did something that would harm the human race, he would be punished. But overall, the supervisor was still a very flashy position. Okay, go back and prepare. Someone will take you to this island. The human race's Holy Master waved his hand and signaled Fang Chen to leave. Fang Chen took his leave. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the human race's Holy Master and asked in a deep voice, Holy Master, I have a few questions that I wonder if you can answer. Hearing this, the Holy Master opened his eyes and said, Go ahead. Holy Master, what realm do I have to be in to enter the divine world? This was Fang Chen's first question. He had to figure it out before he had the confidence to fight. Okay. The Holy Master was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to ask this question. Little guy, don't bite off more than you can chew. With your current strength, you're still far from entering the divine world. But since you asked, I'll give you a simple explanation. The Holy Master sighed and said, Life and death realm monarchs have a small chance of entering the divine world. Almost all existences that surpass the life and death realm can enter the divine world. The Holy Master's answer made Fang Chen understand. Life and death realm monarchs had a small chance of entering the divine world. It seemed that this small chance belonged to the outstanding life and death realm monarch. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many life and death realm monarchs who couldn't enter the divine world. As for existences above the life and death realm, Fang Chen didn't dare to think about it. Of course, this is just a general statement. Some people are destined to never enter the divine world. The Holy Master said faintly. A complicated expression appeared on his face. Then, it returned to normal. Is it because I'm not strong enough that I can never enter the divine world? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The Holy Master shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't ask any more questions. When you enter the life and death realm, you'll know the secrets of the universe. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand, the Holy Master said. Fang Chen nodded and asked the second question. Holy Master, this junior has another question. If I want to go to the 3 god races to find someone, what realm is suitable for me? The 3 god races' holy lands to find someone. Hearing this, the Holy Master raised his eyelids and looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Chapter 1467. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. How did the Holy Master know? Was it just a guess? However, the Holy Master soon gave him an answer. I can sense the bloodline of the Luo clan in you, the Holy Master said. Fang Chen was shocked. The Holy Master was too powerful. He could actually see the power of his bloodline with his naked eyes. One had to know that the power of a bloodline was hidden in one's blood. It was extremely difficult to detect it. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the Holy Master with even more respect. He was too powerful. If the Holy Master wanted to kill him, he could do so with just a thought. Holy Master's guess is correct. I am indeed going to the Luo clan to find someone. Since the Holy Master had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it. My mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Liuli. This caused the Sacred Lord to be somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the child in front of him to be the son of the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Liuli. No wonder he had such heaven-defying talent. Thinking of this, the Holy Master was relieved. With your current strength, don't think too much, the Holy Master said. Moreover, it's best not to let the Luo clan know of your existence. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The Holy Master had lived for countless years. When Fang Chen said this, he guessed something. Moreover, as the Holy Master of the human race, he had some understanding of the other 3 divine races. Thank you for your advice, Holy Master, Fang Chen thanked him. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. The Holy Master waved his hand. Fang Chen turned and left the hall. At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind the Holy Master. What do you think? The Holy Master asked without turning his head. Holy Master, I secretly observed this child. He should have received the inheritance of some great sword master from the immortal realm. The inheritance is extremely terrifying. Now, it seems that this child's talent in the way of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. It's very likely that he will become an unparalleled elite in the future. But, the black shadow paused. However, what? The Holy Master continued to ask. However, this child has only cultivated for a short period of time. He can't be compared to the 7 heavenly body tier monsters. After all, the first 7 were all monstrous geniuses who comprehended supreme true intents, while he didn't. My guess is that he will stop at the life and death realm, unable to jump out of the river of time. This was the Black Shadow's evaluation of Fang Chen. If a martial artist didn't take the initiative to release their true meaning, even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to detect it. Therefore, they had never thought that Fang Chen would possess a peerless true intent. What you said is not without reason. However, this child is not to be underestimated. We can nurture him with all our might. The Sacred Master nodded. The Holy Master and the Black Shadow both thought that Fang Chen's achievements couldn't compare to those of the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies that he had summoned. However, it was also worth nurturing. What would they think if they knew that Fang Chen was the unofficial disciple of the Moon Warrior Immortal? After leaving the temple, Fang Chen saw White Bone City Lord and Elder Fish waiting for him. How is it? Lord Bone asked impatiently. He valued Fang Chen more, so he was especially concerned about him. Sanguinati, what reward did the Sacred Master give you? Old Fish asked with a burning gaze. In fact, the two of them were asking to confirm whether the Sacred Master had given Fang Chen a place to go to that place. The Sacred Master asked me to go to a newly discovered island of the human race as a supervisor, Fang Chen replied. Hearing this, Old Fish's expression changed, and he shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, White Bone City Lord was a little disappointed. There was no comparison between being a supervisor and going to that place. Not bad, work hard. White Bone City Lord patted Fang Chen's shoulder, comforting Fang Chen. At the side, Old Fish led Fang Chen to the teleportation formation. The previous 7 had all gone to that place, and Sanguinati had only given him the position of supervisor. Although the position of supervisor was very powerful, it could be seen that the Sacred Master didn't think highly of Sanguinati. This caused Old Fish to keep some distance from Fang Chen, and his attitude wasn't as warm as before. Sanguinati, step into this teleportation formation, and you can go to that island. There will be people there to welcome you, Old Fish said indifferently. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation. Be careful, White Bone City Lord reminded him. Voila! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation opened, and Fang Chen disappeared. White Bone City Lord and Old Fish looked at each other and then sighed. At the same time, the discussions in the human race's sacred land gradually died down. Sanguinati was the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned, and his future was boundless. However, the Sacred Master only gave him the position of supervisor, which meant that the Sacred Master didn't think highly of him. A guy that the Sacred Master didn't think highly of, no one cared about him anymore. The human race's sacred land returned to peace. The void ocean covered the entire universe. The only landmasses were islands. There were many archipelagos in the entire universe, and each archipelagos had a large number of islands. There were many regions hidden on these islands, and each region had a large number of continents. Fang Chen came from the ancient Sword Continent. At the end of the void ocean, there was a barren island. This island was very large, and one couldn't see the end of it. The void ocean covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It could be said that this island was isolated from the rest of the world, and it was a newly discovered island of the human race. It didn't have a name yet, and was called the Nameless Island by human cultivators. Green bamboo grew all over the Nameless Island. The human race and the foreign race each occupied half of the island, and they fought every day. However, overall, the human race was slightly more powerful. The foreign race also didn't dare to launch a large-scale attack. On this day, a whirlpool appeared in the sky above the Nameless Island, causing the Nameless Island to shake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, some elites of the human race moved out and arrived before the whirlpool. They looked at each other and then whispered to each other. I wonder who the supervisor is this time. To be able to become a supervisor, he must be someone favored by the Sacred Lord. We'd better be careful. I hope this supervisor can get along well with us. Sending a supervisor at this critical moment, is it because we haven't been able to take down the Nameless Island for a long time? The people in charge of the Nameless Island guessed at each other. Boom! The whirlpool in the sky emitted bursts of thunder. A terrifying aura was released from the whirlpool. This whirlpool was connected to the teleportation array of the human race's sacred land. Many human cultivators were waiting for the supervisor to appear. Finally, after 15 minutes, the fluctuations in the sky weakened a lot. The whirlpool was also gradually dissipating. At this time, Fang Chen walked out of it. Greetings, supervisor. Many human cultivators didn't even look at him, and directly bowed their heads. Buzz. The whirlpool dissipated and the sky returned to normal. At this time, many human cultivators raised their heads, and when they saw Fang Chen, their faces were full of shock. Supervisor. Many people couldn't believe it. Why did the Sacred Lord send such a young supervisor? Or could it be that there was a mistake? Fang Chen took out the supervisor token from his bosom and tossed it to the humans. After they took turns to look at it, they finally confirmed Fang Chen's identity. "Lord Supervisor, sorry for offending you just now," someone said. He was the temporary island master of the nameless island, Yin Fang. "It's fine." Fang Chen chuckled and said, "Seniors, I'm new here and don't know the situation on the nameless island. I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yin Fang and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Lord Supervisor, it's your first time here. Hurry back to the residence, we'll welcome you back," Yin Fang said with a smile. The group of humans brought Fang Chen back to the headquarters of the human race on the nameless island like stars surrounding the moon. At the same time, in the foreign race's base camp. "What's going on with the phenomenon in the sky?" "Lord, it's said that the human race's sacred land sent a supervisor here," the subordinate replied. "Why did they send a supervisor here at this time?" The black-armored man was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, the black-armored man ordered, "Investigate the ins and outs of this supervisor. The human race's sacred land wouldn't casually send a supervisor here. They must have their reasons for doing so. Only by understanding the other party's intentions could they deal with it calmly." However, what the black-armored man didn't expect was that. Chapter 1468. He had thought that the nameless island was about the same size as Scar Island and Clear Sky Island. However, when he arrived, he realized that the nameless island was too big. The overall area was almost 5 times that of Scar Island. It was no wonder that the alien race and the human race fought over such a huge island. There was no need to guess that the cultivation resources here were abundant. The human race's base camp was in the northern region, and there was a mansion here. There were people coming and going in the mansion. The higher-ups of the mansion, led by Yin Fang, led Fang Chen to the meeting hall. "Lord Supervisor, please take a seat." Yin Fang pointed to the main seat at the front. Although Sanguinati's cultivation had not reached the creation realm, his status was much higher than Yin Fang's. Fang Chen did not put on airs and sat directly on the main seat. He was the supervisor of the human race's sacred land and represented the human race's sacred lord. Although everyone present had a higher cultivation than him, he had to take the main seat. "Everyone, please take a seat." Since he was here to be a supervisor, he had to familiarize himself with the environment of the nameless island before making any plans. After everyone took their seats, Fang Chen looked around and realized that the lowest cultivation level of everyone present was at the middle level of the creation realm. The highest cultivation level was Yin Fang, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm. The 9th level of the creation realm was comparable to Alliance leader Gu Hua's strength. Fang Chen could vaguely sense that Yin Fang's aura seemed to be much stronger than Alliance leader Gu Hua's. It seemed that this person was one of the top existences in the creation realm. Such a force could completely control an archipelago. Since the human race had sent them to the nameless island, it was clear that the human race valued the nameless island. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen said, "I'm new here and don't know the situation here. Senior Yin Fang, please enlighten me." Fang Chen's attitude towards everyone was more gentle, which pleased many of the creation realm experts. If a martial artist who was much weaker than them pointed at them, any creation realm expert would not be able to stand it. Moreover, Fang Chen was a supervisor, so they could not fall out with him. "Lord Inspector, on this nameless island, there are many humans in the creation realm. However, most of them are low-level creation realm warriors. They are their main combat strength. As for the middle and high-level creation realm martial artists, they are all here." Yin Fang briefly explained the fighting strength of the human race on the nameless island. Then, he began to talk about the foreign races. "The foreign races are about the same as us. It's just that their experts are slightly weaker than us, so they haven't dared to launch a large-scale attack." Yin Fang continued. "The situation on the nameless island has been worrying for a long time. However, our human race has also occupied a lot of cultivation resources, and we can transport them back to the human race's holy land endlessly. In fact, although the two sides were fighting, however, cultivation resources were the most important. The reason why the human race's Holy Lord had appointed Fang Chen as a supervisor was to check on the situation of cultivation resources. On the other hand, it was to hone himself. What are the cultivation resources? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Yin Fang's face changed slightly, and he immediately said, "So far, we have control of 3 large cultivation resources. The first is the Devil's Grotto, the second is the Starfield flying ship, and the third is the Dark Night force field." "Tell me more." Fang Chen was a little tempted. The Devil's Grotto is a cultivation place of an expert in ancient times. It is filled with a large amount of demon qi. According to our investigation, there seems to be a famous phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto. It would be great if we could mine it. Fang Chen had also heard of the phantasmal demon stone. This kind of ore was very rare in the universe. Even creation realm experts couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone. The Devil's Grotto, the phantasmal demon stone. Fang Chen muttered to himself, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The Starfield flying ship is the second cultivation resource we found. According to our investigation, this Starfield flying ship doesn't seem to belong to this era of the universe. There is a space inside and we can't enter it for the time being, Yin Fang continued. Doesn't belong to this era of the universe? Fang Chen was shocked and cried out involuntarily. He was very clear about what Yin Fang's words meant. Doesn't belong to this era of the universe, that is to say, this Starfield flying ship has at least experienced the destruction and birth of a universe. Being able to survive such an experience was enough to prove that this Starfield flying ship was not simple. Fang Chen took a deep breath, looked at Yin Fang, and then asked, "What about the third one?" Speaking of which, the Dark Night force field is relatively normal among the 3 major cultivation resources. Yin Fang explained, "The Dark Night force field has a strong gravity. After our investigation, we have found that the Dark Night force field has more than 100 times the gravity. However, this is only our limit. I believe the gravity in the Dark Night force field is more than that." Fang Chen was shocked. No wonder the human race's sacred land attached so much importance to this nameless island. This was only the cultivation resources they had so far. If they could completely control this island, the cultivation resources would be unimaginable. Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he nodded. "You just fight according to your plan. I will enter the battlefield from time to time to hone myself," Fang Chen said slowly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. It seemed that Fang Chen had no intention of checking the 3 major cultivation resources at all. This made Yin Fang and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Not to mention other things, just the phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto heaven alone. They had also mined some and handed most of it over, but still secretly kept a small part. Once the supervisor found out, they would definitely be punished by the human race's sacred land. "Lord Supervisor, if you need anything, just let me know," Yin Fang said with a smile. Fang Chen was focused on improving his strength. The most important thing now was to break through to the creation realm. With his current strength, even if he joined the battlefield, it would be of no help. After resting for a day, Fang Chen prepared to stroll around the nameless island to understand the specific situation. He came to a mountain peak and looked down. This was the territory of the human race's headquarters. The foreign races would not appear here, so it was relatively safe. At a glance, there was an endless stretch of green bamboo below. What beautiful green bamboo! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Hundreds of millions of green bamboo fluttered in the wind, looking very beautiful. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was fascinated by it. His eyes were fixed on the green bamboo. Every move of the green bamboo seemed to be able to cause Fang Chen's essence soul to tremble. Buzz. Unknowingly, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and streams of clear streams appeared. Then, an illusion appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He saw a man in white practicing swordsmanship with a long sword in his hand in the green bamboo forest. Fang Chen widened his eyes and watched carefully. The man in white's swordsmanship was integrated with the green bamboo. When he moved, the green bamboo moved. Whoosh! The endless green bamboo forest swayed with the wind. The man in white practiced his swordsmanship faster and faster. In the end, his speed was so fast that he could appear in front of every green bamboo at the same time. Buzz. Just as Fang Chen was in a trance, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled, pulling him back from the illusion. That is, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He rubbed his eyes and carefully observed the green bamboo. After a while, he used the true meaning of spacetime and arrived in the sky. Standing here, he could see all the green bamboo on the nameless island. These green bamboo seem to be scattered, but they are in different positions, Fang Chen said to himself. Some information appeared in his mind. It's very familiar. The green bamboo fluttered in the wind, emitting an aura that Fang Chen was very familiar with. After racking his brains, he finally understood. I see. Suddenly, Fang Chen slapped his head and chuckled. The green bamboo on the nameless island is actually a huge array formation. He did not expect to find such information by chance. The illusion I saw just now should have existed, Fang Chen said. That man in white was using the green bamboo array formation to cultivate. It's a pity that half of the green bamboo is in the territory of the foreign race. Otherwise, I can experience it for myself. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. However, after this shocking discovery, Fang Chen immediately returned to his mansion and gathered Yin Fang and the others. Chapter 1469. Yin Fang, why did the supervisor summon us so urgently? Yeah, did he discover something? A few of the manifestation realm experts asked doubtfully. Yin Fang shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Let's go in and we'll know, Yin Fang said. Immediately, the group walked into the meeting hall. After everyone had arrived, before Yin Fang could speak, Fang Chen took the lead to break the silence. Everyone, I've gathered all of you here today for a matter, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, everyone's eyes gathered on Fang Chen. Lord Supervisor, what happened? Yin Fang stared at Fang Chen and asked. He wanted to see some clues from Sanguinati's face. But he found that there was nothing on the latter's face. This island is called the Nameless Island because it doesn't have a name yet, right? Fang Chen looked around and asked. Everyone nodded and Yin Fang said, yes, that's right. Then, as the supervisor, am I qualified to name this island? Fang Chen continued to ask. Hearing this, everyone discussed. It turned out that the supervisor summoned everyone here urgently for this matter. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The supervisor had a lot of power, and one of them was to change the name of the island. Of course, this was limited to the islands that had not been named yet. Those islands that were classified as part of the human territory could not be renamed. Lord Supervisor, you are fully qualified to name the Nameless Island, Yin Fang said with a smile. I wonder if the supervisor has thought of a name. Hearing Yin Fang's question, Fang Chen said directly, Green Bamboo Island. From now on, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fang and the others were a little puzzled. Could it be that the supervisor changed the name at will? However, although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. Okay, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island from now on, Yin Fang said. No one objected, and Fang Chen did not say anything else and left directly. Everyone looked at each other, and Yin Fang said, spread the news that the Nameless Island will be officially named Green Bamboo Island. In less than a day, the name Green Bamboo Island spread all over the island. Even the outsiders had received the news. A mere supervisor dares to name this island? What a joke! The leader of the alien race did not recognize the name Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen didn't care about these things. In the following period of time, the battle between the human race and the alien race continued. Fang Chen, on the other hand, spent most of his time cultivating. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. This way, Yin Fang and the rest were even more at ease. This supervisor had a very good temper. He only cared about cultivation and did not care about anything else. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since they arrived at Green Bamboo Island. On this day, Fang Chen finished his cultivation and prepared to go out for a walk. If I can use the green bamboo array on Green Bamboo Island to cultivate, I might be able to break through to the creation realm. Ever since he witnessed the green bamboo array, Fang Chen had been looking forward to it. He left the mansion and went to the command center in front of the battlefield. "Why has Lord Supervisor come here?" asked Yin Fang. "What's the current situation? When will the human race be able to defeat the outsiders?" asked Fang Chen directly. Yin Fang was silent for a moment, then said, "Lord Supervisor, if we want to defeat the outsiders, we will need time." Fang Chen nodded, then said, "I'll go take a look at the 3 cultivation resources." With that, Fang Chen turned and left. The Devil's Paradise was an immortal cave that had been carved halfway up a mountain. This immortal cave could be said to be the work of the gods. Fang Chen stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the Devil's Paradise, speechless for a long time. Just how was this immortal cave formed? It was far too difficult for humans to carve out such an immortal cave. "Let's go in and take a look." With a thought, Fang Chen jumped and arrived in front of the Devil's Paradise. "Lord Supervisor." Many miners bowed to Fang Chen. The latter nodded, then said, "I want to go in and take a look." "Lord Supervisor, for now the human race has only explored a third of the area. If you want to go in, please don't act rashly." One of the leading martial artists took out a map and pointed it out for Fang Chen to see. "I know." Fang Chen looked at the map and imprinted it in his mind. Then he entered the Devil's Paradise. The Devil's Paradise was divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. So far, the human race had only explored the outer area. They could confirm that there was no danger in the outer area. What dense demonic qi! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he entered the Devil's Paradise, dense demonic qi hit him in the face. After walking for a while, Fang Chen found that there were almost no phantasmal demon stones in the outer area. It seems that the phantasmal demon stones should be in the inner area or the core area, Fang Chen said to himself. After a while, Fang Chen walked around the outer area, but didn't find anything. Then he went to the inner area's edge. The miners almost didn't dare to go near the inner area's edge. There was no one here. Just in case, Fang Chen activated the perfect sword body to form the strongest defense. Then he entered the inner area. Whoosh! It was as if he had passed through a layer of membrane and entered a completely different world. Buzz! In the inner area, black mist filled the entire cave. Fang Chen couldn't even see the scene in front of him clearly. He hurriedly released his divine consciousness and could barely see the scene within a kilometer. It can actually weaken the divine consciousness. Fang Chen was a little surprised that the black mist could weaken the divine consciousness. His divine consciousness was so powerful, but it could only detect within a kilometer. Probing with his divine consciousness, Fang Chen found many skeletons. These skeletons had been through the baptism of time, and it was impossible to tell if they were human or not. There was a great battle here, Fang Chen said to himself. Suddenly, he found the phantasmal demon stone. Is this the phantasmal demon stone? Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the wall. There was a black stone inlaid on the wall, and the black mist in the cave couldn't get close to the stone. The phantasmal demon stone. Fang Chen grabbed the phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out with force. Buzz! A strong hallucinogenic aura came from the phantasmal demon stone. Fortunately, Fang Chun cultivated the illusory sword path and had a certain resistance to illusions. Otherwise, he would have fallen for it. There are obviously more phantasmal demon stones in the inner area. After a while, Fang Chun found many phantasmal demon stones. However, the phantasmal demon stones in some areas gave him a creepy feeling, so he didn't act rashly. If I can enter the inner area, Yin Fang and the others should be able to enter as well, Fang Chun said. In an instant, he understood. It seemed that Yin Fang and the others couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone and were hiding it. Shaking his head slightly, Fang Chun walked to the nearest phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had collected 3 phantasmal demon stones. The phantasmal demon stone was very beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation, especially for illusory sword path cultivators. Fang Chun cultivated the illusory sword path, but it could be considered half an illusory sword path. Let's continue. Fang Chun, who was skilled and bold, continued forward. However, after walking for 15 minutes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bang! He suddenly activated the true meaning of time and space and disappeared into the void. At the same time, a fist aura condensed from demonic chi exploded at the spot where he had just been standing. Crash! Fang Chun steadied himself and stared ahead. He found that a mechanical puppet had appeared. A puppet! This puppet was at the creation realm. Fang Chun had once cultivated the heaven puppet race's Tao of puppets, so he could tell the puppet's quality at a glance. Demonic chi is its operation center. Fang Chun curled his lips. With the nourishment of demonic chi, this puppet was almost invincible in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang and the others didn't encounter any puppets? Fang Chun was puzzled. Whoosh! Whoosh! The puppet attacked. The creation realm puppet's attack power was very strong. Fortunately, its attack was very simple, so Fang Chun could easily dodge it with the true meaning of time and space. Poochie! In the process of dodging, the red glass sword stabbed the puppet. However, it couldn't damage the puppet's body at all. Unless I cut off the connection between demonic chi and it, I can't kill it, Fang Chun thought to himself. Soon, he gave up the idea. Chapter 1470. The mechanical puppets were very powerful, but their attacks were very simple. Fang Chun used the true meaning of spacetime to dodge quickly. While dodging, Fang Chun was thinking. He couldn't continue dodging like this. The demonic aura had been continuously providing energy for the mechanical puppet. It was fine for him to use the true meaning of spacetime for a short period of time, but if he used it for too long, his physical strength would definitely decline. At that time, he would be in a dangerous situation. This was not what Fang Chun wanted to see. Since I can't defeat it, I'll use an array formation to trap it. Fang Chun thought for a long time and came up with a countermeasure. Immediately, he used the mechanical puppet's attack to miss and quickly set up the Chaos Origin killing array. Now, Fang Chun was able to exert the Chaos Origin killing array to its strongest effect. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the array core merged into the Chaos Origin killing array. Immediately, the power of the Chaos Origin killing array increased again. Bang bang bang! The mechanical puppets kept attacking the Chaos Origin killing array, but they couldn't break through its defense. If it was a martial artist in the creation realm, it would be easy to break the array. But the puppets were different. They couldn't think and only knew how to attack. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun grinned and immediately left this place, continuing to move forward. The deeper he went into the inner area, the more oppressive he felt. What's going on? Fang Chun walked carefully in the inner area. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the inner area. Looking at the periphery, Fang Chun suddenly discovered that there were 3 halls in the core area. What's this? The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fang Chun's eyes flickered. I feel that there's great danger inside, Fang Chun said to himself. However, it wasn't easy to get here. How could he not go in and take a look? Fang Chen struggled in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to go in. There were two factors for this decision. First, he had the true meaning of spacetime. If he encountered danger, he could directly travel through the void and leave this place. Second, his defense was very strong. Even if he encountered a creature in the creation realm, he could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Combining these two considerations, Fang Chen decided to go in and take a look. Whoosh! Fang Chen entered the core area. However, just as he stepped in, his vision suddenly turned black. Then, he felt something grabbing him. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chen grit his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a large hall. "What is this place?" Fang Chen exclaimed. At this moment, a black figure appeared. "Brat, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to reach here so easily. In all these years, you're the first heavenly body tier cultivator to enter this place." Fang Chen seemed to understand something. Could this black shadow be the remnant soul of the Devil's Paradise's master? In the past, many Manifestation Realm warriors came here, but most of them failed. The black shadow went on to say, "There isn't much danger in the outer area of Devil Cave. The real danger lies in the inner area. Master placed the phantasmal demon stones in the inner area to lure you in." Induce. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. "Brat, you only encountered a puppet and you easily reached this place. I have to say, your luck is extremely heaven-defying." The black shadow sighed. Fang Chen pursed his lips. So he had run into T luck. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm the butler of Devil Cave," the black shadow continued. "Master once ordered that all cultivators who can successfully enter the core area have the right to pass the 3 tests he left behind. As long as they pass, they can obtain the precious treasures of Devil Cave." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. 3 tests? Fang Chen asked. "Brat, don't talk nonsense. Either accept the tests or get lost," the black shadow said impatiently. Fang Chen nodded heavily. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? "I accept the tests," Fang Chen said directly. "You're at the heavenly body tier, so the difficulty of the tests will be lower. However, even so, there's a high chance that you won't be able to pass." The black shadow didn't seem to be optimistic about Fang Chen. "Senior, what's the test?" Fang Chen asked. "There are 3 large halls in the core area. The hall you're in now is called the Heart Nurturing Hall. As the name suggests, it nurtures the heart." After the black shadow finished speaking, he tossed out a yellowed book. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and caught the book. To his surprise, he found that there were 3 large words on the book: Heart Nurturing Technique. "Master the Heart Nurturing Technique within a year, and you'll pass." After the black shadow finished speaking, he directly disappeared. Fang Chen was slightly dazed. The first test was just to cultivate the heart nurturing technique? He flipped open the book and seriously read the content. After a short while, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. This heart nurturing technique was indeed extraordinary. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. "I have a golden heart, so cultivating this heart nurturing technique is too easy." Immediately, Fang Chen started to cultivate. The heart nurturing technique had a total of 3 levels. The first level was shrinking heart, which meant to shrink the heart and condense its essence. The second level was refining heart, which was to temper the heart. The third level was patience. As a martial artist, he had to have a heart of patience. These 3 levels seemed simple, but were actually extremely difficult. Following the heart nurturing technique's chant, Fang Chen began to cultivate. His body was covered in a layer of star energy. Within his body, the golden heart was rapidly beating, coordinating with Fang Chen's cultivation. Buzz. After circulating the chant in his body once, the first level was completed. This, although he was already prepared, Fang Chen was still somewhat shocked. This is too fast. At this time, Fang Chen also realized how terrifying the golden heart was. He did his best to calm his heart and continued to cultivate the second level. After circulating the chant in his body twice, as expected, he succeeded in cultivating the second level. At this time, the golden heart was circulating with a dazzling golden light. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and continued to cultivate the third level. After an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated the third level of the heart-nurturing technique. His eyes were filled with joy. This heart-nurturing technique has a strong effect on normal hearts, but it doesn't have much effect on the golden heart, Fang Chen said to himself. After inspecting the golden heart, Fang Chen put down the book in his hand, looked up at the void, and said, "Senior." Voila! The black figure appeared and looked coldly at Fang Chen. "Why are you giving up so quickly? Cultivating the heart-nurturing technique requires enough patience. With your attitude, it's impossible to succeed." The black figure said coldly, "Since you've given up, then get lost." After saying that, the black figure waved his hand and prepared to send Fang Chen away. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly spoke up. "Senior, I haven't given up." In my eyes, you've already given up," the black figure said indifferently. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I've already cultivated it." Hearing this, the black figure was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "What did you say? You've cultivated the heart-nurturing technique?" The black figure couldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in the world. "You've cultivated the first level, right? There are 3 levels to the heart-nurturing technique. You'll only be considered to have passed if you've cultivated all of them," the black figure explained. Fang Chen knew that the black figure couldn't believe his words, so he didn't say anything else. With a thought, the golden heart released a trace of aura that surrounded his body. Seeing this, the black figure's expression instantly froze. The black figure was shocked. In less than an hour, this martial artist had actually cultivated the heart-nurturing technique. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and looked at the black figure with a smile. After a long time, the black figure woke up from his shock. "Very good. Over the countless years, your speed of comprehending the heart-nurturing technique is enough to be ranked first," the black figure said. Over the countless years, there had been many manifestation realm experts who had entered this place. There were also many who had comprehended the heart-nurturing technique, but in terms of speed, Fang Chen had an absolute advantage and was ranked first. When the black figure looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with seriousness. "Very good. You've passed the first level," the black figure said. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "Senior, what's the second level?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. If he passed the third level, he would be able to obtain the treasure of the Devil's Paradise. Fang Chen was naturally looking forward to it. "Don't be complacent. Passing the first level only proves that your attainments in the heart-nurturing technique are not bad. The next 2 levels are much more difficult than the first," the black figure said indifferently. Chapter 1471. In the second hall. This hall is called the Body Refinement Hall. It refines the body and polishes the bones. The black shadow took out a book and threw it to Fang Chen. "You'll pass if you successfully cultivate the body refinement technique." With that, the black shadow disappeared. Fang Chen looked at the book and was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why the Devil's Grotto Master left such a test. Although he was puzzled, he still began to cultivate. The body refinement technique was the same as the heart-nourishing technique. It was also an ancient technique. This ancient technique was different from the secret techniques in the current universe. Fang Chen could feel its vastness and profoundness. The body refinement technique also had 3 levels. The first level was to refine the meridians, the second level was to refine the bones, and the third level was to refine the body. After reading the chant of the body refinement technique, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. This body refinement technique was too easy for him. He was a martial artist who had broken through the extreme realm. How strong was his body? There were 3 steps to breaking through the extreme realm. 2 of them were to refine the meridians and polish the bones. Fang Chen broke through the extreme realm with great perseverance and walked step by step towards the ranks of the strong. Body refinement technique. Fang Chen chanted the chant of the body refinement technique. Just as he had expected, he only needed to circulate a minor cycle to master the first and second stages. In his body, 3,980 meridians burst out with bright light. 785 golden bones flowed with golden light, and their aura was very strong. It's not difficult. After successfully cultivating the first 2 levels, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the 3rd level. The 3rd level was to refine the body, which was to integrate the meridians and golden bones and temper the body as a whole. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. However, suddenly, a very strange creation realm martial artist appeared among the foreign races. Although his cultivation was not strong, his terrifying array formation ability caused the human clan's ancient martial art practitioners to die one after another. Yin Fang and the others were also slightly stunned. Yin Fang, what should we do? That foreign race's array formation ability is too strong. If this continues, our losses will be very heavy. Yes, quickly think of a way. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Yin Fang waved his hand and directly ordered, "Retreat." Immediately, countless human martial artists on the battlefield retreated. After a while, the battle stopped. On the other side, the foreign race experts mocked and ridiculed Yin Fang. The human race is only SOSO. Even though he said that, he did not have the guts to launch a large-scale attack. Where's your human supervisor? Are you a coward? The alien laughed out loud. Under normal circumstances, inspectors were very powerful. However, the alien race was wrong this time. The inspector's cultivation had not even reached the creation realm. Yin Fang and the others had gloomy expressions. Just wait and see. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned around and left. After returning to the mansion, Yin Fang and the others went to the meeting hall to discuss countermeasures. Where did the supervisor go? Yin Fang suddenly asked. When he first returned, he didn't see the invigilator. The supervisor went to the Devil's Paradise and hasn't come out yet. He never came out. Yin Fang frowned as he pondered. Yin Fang, do you think the inspectors will find out that we embezzled the phantasmal magic stones? Someone asked. Yin Fang was silent. Based on my understanding of the inspector, he probably won't. Besides, even if he wants to report it, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts, another creation realm expert said. That's right. If he really dares to say it, I'll kill him myself. Let's not talk about the inspectors anymore. Let's think of countermeasures. High-level martial artists like them could not interfere in the battle between low-level creation realm martial artists. Therefore, they were a little worried. Devil's Paradise, Core Area, Body Refinement Palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Fang Chen had been comprehending the 3rd level of the body refinement technique. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped runes were activated. Fang Chen's defense was raised to the strongest. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The perfect sword body is known as the strongest physique in the world. It's really not an exaggeration. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. In fact, 2 days ago, Fang Chen had already comprehended the 3rd level of the body refinement technique. It happened to be an epiphany, and it had lasted until now. Buzz. Mastery. The perfect sword body and the body refinement technique, a powerful ancient technique, were combined and merged together. Fang Chen's perfect sword body finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the peak. The perfect sword body was divided into 4 realms: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. These 4 realms covered the various evolutions of the perfect sword body. Today, he had finally reached the peak. Fang Chen felt as if his body had been reborn, and his strength had become extremely powerful. His fingers clenched into fists, and a vast power gushed out. The power of my punch now is enough to force a first-level creation realm martial artist to retreat, Fang Chen said to himself. The perfect sword body at the peak gradually revealed the characteristics of the strongest physique in the world. Senior. Fang Chen stabilized his body and then spoke. Crash. The black shadow appeared and looked at the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body, frowning slightly. I have mastered the body refinement technique, Fang Chen said. The black shadow's heart was in turmoil. An hour to master the heart-nurturing technique, and 3 days to master the body refinement technique. For countless years, Fang Chen was the most heaven-defying monster he had ever seen. He was speechless for a long time. Senior. Fang Chen spoke. His voice pulled the black shadow back to reality. Pass. The black shadow had a lot to say, but in the end, he only said these 2 words. He left the body refinement hall and entered the 3rd hall. This 3rd hall is called the Mad Demon Hall. If you don't go mad, you won't survive. If you want to pass, you have to go mad first and then wake up from it, the black shadow explained. Mad Demon. Fang Chen was stunned. This last stage was too terrifying. When a martial artist cultivated, once they went mad and fell into a state of madness, they were basically crippled, and very few people could wake up. And the test of the 3rd stage was to go mad first and then wake up. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The first 2 stages were easy to pass with the help of the golden heart and perfect sword body. It seemed that he had to fight hard for the 3rd stage. You only have 1 year, the black shadow said. The black shadow said, on the wall behind you, there is a demonic Tao mystic technique. Comprehending this mystic technique will cause you to enter the demonic path. Study it well. After the black shadow disappeared, Fang Chen turned to look at the wall. There were many small words on it. Mad Demon. What was the master of the Devil's Grotto thinking? The more Fang Chen came into contact with the Devil's Grotto, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the master of the Devil's Grotto. He had passed the first 2 stages, so he had to try the 3rd one. However, Fang Chen was worried that he would fall into a state of madness and couldn't wake up. He had asked his clone in the Demon Vanquishing Realm to find the Demon Vanquishing Realm Lord. Realm Lord. What's the matter? Realm Lord, my original body is cultivating a demonic secret technique in a certain ruin, and it will fall into a state of madness. I'm worried that my original body won't wake up, so I deliberately asked my clone to come here. If I find something wrong, please take action and wake my original body up, the clone said. Realm Lord Fu Mo opened his eyes wide and hurriedly asked, You're cultivating the mad demon? Fang Chen nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed. Kid, your luck is too heaven-defying, you can even find an ancient technique like the mad demon. Seeing Realm Lord Fu Mo laughing so hard, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, Realm Lord, what's the origin of this mad demon? You can comprehend it yourself. Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't answer Fang Chen's question. Don't worry, I'll always pay attention to your clone. If I find anything wrong, I'll directly interrupt your cultivation. Thank you, Realm Lord. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Fang Chen believed that the Realm Lord's methods were heaven-defying, even if they were far away. The Realm Lord could use his clone to wake up his original body that had fallen into a state of madness. However, if that happened, his attempt would be considered a failure. I must succeed. The mad demon made the Realm Lord laugh so hard. Then wouldn't the treasure left behind by the Devil's Grotto's master be even more precious? Fang Chen was looking forward to the reward after passing the stage. Begin. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, looking at the small words on the wall, and began to comprehend. Inside the Devil's Grotto. 88. Oh, the Realm Lord was fishing in the garden, and Fang Chen's clone was sitting cross-legged. I didn't see wrong, this kid has obtained the luck of heaven and earth, and will definitely become something in the future. The Realm Lord thought to himself. Then, his gaze looked at the endless void. It was as if the problem that had been trapped for countless years could be solved. After a long time, a smile appeared on the Realm Lord's old face. Chapter 1472. It's in my hands right now. I'll update it later. Those who have read about the Primordial Sword Master also like it. It's in my hands right now. Please wait for a moment. Chapter 1473. The Mad Demon Art was an ancient technique. It was an ancient technique personally created by the Master of the Devil's Paradise. Its power was unimaginable. Furthermore, as the third trial, it was obvious that it would be extremely difficult. Fang Chun had already planned everything. Fortunately, he had the Golden Heart and the help of Realm Lord Fu Mo. He had to leave himself some leeway. After making his preparations, Fang Chun flipped open the book and read it carefully. The chants of the Mad Demon Art were imprinted into Fang Chun's mind, word by word. At the same time, black demonic energy surged in from all directions and entered his body, quickly eroding his golden heart. However, anyone who suffered from chi deviation would have a very strong obsession in their heart. Fang Chun also had an obsession in his heart, and it was very deep. In less than 15 minutes, Fang Chun's eyes were incomparably red, and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. Mad demon. The third trial was to first go berserk and then wake up. Therefore, Fang Chun had already opened his heart and was prepared to go berserk. His obsession was very deep. His mother was from the Luo clan, one of the 3 god clans, and his wife, Star and Moon, was in the god world. These were all his obsessions. He had put in too much effort for this. From the tiny ancient sword continent all the way until now, only he himself knew what he had sacrificed. However, he felt that it was all worth it. I will find you. Fang Chun clenched his fists and shouted crazily. His hair was messy, and Little Mouse stood at the side with a serious expression, staring at his boss. Boom! While Fang Chun was cultivating the Mad Demon Art, all the demonic energy in the Devil's Paradise seemed to have gone crazy, and surged towards the Mad Demon Hall like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying black vortex was formed in the sky above the Mad Demon Hall. Every time this vortex rotated, it would cause the Devil's Paradise to shake. The black demonic energy passed through the vortex and directly poured into Fang Chun's head. He didn't even have the chance to resist. As time passed, more and more demonic energy invaded Fang Chun's mind. Ah! Fang Chun looked up to the sky and howled. He had entered a state of madness. Little Mouse wanted to wake Big Boss up, but he held himself back in the end. Inside the Devil Vanquishing Realm, Realm Lord Devil Vanquishing was fishing. Beside him, Fang Chun's doppelganger was trembling, and his body was vaguely filled with devil chi. Is he possessed? On the other hand, Realm Lord Fumo Demon looked very relaxed. With his means, even if Fang Chun truly became demonic, he could interrupt his cultivation at any time. However, he still had some understanding of mad magic and knew when to make a move. I hope you can persevere. Realm Lord Fuming Demon glanced at Fang Chun, then turned his head and continued fishing. Devil's Paradise, Mad Demon Hall. After 6 hours, Fang Chun absorbed all of the devil chi in the Devil's Paradise. At a certain moment, he suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet red, his lips were black, his hair was fluttering, and his clothes were tattered. I'm going to kill you all. Fang Chun roared in anger as his fists continuously bombarded the surroundings of the Mad Demon Palace. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Mad Demon Palace was very sturdy. Even with Fang Chun's strength, he was unable to destroy it. Buzz, the perfect sword body silently operated, and sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. Fang Chun held the red glass sword in his hand and crazily slaughtered. In his mind, an illusion appeared. Beside him, there were countless enemies. Kill! Fang Chun roared. He stood on the plain covered in bones and started a massacre. The battle was fierce, and in the end, he was the only one left. After Fang Chun released the monstrous devil chi, it finally found a good opportunity to attack the Golden Heart. Whoosh! The extremely terrifying devil chi surrounded the Golden Heart from all directions. The Golden Heart tried its best to resist, but in the end it was still outnumbered. A trace of devil chi entered the Golden Heart. Fang Chun looked up to the sky and roared, completely falling into a state of madness. In his chi sea, the power of stars surged, and the star pagoda shook. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the 9-story star pagoda. The appearance of this crack caused the devil chi to wreak havoc. Crackle! After the crack appeared, countless cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the star pagoda was already on the verge of collapse. I want to break through. In the depths of Fang Chen's heart, there was still a trace of understanding. He wanted to break through, or else, he would die a miserable death. This trace of obsession made him crazily absorb the power of stars. In the sky above the Mad Demon Palace, the black figure stood quietly. Seeing Fang Chen's current situation, a trace of ripples appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to break through the bottleneck using the Realm Lord Mad Demon technique. The black figure said faintly, I hope you can wake up from your madness. No one knew better than the black figure how terrifying the Mad Demon technique was. Fang Chen used the Mad Demon technique to break through. If he failed, he would definitely die. Moreover, even if he successfully stepped into the manifestation realm, it would not be easy to wake up from the Mad Demon technique. The arrow on the bow had to be released. In the eyes of the black figure, Fang Chen had no way out. He had no other choice. Bang! He clenched his fists, the bones in his body cracking. The 9-story star pagoda shattered. Pieces of fragments gathered together, finally forming a star. Just as the star finished gathering, a corner appeared. A manifestation realm martial artist's star pagoda turned into a star. One corner of the star was the first level of manifestation realm, all the way to 9 corners. And this star was the source of a manifestation realm martial artist's power. Compared to the star pagoda, the star was simpler, but also more powerful. Hiss! Just as the star was formed, the rich power of stars instantly poured in, like the sea, endless. The invasion of demonic energy was very serious. Fang Chen tried his best to control it. At the same time, he was also stabilizing his realm. Manifestation realm. Fang Chen's face was distorted, but he still persevered. After an hour, his realm finally stabilized. And at this time, Fang Chen had completely lost control. Boss! Little Mouse hurriedly shouted and used its claws to pull Boss. But the response was a terrifying punch. With a bang, Little Mouse's body was directly bombarded by Fang Chen to the wall of Maniac Hall. Boss, it's me. Little Mouse's eyes widened, his face full of worry. He couldn't care less and directly used his innate ability, Devour, to interrupt Boss's cultivation. Roar! The purple mouse's shadow condensed, and a terrifying attractive force instantly spread out, enveloping Fang Chen. Kill! Fang Chen, who was in a frenzy, didn't recognize Little Mouse at all. With a low shout, the red glass sword was thrown out. Poochie! Like cutting tofu, the red glass sword cut through the void. Dong! A deafening sound instantly spread out. Little Mouse's body was forced to retreat. Facing Boss, he didn't dare to completely use his innate ability, otherwise, he was afraid that Boss would be injured. The more it was like this, the more helpless he was. At the same time, in the distant demon-subduing world, the clone's trembling was somewhat terrifying. The Realm Lord stopped fishing and pressed his hands on Fang Chen's back. A clear stream drilled into his body. The clone's trembling weakened a little. Hold on. Realm Lord Subduing Demon said with a gloomy face. The help of Realm Lord Subduing Demon awakened the last trace of wisdom in Fang Chen's heart. If you want to corrupt me, scram. In Maniac Hall, Fang Chen, who was about to completely fall, suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in anger. Immediately, the golden heart beat rapidly. An unimaginable golden halo instantly burst out from the heart. You want to occupy my will? Impossible! Fang Chen roared crazily. Under his lead, the golden heart formed a strong counterattack. Although Maniac Hall was powerful, compared to the golden heart, it was still far inferior. Fang Chen's body underwent earth-shaking changes. His reason was gradually recovering. The terrifying aura that erupted from the golden heart startled the black shadow hidden in the dark. What kind of aura is this? The black shadow's face changed greatly, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that this boy would have such a terrifying aura. The appearance of this aura directly swallowed the demonic aura that invaded his body, and then turned it into star power and drilled into the starlight. Boss! The little mouse cried tears of joy. Boss is fine. The demonic aura on his body was fading, and he gradually woke up. Fang Chen, who gradually stabilized, exuded a terrifying aura. He sat cross-legged. His eyes were still scarlet, and killing intent filled the air. However, he was already able to control himself. The demonic aura is fading. Fang Chen's mind was shaken. The black shadow hidden in the void felt a little incredulous. He passed. He really didn't expect that this boy could pass like this. He knew best how terrifying Maniac Hall was. Even if it was a creation realm expert, there might not be 1 in a billion people who could wake up after practicing Maniac Hall. But this boy did it. With the help of Maniac Hall, he broke through to the creation realm, and at the last moment, he actually persevered. This is incredible. The black shadow felt like he was dreaming. 2 hours later, the aura on Fang Chen's body completely disappeared. However, he still hadn't woken up. Waking up from Maniac Hall required a lot of perseverance. Moreover, it consumed a lot of the body. He was recovering, but the black shadow had already regarded him as a martial artist who passed. I really didn't expect that after so many years, someone really passed. The black shadow was very excited. This boy broke 3 records in 3 stages in a row. It was simply unprecedented. If Master knows, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised. The black shadow continued. The Devil's Paradise regained its calm. During the time when Fang Chen was in Maniac Hall, the outside world was in an uproar. Yin Fang and the others all felt the strange movements in the Devil's Paradise. They were a little worried about the supervisor, but they didn't dare to go in. Yin Fang, what do you think is going on in the Devil's Paradise? Could it be that the supervisor accidentally triggered some mechanism? If the supervisor dies in the Devil's Paradise, how will we explain it to the Holy Land? Chapter 1474. Devil's Grotto, Mad Demon Hall. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt his entire body was filled with strength. Where am I? Fang Chen asked himself. I remember I was cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. When he said the words Mad Demon Technique, Fang Chen's memory quickly recovered. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on his face. I've succeeded in cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. Fang Chen hurriedly checked his body and found that there were no signs of demonic qi invading his body. Of course, what made him the happiest was his cultivation. Creation Realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. In his qi sea, the starlight was agitated, and a terrifying power would emerge at any time. So strong is this the creation realm? Fang Chen could clearly feel it. After stepping into the creation realm, there were obvious changes in his body. Seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the sun and moon. Kid, congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Fang Chen was thinking about the benefits of the creation realm when the shadow appeared. I passed. Fang Chen was also very excited. After experiencing the Mad Demon Technique, Fang Chen's mentality had matured a lot. In his heart, his obsession was very deep. In the long run, there would be signs of qi deviation. But after the release of the Mad Demon technique, it was much better. Moreover, he learned how to control his obsession from the Mad Demon technique. Having an obsession was a good thing, but it needed to be controlled well. The Black Shadow carefully observed Fang Chen, wishing that he could see through him. He couldn't imagine what kind of freak the person in front of him was. Half an hour to cultivate the heart-nurturing technique. 3 days to cultivate the body-tempering technique. And now, in an extremely short period of time, he cultivated the Mad Demon technique that made people tremble in fear. Moreover, with the help of the Mad Demon technique, he broke through the bottleneck. Master created the Mad Demon technique and gave it to many friends to watch and learn. However, no one dared to use the Mad Demon technique to break through the bottleneck. Could be said that Fang Chen was the first person in history. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he actually succeeded. He had relied on himself to achieve this. Even the usually arrogant Black Shadow could not help but praise Fang Chen. This kind of heaven-defying monster was the successor that Master was looking for. Senior, since I've already passed the trial, what is the Devil's Paradise treasure? Fang Chen hastily asked. The black figure laughed. Immediately, he grabbed with his large hand and brought Fang Chen away from the crazy demon hall. Arriving outside the 3 halls, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. What on earth does the shadow want? However, right at that moment the black silhouette attacked. He waved his hand, and the aura around him became thinner and thinner. At the same time, the 3 palaces were uprooted, causing rumbling noises. 3 palaces. Fang Chen widened his eyes and held his breath as he watched the scene unfold. Under the Black Shadow's control, the 3 palaces quickly merged together and turned into a black ball of light. After that, the black ball of light rapidly rotated in the sky. A terrifying aura, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth, quickly attacked. Fang Chen could not help but take a few steps back. The perfect sword body automatically appeared to protect his body. At this moment, 4 large words appeared in the sky. Dark Demonic Wheel. The instant these 4 words appeared, the black silhouette's body became very faint. Whoosh, like a gust of wind, the black silhouette's body directly drilled into the black ball of light. The black ball of light rapidly rotated, gradually revealing its true appearance. Wheel. This was a wheel the size of a shield. There were many leaves on it, and as it rotated, black demonic chi constantly surged out. The dark demonic wheel is the strongest treasure that Master left in this world. The black silhouette's voice came from the dark demonic wheel. Yes. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. I am the spirit of the dark demonic wheel. After waiting for countless years, you have finally appeared. As he spoke, the dark demonic wheel stopped rotating and landed in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the center of the dark demonic wheel. Immediately, a vast power drilled into his body. So strong. Just the pressure emitted by the dark demonic wheel made Fang Chen's expression change a little. The dark demonic wheel is an invincible treasure in this world. However, when Master left, he was in a hurry and did not leave behind a backup plan. As a result, the power in the dark demonic wheel gradually dissipated over the countless years, the spirit explained. So, without energy, the dark demonic wheel is equivalent to a rank 9 divine weapon in your world. Rank 9 divine weapon. Fang Chen's heart trembled. After the power dissipated, there was still the pressure of a rank 9 divine weapon. If it was at its peak, how strong would the dark demonic wheel be? Drip your blood to recognize it as its master. The spirit urged. Fang Chen nodded and began to drip his blood to recognize it as its master. Actually, Fang Chen had never understood the meaning of the 3 levels of the test. But in the process of dripping his blood to recognize it as its master, he finally understood. If he wanted the dark demonic wheel to recognize him as its master, he had to pass the 3 tests. I see. Fang Chen understood. He cut his finger and a drop of blood dripped down, which was immediately absorbed by the dark demonic wheel. Buzz. Immediately after, all the information regarding the dark demonic wheel appeared in his mind. Too strong. Fang Chen cried out in surprise. Master, I can now display the power of a rank 9 divine weapon. But you're too weak, so it's very strenuous to use it. The spirit said. He was too busy being happy that he didn't notice this. You mean? Fang Chen asked. After all, Master has already passed the test. So, the demonic chi left behind by the old Master is relatively easy to use. The spirit said, however, every time you use it, the power in your body will be quickly exhausted. Fang Chen understood the spirit's meaning. Unless he had no choice, he couldn't use the dark demonic wheel easily. Master, you have to work hard to raise your cultivation and let me recover to my peak. The spirit said sincerely. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Although the dark demonic wheel couldn't be used without limit, it could still be considered a trump card. A rank 9 divine weapon's hardness was comparable to a life and death realm Imperial Emperor. A casual attack from it could recreate a mid-level transcendent realm expert. Fang Chen put away the dark demonic wheel with a smile on his face. By the way, are there any phantasmal demon stones here? Fang Chen asked. Of course. The phantasmal demon stones were trash to the old master. When he left all of them here. The spirit said, but because the old master used some of them for some experiments, there aren't many of them left. Where are they? Fang Chen continued to ask. The spirit guided Fang Chen to a hidden place in the Devil's Grotto. Master, the phantasmal demon stones are inside the formation. The spirit said. Fang Chen waved his hand and opened the formation. The scene in front of him completely stunned him. There was a dazzling array of phantasmal demon stones piled up like a mountain. There aren't many of them. Fang Chen couldn't accept it. This was clearly a mountain of phantasmal demon stones, but the spirit said there weren't many of them. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and roughly estimated that there were at least 100 million phantasmal demon stones. Master, you have obtained the dark demonic wheel and have accepted the old master's legacy. You have to look further. 100 million phantasmal demon stones are nothing, the spirit said. After a long time, Fang Chen tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and curled his lips. Green Bamboo Island. Because a low-level heavenly body tier formation master had appeared, the human race was defeated. In these few days, the human race had chosen to call a truce and had been thinking of a solution. Yin Fang couldn't afford to lose face by asking for people from the Holy Land. But no, the current situation couldn't be solved at all. Yin Fang was conflicted, and so were the other cultivators. Senior Yin Fang. Suddenly, in the meeting hall, a voice broke the silence. Yes, Lord Inspector. Yin Fang and the others, who were deep in thought, suddenly looked at Fang Chen. Lord Inspector, have you come out of the Devil's Paradise? Fang Chen nodded and said, Senior Yin Fang, I see that you all don't look right. Is there some difficulty? Hearing that, Yin Fang sighed, and then told Fang Chen the matter in full detail. A low-level heavenly body tier formation master has appeared among the foreign race. It's very terrifying, Fang Chen said. Yin Fang nodded. This foreign race's formation level is too high. Our human race's cultivators are no match at all, and the losses are heavy. Senior Yin Fang, as the inspector, I didn't do anything when I came to Green Bamboo Island. Why don't you let me fight and meet the foreign race? Fang Chen said with a chuckle. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. How could they let the inspector take the risk? Once he died on the battlefield, they couldn't bear the responsibility. 1. Strength was the best proof. Fang Chen released the aura of a creation tier. Yin Fang was the first to notice this aura, and immediately his face was wild with joy. The others widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Lord Inspector, you've broken through to the creation tier. Everyone was shocked. When they first came here, the inspector was only a half step to the creation tier. How long had it been, and he stepped into the creation tier? The gap between half step to the creation tier was like a cut from the heavens. Everyone was very clear. At this time, they put away the contempt deep in their hearts, and replaced it with respect. Genius. The inspector was a genius. After the joy, the faces of Yin Fang and the others dimmed again. Even if Lord Inspector broke through to the creation tier, it's useless. They didn't think that the inspector could rival the foreign race's formation master just after breaking through. The others sighed and shook their heads. For a time, the atmosphere in the meeting hall became solemn again. How do you know if you don't even try? Fang Chen said. But we can't let the Lord Inspector take the risk, Yin Fang said. Fang Chen shook his head. I'll participate in the battle as the inspector. Does anyone have any objections? At this time, only by taking action himself could the human race be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Fang Chen also wanted to see how strong he was after stepping into the creation tier. As for the foreign race's formation master? Chapter 1475. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. He ordered Yin Fang as the supervisor, and the latter could do nothing about it. Finally, after everyone finished their discussion, they prepared to fight again. Supervisor, if we can't win, we must retreat immediately, Yin Fang said. If anything happened to the supervisor on Green Bamboo Island, he would not be able to answer to the Sacred Lord. Don't worry. Fang Chen chuckled. Under Yin Fang's lead, many low-level creation realm martial artists of the human race quickly approached the battlefield. The intelligence agency of the alien race naturally caught on to this. In the alien race camp, the leader's face was gloomy as he pondered. The human race was defeated not long ago. Are they going to counterattack now? After a long time, the leader said softly, "What are you afraid of? We have Han Gu in the battle of low-level creation realm martial artists. We are not afraid of the human race," another alien race said beside him. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. If there is a chance, we will annihilate the human race this time." The leader made a decision and prepared to fight to the death with the human race. Yes, leader. Knowing that the human race was approaching the battlefield, the alien race also began to move. A large number of low-level creation realm martial artists of the alien race quickly gathered together. Among these people, Han Gu was the most eye-catching. Han Gu, your mission is to trap all the human race, the leader said before leaving. Don't worry. This time, I will definitely annihilate the human race completely. Han Gu's eyes were filled with coldness. On a barren land, there were restrictions all around. This was the battlefield of Green Bamboo Island. Both sides had a tacit understanding that martial artists of mid-level creation realm and above could not participate in the battle. Otherwise, the peace would be broken. Yin Fang and the others came to the battlefield and looked at the vast number of human martial artists. Finally, their eyes fell on the supervisor. Wait for my good news. Before Yin Fang could speak, he heard Fang Chen say this and then disappeared. Watch carefully. Nothing must happen to the supervisor, Yin Fang said in a low voice. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. After a while, the people of both sides had entered the battlefield. The battle was about to start. In the void, the two leaders looked at each other. Yin Fang, last time your human race was routed. Why are you courting death this time? Sneered the alien leader. Humph, don't be happy too early. Yin Fang flicked his sleeves and said coldly. On the battlefield. Kill! As the human ancient martial art practitioners roared, all the manifestation realm ancient martial art practitioners immediately unleashed their strongest auras and began the fiercest battle. I can finally go all out and fight. Fang Chen's gaze landed on Han Gu. Ancient Han was the key to turning the situation around. However, Ancient Han didn't care about Fang Chen at all. He was preparing to use the array formation. Bang! Some of the outsiders noticed Fang Chen and attacked him. courting death. Fang Chen didn't even look and punched out. Bang! With a single punch, the outsider's body exploded. The situation here had attracted the attention of the surrounding outsiders. Let's attack together and kill him. Instantly, 3 or 4 foreign race creation realm martial artists appeared around Fang Chen. Too weak. With a trump card like the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chen was full of confidence. Facing 4 LV1 manifestation realm martial art practitioners, he didn't even need to use his trump card. Crash. With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen used the Thousand Lightning Heaven fusion technique. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and violently exploded in the sky. Fang Chen held the red glass sword and raised it up. Instantly, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sky completely merged into the red glass sword. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand and a terrifying sword light shot out from the red glass sword. Pucci. The foreign race member closest to Fang Chen was instantly cut in half at the waist. Then, the terrifying sword light continued to attack the next alien race. The scene of killing 4 alien races in a row attracted Han Gu's attention. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Yin Fang and the others in the void outside the battlefield. He just broke through to the manifestation realm and has such strength. As expected of the chosen supervisor. He's too strong. No wonder the supervisor insisted on joining the battle. Looks like he got a lot of benefits in the Devil's Grotto. Maybe the supervisor can really turn the situation around. The solemn atmosphere on the side of the human race gradually disappeared, and a smile appeared on everyone's face. On the battlefield, when Fang Chen killed 4 alien races in a row, Han Gu, who was setting up an array, saw this scene from the corner of his eye. Interesting. Han Gu waved his hand and set up an array to trap some humans. I'll leave this to you. After Han Gu finished talking to the alien races, he turned around and walked towards Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen's eyes met Han Gu's. Kid, you're quite capable. Han Gu's face was full of sarcasm. You're the divine array master of the alien race? Fang Chen asked. Since you know it's me, why don't you kill yourself? Han Gu was very arrogant. I'm here specifically for you, Fang Chen retorted. If you want to fight me, only death awaits you. Ancient Han made his move. He clenched his fists and punched at Fang Chen. Too weak. Trying to compare strength with him was laughable. The astral light in his sea of chi trembled as he activated his perfect sword body. Sword-shaped runes revolved, and all his strength gathered in his fist. He didn't hesitate to punch. Dong. A terrifying power instantly spread out. The surrounding cultivators who didn't have time to dodge were instantly caught in the shockwave. Bang. Fang Chen retreated a few steps, while Han Gu retreated a great distance. Han Gu, who had just stabilized himself, revealed a look of surprise. Brat, it seems I underestimated you. Only now did Han Gu realize that Fang Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It's useless to be strong, Han Gu said sinisterly. Then he withdrew his strength, and the aura of the array Dao appeared. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Han Gu used the array that he was proud of, wanting to trap Fang Chen. Splash! Before Fang Chen could react, the array had already descended. Seeing Fang Chen trapped in the array, Han Gu laughed crazily. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fang and the others were very anxious. Not good, the supervisor is trapped in the array. What should we do? This array is very complicated. With the strength of the supervisor, it's impossible to break it. Damn it! Compared to the anxiety of the humans, Fang Chen wasn't worried at all. His face was calm as he looked around the array. Although the array is exquisite, but, just by sensing it, he knew that he could break this array. Fang Chen's attainments in the array Dao were very strong. Moreover, he had once received the inheritance of an array Dao Almighty. He had heard of some rare array formations. Han Gu's array was very rare. It was considered to be one of the top binding array formations. Unfortunately, Fang Chen still had a certain understanding of this array. Most importantly, he had a way to break it. Splash! With a wave of his palm, the aura of Array Tao spread around his body. Break! Ripples emerged around his body one after another. Soon, the aura of Array Tao spread to the extreme. Immediately after, Fang Chen spat out a word from his mouth. The moment the word break appeared, the array seemed to have a spirit of its own and was very cooperative with him. Splash! Han Gu's face was full of smiles. Trapped in his array, no matter how monstrous this kid was, he would die without a doubt. However, before he was ready to make a move, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the array shattered and a very hateful face appeared in front of him, Han Gu's heart was filled with anger. Damn it! Han Gu roared to the sky. The array shattered and Fang Chen appeared. This scene shocked everyone. In the outside world, Yin Fang and the others who were extremely anxious suddenly widened their eyes and laughed wildly. He broke the array. The supervisor can actually break this array. Ha ha ha, the opportunity for the human race has come. On the battlefield, Fang Chen faced Han Gu and curled his lip. Your array is only SOSO. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Han Gu tried hard to control the anger in his heart and said coldly. Even the array you are so proud of has been broken by me. What else can you do? Fang Chen spread out his hands. Splash! Han Gu withdrew his aura of Array Tao and a black saber appeared in his hand. Even if the array is broken by you, I will let you know. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 1476. Han Gu's true strength was not only in the Array Tao, but also in the Saber Tao. His talent in the Saber Tao was many times stronger than the Array Tao. Before this, Han Gu had always thought that he could use the Array Tao to crush the human race on the Green Bamboo Island. But now it seemed that he was too naive. A terrifying saber radiance appeared on the black saber. You should be proud to die under my saber. A LV-1 Creation Realm martial artist was able to force him to take out his saber. This ability alone was enough to brag. Seeing Han Gu take out his saber, Fang Chen's face darkened. Bring it on. Han Gu was very powerful and had great potential. Fang Chen had already made his decision. No matter what, he had to kill Ancient Han. If he let Han Gu escape, it would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. The red glass sword let out a sword cry as if it was cooperating with its master's attack. Buzz. The sword chi around the red glass sword was no weaker than the saber radiance on Han Gu's saber. Let me see if your sword or my saber is more powerful. Ancient Han roared as he swung the saber in his hand. Suddenly, a chaotic saber radiance with a terrifying aura whizzed towards Han Gu. So powerful! Han Gu's cultivation had reached LV-3 Creation Realm. Fang Chen was only at LV-1 Creation Realm. If he was at LV-2 Creation Realm, Fang Chen would be able to crush him. But against Han Gu, Fang Chen felt some pressure. Thunder Merging Technique. Fang Chen used the thunder merging technique and thousands of lightning bolts merged into the red glass sword. Then, the red glass sword with a terrifying aura hit Han Gu's saber. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A shocking force went through the red glass sword and into Fang Chen's body. Puff! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Fang Chen's mouth, and he quickly retreated. Han Gu sneered when he saw this. Too weak. Han Gu's Saber Tao secret skill was very strange. What a strange attack! Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and performed the sword burial art of heaven and earth. The red glass sword let out a powerful sword cry. Then, countless ripples appeared in the air. Terrifying sword chi escaped from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, countless giant swords appeared in the sky. These giant swords exuded a deathly gloomy aura. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the inheritance of the burial sword emperor. After this period of cultivation, he had finally reached the entry level. He could not help but admit that the technique left behind by the Zong sword monarch was too powerful. Even with Fang Chen's potential in swordsmanship, he was helpless against the burial sword art of heaven and earth. This time, he had no choice but to use it. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? Why is it so frightening? It feels like the entire world is about to be buried. It's too oppressive. Even someone at the third layer of the manifestation stage would not be able to unleash such a heaven-defying aura. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fang and the others were similarly shocked. What kind of secret technique is this? Yin Fang was shocked and asked in a low voice. The others shook their heads. They had lived for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen such a heaven-defying secret technique. A terrifying aura surrounded their hearts. No matter how powerful the secret technique is, it can't resist my saber. Han Gu seemed to realize that Fang Chen's attack power was soaring. Before the latter could fully display the burial sword art of heaven and earth, he shook his wrist and the black saber whizzed out. A white light appeared on the tip of the saber. The space was cut open. Han Gu's black saber appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen muttered the words, burial sword art of heaven and earth. Boom. Suddenly, the dense giant swords in the sky swooped down. Every single one of the giant swords carried an aura that struck fear into people's hearts. It was too spectacular. All the martial artists on the battlefield were completely stunned. They even forgot to breathe. A martial artist at the first layer of the manifestation realm could display such a heaven-defying secret technique. He had no regrets in his life. Bang! Bang! The giant swords hit the black saber hard and stopped it from moving. It's no use. Han Gu roared. He controlled the black saber and bombarded the giant swords. Crack! The giant swords were shattered by the black saber. At the same time, the red glass sword in Fang Chen's hand turned red. The aura of the burial sword art of heaven and earth gushed out instantly. Swoosh! The sword, which seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, tore the void and appeared in front of the black saber. Dong! The two collided and the whole battlefield shook. The martial artists of the human clan retreated in horror. They could not resist the terrifying aura. Retreat! Many martial artists shouted. As for the outsiders, they were also retreating continuously. Some of the alien races who could not dodge in time were directly blown to pieces. Dong! Fang Chen could feel that the starlight in his chi was constantly surging. This is the real burial sword art of heaven and earth. He had been practicing this secret technique, but he always felt that something was wrong. After executing it today, Fang Chen finally understood. It turned out that the real burial sword art of heaven and earth was like this. Burial of heaven, burial of earth, and burial of sword. The three intents of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. At this moment, Fang Chen had comprehended one of the intents. Burial of sword. This was the simplest intent of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. However, it was very difficult to comprehend it. Burial of sword? The chant ran in his mind and he controlled the red glass sword with his mind. On the battlefield, all the sword cultivators trembled at the same time. They were extremely terrified. The swords that they were wearing were swaying as they were stabbed into the ground, prostrating themselves in that direction. No! Han Gu roared when he sensed the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Dong! With a loud sound, the black saber cut a bloody path out of the giant swords. Han Gu's body quickly retreated. At the same time, he swung his saber and forced Fang Chen's red glass sword back. Damn you! I'm going to cut you into pieces. Han Gu was the most dazzling existence on the battlefield of the alien tribes. However, he was now being forced to such a state by a LV-1 Creation Realm martial artist. He was not willing to accept this. He swore in his heart that he would cut this man into pieces. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to stay in the alien tribes. What are you going to use to kill me? Fang Chen held the red glass sword and said in a low voice. After his cultivation reached LV1 creation realm, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He could kill a LV1 creation realm martial artist with the power of the perfect sword body. If he used the heaven-melting lightning technique, it would be easy for him to kill a LV2 creation realm martial artist. As for a LV3 creation realm martial artist, he could use the burial sword art of heaven and earth to deal with them. Although he could not kill them, it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Kill! Han Gu's eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, he was fighting with Fang Chen. Han Gu's attacks were very fierce. Fang Chen carefully countered his moves. To deal with Han Gu, he could only use a terrifying secret technique like the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist at all. There is no need to use the dark demonic wheel for now, he said to himself as he dealt with Han Gu. Outside, Yin Fang and the others were full of smiles. As expected of the supervisor, this battle is too beautiful. Yes, I have long heard that the supervisor is the 8th heavenly body realm martial artist summoned by the Holy Lord of the human race in this universe era. At first, I did not believe in the supervisor's potential, but now I am completely convinced. It's too terrifying. Before this battle, someone told me that the supervisor could suppress Han Gu. I would not believe it even if you beat me to death. Yes, a LV1 creation realm martial artist suppressed Han Gu, who was a LV3 creation realm martial artist. His secret sword technique is too powerful. Yin Fang and the others were very shocked. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was beyond their imagination. They could already predict that the human race's disadvantage in the Battle of Green Bamboo Island had gradually turned into an advantage. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Yin Fang was very happy when he thought of this. Maybe this time, with the help of the supervisor, he could completely control Green Bamboo Island. And in the territory of the foreign races, the leader's face was very gloomy. Where did this human boy come from? The leader narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "This person's sword technique is too amazing. Leader, if Han Gu is unable to kill that human boy, our plan will fail," the foreign race member beside him reminded. Chapter 1477. Although the situation on the battlefield was beyond the alien race leader's imagination, but he thought that everything was still under control. The alien race leader believed in ancient Han's strength. He was almost invincible among low-level creation realm cultivators. His black saber could sweep through everything. Just you wait. Angering ancient Han won't end well. The alien race leader seemed to know something. His face was full of smiles without any worry. This was a game. If Sanguinati won in the end, then the human race would win. But if ancient Han killed Sanguinati, then the human race would not be able to move an inch on Green Bamboo Island. Therefore, this battle was very eye-catching. Yin Fang and the others who didn't have much confidence had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that the supervisor could defeat ancient Han. Only then would they have a chance to completely control Green Bamboo Island. On the battlefield, Fang Chen stared at ancient Han. He had to admit that ancient Han was very strong. In particular, his attainments in the Saber Dao had surprised him. In all fairness, if he didn't have the inheritance of the Zhang Sword Emperor and what he gained in the Devil's Grotto Heaven, he wouldn't be ancient Han's match. But this was how the world was. There was no such thing as fairness. Luck was also a part of one's strength. It was luck that he didn't die after crossing over from Earth. Then, he used the Golden Heart to walk step by step here. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a good mood. He looked at ancient Han and waited for him to make a move. "You will die today." Ancient Han held the black saber in his hand and a thick black aura appeared around him. This black aura was similar to demonic qi. Ancient Han wanted to use this sinister aura to corrode Fang Chen. The funny thing was that the latter wasn't afraid of this aura at all. In the 3 palaces of the Devil's Grotto Heaven, Fang Chun had completed the 3 tests and was reborn. The demonic qi in his body was so strong that Ancient Han's aura couldn't compare to it. "You can't kill me," Fang Chun said calmly. He was telling the truth. If he took out the dark demonic wheel, the battle would have ended long ago. The reason why he didn't take it out was to fight with Ancient Han to train himself. And now, after fighting for so long, the training had come into play. Next, Ancient Han would definitely launch a thunderous attack. He had to be fully prepared. "Are you that confident?" asked Ancient Han. Fang Chun nodded and said, "I am that confident." Fang Chen's words enraged Ancient Han. He desperately urged the power in his body and gathered it all into the black saber. Then, they madly attacked Fang Chun. "Kill!" Ancient Cold used a forbidden technique. The dazzling saber light dazzled everyone's eyes. The human martial practitioners were all worried about Fang Chun. However, facing Ancient Han's attack, Fang Chen's face revealed a brilliant smile. "Let's end it." When Ancient Han used the forbidden technique, he knew that with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the attack. No matter how miraculous the burial of heaven and earth sword art was, it couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation level. Therefore, the best method was the dark demonic wheel. The dazzling black saber light followed the black saber, carrying a terrifying aura as it whizzed through the air. Just as it was about to envelop Fang Chun, with a thought, a black wheel appeared in his palm. Buzz. The moment the black wheel appeared, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Dark demonic wheel. Fang Chun roared inwardly. The power of the starlight instantly poured into the dark demonic wheel. In the next instant, the dark demonic wheel blossomed with its own radiance. Crack! The saber light was like glass. When it came into contact with the dark demonic wheel, it instantly shattered. "How is this possible?" Ancient Han, who was charging over aggressively, cried out in shock. Bang! The black saber he was so proud of was instantly swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. "No!" Ancient Han roared. His body was also swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. Outside, in the void. "What is that? It's too terrifying." Yin Fang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dark demonic wheel in Fang Chen's hand. The moment the wheel appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth changed color. Too shocking. Even my heart palpitates. The experts of the human race were filled with shock. On the other side, the leader's expression changed when he saw the dark demonic wheel. "Ancient Han, retreat." He wanted to warn Ancient Han to retreat, but it was already too late. One of Ancient Han's arms was wrapped around by the dark demonic wheel. "Am I going to die?" Ancient Han never imagined that he would die on this battlefield. When the dark demonic wheel wrapped around his arm, Ancient Han's heart was filled with fear. Too strong. Ancient Han didn't even have the courage to resist. He felt his life force fading away. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Ancient Han gave up on the idea of escaping. He knew that the dark demonic wheel was too strong. Even if the leader came, he wouldn't be able to stop it. He might as well burn the last bit of his strength. Buzz. Ancient Han's body turned into a black saber. Using his body as a saber, Ancient Han made his final counterattack. He wanted to heavily injure Fang Chun and even kill him. Crack. However, his thoughts were shattered. After countless years, the dark demonic wheel appeared for the first time. The artifact spirit controlled the dark demonic wheel. It wanted the latter to appear in front of the world in its most glorious state. Too weak. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. Ancient Han, who had turned into a saber, died. Dong. After Ancient Han's death, the dark demonic wheel didn't stop. It continued to move forward, suddenly appearing in the midst of the foreign races and starting a massacre. Fang Chen's eyes were red as he tried to control the dark demonic wheel. How long will it take to kill all the foreign races? Fang Chen asked the artifact spirit. 3 seconds. After the artifact spirit finished speaking, the dark demonic wheel began to kill the low-level creation realm experts of the foreign races. Pucci. Surrounded by the dark demonic wheel, not a single foreign race expert managed to escape. In just 3 seconds, the dark demonic wheel had completely destroyed them. However, at this moment, Fang Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on the starlight in his sea of qi. Its power had been completely used up. Buzz. Without the support of its power, the dark demonic wheel's monstrous aura also gradually dissipated. Then, the dark demonic wheel returned to Fang Chen's side. Demonic qi enveloped Fang Chen, protecting its unconscious master. The entire battlefield was dead silent. The remaining human race cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. The battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The foreign race martial artists had all been killed. Is this real? After a long time, someone woke up from the shock and asked in a low voice. Boom. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the battlefield. All the martial artists came to Fang Chen's side, protecting Fang Chen with their bodies. Damn it! Outside the battlefield, the foreign race leader couldn't suppress his anger. Die! The foreign race leader broke the rules first and stepped into the battlefield. A monstrous aura surged as he rushed towards Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. This kid ruined my plan. Die! The foreign race leader roared in anger. Stop! Since the foreign race leader broke the rules, Yin Fang and the others naturally weren't afraid. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Fang and the others entered the battlefield. Boom! In an instant, the upper echelons of the two races fought. It was supposed to be a long battle, but because of Fang Chen's appearance, it evolved into the final battle. Escort the supervisor back. Yin Fang roared as he fought with the foreign race leader. The current battlefield had evolved into a battle between experts above the middle level of the creation realm. Those low-level creation realm martial artists who had participated in the previous battle would be courting death if they stayed. They escorted Fang Chen out of the battlefield. An earth-shattering battle broke out on the battlefield. This battle was related to the control of the human race on Green Bamboo Island. The foreign race also went crazy from the killing. The chaotic battle lasted for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with the human race's victory. The foreign race's upper echelons were originally inferior to the human race's upper echelons. Under the combined efforts of Yin Fang and the others, the foreign race leader was killed. The remaining foreign race experts were nothing to be afraid of and scattered in an uproar. Yin Fang and the others pursued, but the foreign race experts were not afraid of death and jumped into the void ocean. In the end, Yin Fang and the others gave up the chase. Ha ha ha, awesome! The foreign race was completely defeated, and the human race truly controlled Green Bamboo Island. Although Yin Fang and the others were covered in blood, they were very excited. After so many years, the stalemate was finally broken. In the mansion, Fang Chen had been unconscious. After Yin Fang and the others won a great victory, they sent the human race martial artists to explore Green Bamboo Island and reclaim the lost land. And these upper echelons gathered together to find a way to treat Fang Chen. Yin Fang, you are the strongest and most knowledgeable among us. How is the supervisor? Yes, if it weren't for the supervisor this time, we wouldn't have been able to reclaim Green Bamboo Island. No matter what, we have to save the supervisor. Everyone was very concerned about Fang Chen. After Yin Fang checked Fang Chen's body, his tensed face relaxed. Everyone, don't worry. The supervisor has just overexerted himself and fell into a coma. Hearing Yin Fang's words, everyone's hanging hearts calmed down. I wonder how long the supervisor will be in a coma. Yin Fang pondered for a moment and then said, the supervisor has overexerted himself. I'm afraid he will be in a coma for a long time. Yin Fang's words once again reminded everyone of the Black Wheel. It seems that the supervisor can't completely control the Black Wheel. The black wheel is too terrifying. The aura it emits makes my heart palpitate a little. The supervisor is really powerful. He even has such a supreme treasure. No wonder he insisted on fighting when he heard about Ancient Han. Everyone chimed in one after another. All right, everyone, let's leave first. Let the supervisor rest well. Yin Fang smiled. Everyone nodded and then left the room. I'm hungry. A voice came from the dark demonic wheel. Then, with a crunch, the black gourd Fang Chen obtained from Sword Star was swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. After eating the black gourd, the demonic chi emitted from the dark demonic wheel was a little stronger. Crash. Chapter 1478. Recommended reading? 3 months. He was in a coma for 3 whole months before he woke up completely. The dark demonic wheel was too powerful. He had only used it once and it had sucked up all the energy in Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, the human race had won a great victory and he could recuperate in peace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why the artifact spirit did not allow him to use it easily. While Fang Chen was in a coma, the situation of the battle on Green Bamboo Island was transmitted back to the human race's sacred land. The Sacred Lord was very happy and even praised Sanguinati. Especially when he heard that Sanguinati's strength had increased, he looked at him in a new light. Inspector, you're awake. The moment Fang Chen woke up, Yin Fang and the others quickly rushed over. In the small courtyard, Fang Chen's face had already regained its original luster. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Yin Fang and the others hurried over and asked, "Thank you for your concern, seniors." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. What's the situation on Green Bamboo Island now? Before he fell into a coma, Green Bamboo Island was still in chaos. He did not know what had become of Green Bamboo Island after being in a coma for 3 months. This time, we have to thank the inspector. Otherwise, the alien race would not have been defeated by us in one fell swoop, Yin Fang said with a smile. Yes, that day, the inspector went on a killing spree and killed the enemy's fierce general, Han Gu, which angered the alien race leader and triggered a high-level battle. In terms of numbers, the human race naturally does not fear the alien race. Now, there is no alien race on Green Bamboo Island. It is completely under the control of the human race. Everyone's attitude towards Fang Chen became even more respectful. It was not only because he was the inspector. It was because he had turned the situation around with his own strength and helped Yin Fang and the others control Green Bamboo Island. In that situation, if the human race did not have a powerful creation realm martial artist, it was impossible to turn the situation around. The appearance of the inspector gave everyone hope. Especially the black wheel that the inspector took out at the end, it was too shocking. For a creation realm martial artist to have such a supreme treasure, he must have a powerful force behind him. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Han Gu was indeed strong, but he was no match for the dark demonic wheel. With a thought, Fang Chen glanced at the dark demonic wheel in his spatial ring. The latter was recuperating in silence. Fang Chen tried contacting the artifact spirit. "Master, how do you feel?" The artifact spirit asked. "My strength drains head. It was very painful. Fortunately, he was unconscious. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he survived." "Master, your strength is too weak. You can't even activate the dark demonic wheel continuously. You should cultivate as soon as possible." The artifact spirit finished speaking and continued to cultivate. The group soon arrived in front of the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang and the others were a little surprised. They had been here several times. The terrifying devil chi that had filled the cave's entrance had now disappeared. "There's a change in the Devil's Grotto, everyone be careful," Yin Fang reminded. Fang Chen walked into the Devil's Grotto as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yin Fang and the others followed closely behind. "Lord Supervisor, be careful." Yin Fang stood behind Fang Chen and exhorted. Let's go. Fang Chen passed through the periphery and came to the inner area. At this time, Yin Fang and the others emitted a strong aura and were very vigilant. Fang Chen chuckled and continued to fly. After a while, Yin Fang finally couldn't help but speak. Inspector, we can't go any further. Yes, Inspector, the inner area is already very dangerous. If we go further, we will reach the core area, which is even more dangerous. They had been here before and knew the danger of the inner area. It's okay, follow me, Fang Chen said confidently. Yin Fang and the others still wanted to persuade him, but in the end, they shook their heads. About half an hour later, they passed through the inner area and came to the core area, appearing in front of the phantasmal magic stone warehouse. The phantasmal magic stones are inside. Fang Chen pointed to the warehouse in front of them. Everyone looked in front of them in confusion. Fang Chen waved his hand and the door suddenly opened. Buzz! A mountain of phantasmal magic stones was instantly imprinted in everyone's eyes. This, phantasmal magic stones, ha ha, it's really phantasmal magic stones. Oh my god, so many phantasmal magic stones. Many experts, including Yin Fang, went completely crazy. They never thought that they could get so many phantasmal magic stones at once. In the past, getting one phantasmal magic stone was considered very lucky. But now, there were so many phantasmal magic stones in front of them. Oh no, so many phantasmal magic stones, could it be a trap? Suddenly, the smile on Yin Fang's face disappeared and he said in a low voice. Fang Chen shook his head gently and then explained, Senior Yin Fang, I told you that I got the inheritance in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang nodded. To tell you the truth, the dark demonic wheel that I used on the battlefield came from the Devil's Grotto. And these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones were found by the artifact spirit, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's meaning was clear. There was no danger here. The hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones could all be taken away. What did you say? Yin Fang was rather shocked when he heard this. Although he had some guesses at the beginning, hearing Fang Chen say it himself still shocked him. You can take all of these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones, Fang Chen said. Ha ha ha, that's great. Yin Fang laughed wildly. Getting so many phantasmal magic stones at once, the human race would definitely reward him greatly. Inspector, you are really our lucky star. Yin Fang laughed. Senior Yin Fang, there is no danger in the Devil's Grotto for the time being. I'll leave these phantasmal magic stones to you, Fang Chen said. Don't worry, Lord Inspector. We will definitely transport these phantasmal magic stones out as soon as possible, Yin Fang said. Then, Fang Chen left. Gather all human martial artists and enter the Devil's Grotto. At the same time, Yin Fang issued an order. The phantasmal magic stones were very important to martial artists. Fang Chen could not resist the temptation. However, after obtaining the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chen changed his mind. Because the artifact spirit told him that the power in the dark demonic wheel was many times stronger than the phantasmal magic stones. In the future, if he could completely control the dark demonic wheel, he would be able to use its power. Therefore, the phantasmal magic stones were of no use to Fang Chen. Since that was the case, he might as well do the human race a favor. The matter of the phantasmal magic stones was left to Yin Fang. Fang Chen left the Devil's Grotto. He was going to take a look at the other two cultivation resources. Beside the Devil's Grotto were the Starfield flying ship and the Dark Night force field. Floating above Green Bamboo Island, he looked down. The dense green bamboo swayed endlessly. Every time it swayed, it would imperceptibly change the airflow inside Green Bamboo Island. After watching for about an hour, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The green bamboo array was too broad and profound. If he could learn a thing or two, it would be amazing. Forget it. I'll take a look at the other two places first, and then use the green bamboo array to cultivate. Fang Chen shook his head and said to himself. The Dark Night force field was at the edge of Green Bamboo Island. This was a barren plain that was overgrown with weed. Close to the wasteland, Fang Chen felt a heavy pressure. As expected of the dark night force field, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he took a step forward and entered the dark night force field. Crack! A powerful force came from all directions. Fang Chen curled his lips. 3 times the gravity. Where he was now, the gravity was 3 times the outside world. It was still within his tolerance range. Keep going. Relying on the strength of his body, he quickly moved toward the center. The closer he was to the center, the stronger the gravity. After walking for an hour, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. At this time, he was about 100 meters away from the center. However, 100 meters was extremely far away. I can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen said to himself with a solemn expression. His body had reached its limit and could not hold on any longer. Boom! Activating the perfect sword body, the sword-shaped runes revolved, and his defense increased again. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt relaxed. A good place to cultivate the body, Fang Chen said with a smile. Unfortunately, his perfect sword body had reached the peak, and there was no effect to cultivate here. However, overall, the Dark Night force field was a holy place for cultivation. After activating the perfect sword body, Fang Chen continued to move forward without any resistance. Soon, he arrived at the center. However, when he was about to step on the black altar, his expression changed. Crack! He had only taken 1 step, but he felt his bones were about to shatter. What's going on? Hurriedly stopping, Fang Chen carefully stared at the altar. The terrifying gravity just now was at least 1,000 times stronger. Even with the peak perfect sword body, I can't step on the altar? Fang Chen did not believe it. He activated the perfect sword body with all his strength and took another step. Crack! The sound of bones shattering instantly spread. Poochie! Fang Chen was still holding on, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen roared in his heart and suddenly stepped on the black altar. Buzz! When he stepped on the black altar, the terrifying gravity suddenly stopped. Then, an unexpected scene appeared. This is, a gentle aura appeared on the black altar, nourishing his body. This gentle aura quickly merged with the sword-shaped runes. This is tempering the body. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. Turned out that there was such a good thing in the black altar. It seemed that the expert who built the Dark Night force field had given it as a reward for those who came after. The power of the Dark Night force field gathered on the black altar, nourishing Fang Chen's body. Chapter 1479. The baptism of the Dark Night force field caused Fang Chen's body to gradually transform. His perfect sword body had reached the pinnacle, and his physical body was almost invincible. However, the so-called invincibility was only relative. Now, the power of the Dark Night force field was tempering his body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and waited calmly. In the distant devil-subduing realm. Why aren't you waking up? Realm Lord Subduing Demon carefully looked at Fang Chen's body, very puzzled. Logically speaking, the main body should have cultivated the mad demon art and awakened from the state of madness. But why did the clone suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord Subduing Demon was puzzled. It had been 3 months. Strange, the clone directly fell into a deep sleep. What happened to the main body? Realm Lord Subduing Demon frowned, his face grave. Based on his understanding of the clone, it was very likely that the main body encountered something very dangerous, and it didn't even send a sound transmission. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Just as Realm Lord Subduing Demon was thinking, the clone suddenly opened its eyes. Are you okay? Realm Lord Subduing Demon hurriedly asked. Realm Lord, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fang Chen cupped his fist. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord Subduing Demon asked. Fang Chen told Realm Lord Subduing Demon the details of the dark demonic wheel he obtained in the Devil's Paradise and how he used it in the battle with Ancient Han. Realm Lord Subduing Demon's face was full of surprise. You said you obtained the dark demonic wheel? Realm Lord Subduing Demon asked in a hurried voice. Fang Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, you're really lucky to have obtained the dark demonic wheel. Realm Lord Subduing Demon seemed to know the dark demonic wheel very well. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of excitement. Realm Lord, do you know about the dark demonic wheel? Fang Chen asked. Of course I do. This thing was famous in the early days of our universe era. Realm Lord Subduing Demon faintly said. Unfortunately, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Famous in the early days of the universe era? Although he was curious, he still controlled his heart and waited for Realm Lord Fu Mo to tell him. Unknowingly, you've already grown to such a level. There are some things that I should tell you. Realm Lord Fu Mo stood up and walked to a pavilion nearby. He pointed at the stone bench in front of him and said, Sit down too. Thank you, Sector Lord. Fang Chen nodded slightly and in the back seat. The birth and destruction of the universe is the norm of nature. No one could reverse the destruction of the universe. Every 10 billion years or so, the universe would be destroyed because it could no longer bear the burden. After the great calamity, a new universe will be born. This process is known as the Great Annihilation. Every time there is a great apocalypse, there will be tens of billions of martial artists who will die. Of course, those martial artists who are extremely powerful will be able to escape. Fang Chen knew about the great destruction of the universe. However, he didn't know what level of cultivation was needed to survive the great calamity. In the mortal world, except for those who have touched the laws, almost no one can survive, Realm Lord Fu Mo explained. Experts who have touched the laws. This concept was too complicated, and Fang Chen didn't understand it. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo's explanation shook him to the core. Above the creation realm was the life and death realm. Life and death realm martial artists could absorb the aura of life and death, grasp a law, and then continue to cultivate until they reach the initial stage of immortality. At the same time, Fang Chen also knew that the universe was composed of laws and laws. Laws were supreme, and laws assisted laws to make the universe operate. Cultivating laws could take a shortcut, but cultivating laws, unless one was an extremely heaven-defying genius, they would never be able to touch the threshold of laws in their entire life. If a life and death realm martial artist could touch the threshold of laws, they would be able to break through to the next realm, the eternal realm. The so-called eternal realm was beyond life and death, eternal immortality. Almost all martial artists who reached this realm could survive the great destruction of the universe. Of course, there were also a few who would die. However, in general, the eternal realm was the limit of the great destruction. It was extremely difficult to reach the eternal realm. Realm Lord, may I ask what realm you are at now? Fang Chen asked. A life and death realm martial artist was strong enough, but he didn't expect there to be a legendary eternal realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo gently shook his head, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Seeing that Realm Lord Fu Mo was silent, Fang Chen didn't ask any more questions. He changed the topic. Realm Lord, according to what you said, only experts of the eternal ancient realm and above were able to survive the great devastation. Doesn't that mean the God world will never be affected by the great destruction? Haven't you always wanted to know the qualifications to enter the God world? Realm Lord Fu Mo's expression softened and he said, to enter the God world, you must first master a law and cultivate it to the peak. I can tell you that among billions of life and death realm martial artists, only a few can enter the God world. Realm Lord Fu Mo's meaning was obvious. Eternal realm martial artists could enter the God world at will. As for life and death realm martial artists, only a few peerless geniuses could rely on their own strength to enter the God world. Eternal realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists, inwardly muttering to himself. Because of the Great Destruction, all Eternal Realm martial artists chose to enter the God World, Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. The remaining Life and Death Realm martial artists struggled at death's door to find a way out. Don't be fooled by the fact that the three divine races are incomparably glorious right now. If the Great Destruction comes, they'll be reduced to nothingness. But the human race is different. How is it different? Fang Chen asked. The human race's Holy Lord is comparable to the three divine races in strength. They're both peak Life and Death Realm martial artists. But there's a big difference, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. The human race's Holy Lord offered himself to the universe, and his primordial spirit merged with the universe. Even if the Great Destruction comes, his primordial spirit won't be destroyed. What? Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine it. It was too inconceivable. At this moment, he recalled asking the human race's Holy Lord how to enter the God world. The latter's answer had puzzled him. Some people will never be able to enter the God world. At that time, Fang Chen had thought that the human race's Holy Lord was talking about the weak martial artists. But now it seemed that he was talking about himself. Do you think that just because your primordial spirit merged with the universe, you'll be the ruler of this world? Fang Chen nodded subconsciously. You're wrong. Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't seem to want to say more. The mysteries are too complicated. You won't understand even if I explain. Let's go back. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. The secret Realm Lord Fu Mo had told him shocked Fang Chen, and he found it hard to digest. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen recalled what Realm Lord Fu Mo had told him. In the end, he made a few conclusions. First, he learned that above the Life and Death Realm was the legendary Eternal Realm. Second, the Eternal Realm martial artists could survive the Great Destruction of the universe. But almost all Eternal Realm martial artists had entered the God world. In other words, peak Life and Death Realm martial artists were the strongest in the mortal world. Fang Chen was quite surprised that the primordial spirit of the human race's Holy Lord could merge with the universe. But thinking about it carefully, if the human race's Holy Lord was the ruler, why would the human race fight against the alien races? Come to think of it, there must be some limitations. The price that allowed him to escape the Great Destruction was probably not small. I'm still too weak. He clenched his fists and blood spurted out. Fang Chen gained a lot from chatting with Realm Lord Fu Mo. At the very least, he learned how powerful the Dark Demonic Wheel was. Green Bamboo Island, Dark Night Force Field, on the Black Altar. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, undergoing the physical baptism. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, the physical baptism ended. Dong. The world changed color, and all the power in the Dark Night Force Field surged. Fang Chen opened his eyes. His physical defense had improved a lot. So strong. He grabbed at the air, and a crack appeared in the space. With my current strength, I can easily crush a low-level creation realm martial artist, Fang Chen said to himself. The perfect sword body was already very powerful, and with the baptism of the Dark Night Force Field, this allowed the strength of his physical body to reach a terrifying level. I'm too weak. After learning the secrets of the universe from his clone, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was too weak. There was a big gap between the creation realm and the eternal ancient realm. However, he believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely succeed. After coming out of the Dark Night Force Field, Fang Chen found Yin Fang. Senior Yin Fang, Fang Chen called out. Lord Supervisor, you'll make me embarrassed if you call me that. If you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Yin Fang? Yin Fang said. Brother Yin Fang. Lord Supervisor, we sent hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones back to the human race's sacred land, which caused a commotion there, Yin Fang said with a smile. This was what Fang Chen expected. Hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones were a huge amount of cultivation resources for the human race. The Sacred Lord has personally ordered you to be the island master of Green Bamboo Island, and it will never be changed. As Yin Fang spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Fang Chen. There was a green word on the front of the token, and a green bamboo on the back. It seemed that the human race's sacred land also recognized the 3 words Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, from this, it could be seen the Sacred Lord's attitude toward the supervisor. Generally, as long as an island master made a mistake, he would be dismissed. CCC Pavilion this time, the Sacred Lord had ordered that it would never be changed. In other words, as long as the universe was not destroyed, the supervisor would be the island master of Green Bamboo Island forever. This was a great honor. Congratulations, Lord Supervisor, Yin Fang said. By the way, Lord Supervisor, the Sacred Lord also said that you have made a great contribution this time. If you have time, you can return to the Sacred Land, and the Sacred Lord will allow you to enter the Sacred Land's library once. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. This was the one that really attracted him. Chapter 1480. The Island Master Token was personally refined by the human race's Holy Lord. The human race's Holy Lord's primordial spirit fused with the universe. He was the representative of the universe's will. The Island Master Token refined by him would be protected by heaven and earth. After Fang Chen dripped his blood on it, a layer of gray aura appeared above his head. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt his whole body tremble. The power of will, what a familiar aura! Back on Tongtian Island, when he entered the Tongtian Divine Pool for baptism, he felt the power of will. Every island had the power of will. Only by becoming the island master would he be recognized by the power of will. The power of will drilled into the island master token and completely tied the token to Green Bamboo Island. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. In that instant, his primordial spirit had been sublimated. As expected of the power of will, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. At this point, he had truly become the island master of Green Bamboo Island. Greetings, Island Master. Yin Fang knelt on one knee and called out to Fang Chen. Brother Yin Fang, get up. Fang Chen helped Yin Fang up. Island Master, Green Bamboo Island is newly discovered and has a lot of cultivation resources. How do you plan to develop Green Bamboo Island? Yin Fang asked. As the island master, he wanted to develop Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard that. He really hadn't thought about this matter. But now, since he had become the island master, he had to pay attention to it. In the blink of an eye, a plan appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He wanted to turn Green Bamboo Island into his headquarters in the future. Bring my family and friends to Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen said to himself. After having a simple plan in his mind, Fang Chen looked at Yin Fang and said, Brother Yin Fang, let's go back and talk. Island Master's Mansion, Meeting Hall. Fang Chen sat at the head of the table, Yin Fang sat next to him, and the others sat in order. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with shock in their eyes. The Invigilator had only been on Green Bamboo Island for half a year, but he had become the island master. Moreover, it would never change. This was a great honor. In the entire mortal universe, apart from a few island masters and the master of the archipelago, who had an eternal honor, there was no one else. The other island masters would not be able to obtain it no matter how hard they tried. Island Master. Under Yin Fang's lead, the numerous martial artists knelt down one after another. This was the first time Fang Chen had convened a meeting as the island master. Naturally, everyone had to express their opinions. Everyone, I've gathered everyone here today to announce something. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen looked around and said, As the island master, I confer the title of Vice Island Master to Yin Fang. If I'm not on Green Bamboo Island, Yin Fang will be responsible for all other matters. Many thanks, Island Master. Yin Fang expressed his thanks. After that, Fang Chen conferred titles to a few more martial artists. The numerous creation realm experts present could be considered as the first batch of Green Bamboo Island's elders. After that, after a discussion, the elder group was established. In short, after the meeting, Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. But right now, what troubled Green Bamboo Island the most was that their army was too weak. Yin Fang told these details to Fang Chen. The latter nodded and said, "Do you know why I changed the nameless island to Green Bamboo Island?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Because the green bamboo on Green Bamboo Island is a peerless array formation. Martial artists can use the array formation to cultivate. The green bamboo array formation would be Green Bamboo Island's greatest reliance. The reason why Fang Chen announced it was to stabilize the people's hearts. What green bamboo is an array formation? Island Master, what do you mean? Everyone was very shocked. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him to take a look. A moment later, everyone came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, the dense green bamboo was incomparably dazzling. Watch. Fang Chen used the space-time true meaning, and his figure merged into the void. Then, he came to the highest point. The aura of array formation filled the air and instantly tilted down. Buzz. Under Fang Chen's control, the aura of array formation came into contact with the green bamboo. Suddenly, the green bamboo on the island swayed one after another. A trace of array formation aura gradually spread out. This is, Yin Fang and the others were shocked. They did not expect such a peerless array formation to be hidden on Green Bamboo Island. What a rich star power! The green bamboo array formation was completely activated by Fang Chen. Countless green bamboos extended all over the sky and finally intertwined together, forming a closed sphere. The green bamboo array formation occupied 1/3 of Green Bamboo Island. There was a star power that was 100 times stronger than the outside world. This was definitely a cultivation place that martial artists dreamed of. Ha ha ha, I was originally worried about our Green Bamboo Island's discovery. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Yes, with such a peerless array formation, it will not be long before it attracts countless geniuses. I have a hunch that Green Bamboo Island will shock the entire universe in the future. Many martial artists beside Yin Fang said one after another. After activating the green bamboo array formation, Fang Chen got into it. This method is really incredible, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. The expert who set up the green bamboo array formation was definitely a peerless hero. Perhaps even a 9-star array formation master may not be able to set up such an array formation. If it were not for Fang Chen's high attainments in array formation and the Golden Heart, it would be impossible to activate the array formation. Weapon Spirit, do you know who set up the green bamboo array formation? Fang Chen tried to ask. However, the Weapon Spirit did not know. The star power is 100 times stronger than the outside world. The green bamboo array formation was the real holy land for cultivation. I believe it won't be long before martial artists come, Fang Chen secretly said. After arranging everything, Fang Chen went to the Starfield flying ship. According to the information, the Starfield flying ship was broken, but there was a restriction that prevented people from entering. Fang Chen came to the front of the Starfield flying ship and carefully observed it. This Starfield flying ship is a bit special. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. This flying ship was different from ordinary flying ship. Master, this isn't a Starfield flying ship, the Weapon Spirit suddenly said. You know what it is? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and asked. It's a Starfield dragon boat, the Weapon Spirit replied. Starfield dragon boat. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of it. What's a Starfield dragon boat? Starfield dragon boat is in existence above the Starfield flying ship. Under normal circumstances, only life and death monarchs are qualified to refine one. Of course, even if there are 10,000 life and death monarchs, it's already not bad if one can refine a Starfield dragon boat. The Weapon Spirit explained. Fang Chen was shaken. The Starfield Dragon Boat was so powerful? This Starfield Dragon Boat was left behind by my master when he was cultivating on the Green Bamboo Island. The weapon spirit lazily said. Fang Chen felt that this was inconceivable. This Starfield Dragon Boat was actually left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master. In my master's eyes, this Starfield Dragon Boat was merely a means of transportation. It didn't have much use. The weapon spirit said. Fang Chen's heart was restless. Since it was left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master, didn't this mean that he could obtain it? The Starfield Dragon Boat can travel through the void ocean at an incomparably fast speed. It would take at most 3 days to travel between 2 islands. The weapon spirit said. The weapon spirit's words shook Fang Chen even more. The void ocean was extremely vast. Every island was separated by millions of li. Even if one rode an ordinary Starfield flying ship, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to travel between 2 islands. However, the Starfield Dragon Boat would only take 3 days. Master, you can try to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. With your current strength, you can definitely use it to protect your life. The weapon spirit continued. How can I control it? Fang Chen was somewhat impatient. With such a fast speed, once he encountered danger, he could directly hide inside the Starfield Dragon Boat. Even life and death monarchs wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Buzz. The weapon spirit transmitted the method of control to Fang Chen's mind. Immediately, Fang Chen closed his eyes and started digesting it. Half an hour later, his eyes emitted a golden light as he prepared to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. The Starfield Dragon Boat was the size of a small mountain, quietly lying on the plain. Fang Chen's palms formed complicated seals as they continuously drilled into the dragon boat. Before long, the dilapidated dragon boat showed a slight reaction. Creak. The control panel inside the dragon boat gradually came under Fang Chen's control. Fang Chen felt that his energy was being rapidly absorbed by the Starfield Dragon Boat. What's going on? The Starfield Dragon Boat has been here for too long. Its energy has been exhausted and needs to be replenished. The weapon spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he did his utmost to transmit his star energy into the Starfield Dragon Boat. Just like that, it continued for 6 hours. The Starfield Dragon Boat was finally under Fang Chen's control. Small. Fang Chen's thoughts moved, and the huge Starfield Dragon Boat instantly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and fell into Fang Chen's hand. Starfield Dragon Boat. Fang Chen's heart was shaken. Master, every time you activate the Starfield Dragon Boat, you need a lot of purple crystals. You have to prepare more. The weapon spirit reminded. Fang Chen nodded. After taking control of the Starfield Dragon Boat, he already had a rough idea of how many purple crystals it would take to activate it. Although it requires a lot of energy, it's indeed a good thing. Fang Chen was very happy. He had the dark demonic wheel to attack and the Starfield Dragon Boat to escape. Even if he couldn't win against Fortune Realm experts, he didn't fear anyone. As for Life and Death Realm emperors, Fang Chen didn't dare to provoke them. Which Life and Death Realm expert didn't have some tricks up his sleeve? If he accidentally fell into the enemy's hands, he would be finished. Withdraw. With a thought, Fang Chen put away the Starfield Dragon Boat and returned to the Island Master's mansion. Yin Fang and the others had already sent the first batch of martial artists into the green bamboo array to cultivate. 88.0 If the results were great, they would immediately publicize it. It wouldn't take long for Green Bamboo Island to flourish. Vice Island Master Yin Fang, contact the Sacred Land and have them send people to build some teleportation arrays. I'll be leaving Green Bamboo Island for a while. Fang Chen said. Island Master, rest assured. I'll definitely get it done. Yin Fang said with a smile. There were natural resources on Green Bamboo Island. He could even see Green Bamboo Island's reputation soaring in the future.